Ya, setengah hari belajar lagi lah, boleh bisa sini. Enggak banyak.
Surgía, digamos, la campaña electoral a mitad de... Entonces, prudentemente, hablamos con la embajada argelina en Madrid y nos recomendaron que iban a por consultas y que pudiéramos...
Task at hand, screamed impossible to the silent stars, but I traveled far and wide across our sacred land, sharing the wine in the churches and bars, and I'd say, wipe the tears you shed from fear they've won. I've come to tell you the revolution marches on. Go ahead, give your heart back to the rising sun. What's right is right, it's never wrong. As long as there's one of us standing, 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 we may always be needed more than ever. For those who seek to punish all they fear, may always be growing in number in a world that gets more frightening every year. But we fight for that day, not because it comes, but because it is upon us as we speak. And I swear, white doves fly from off your tongue when you lift your voice for the weak. As long as there's one of us standing, as long as there's one of us standing, as long as there's one of us standing, as long as there's one of us standing.
Hippie fiasco. Hippie fiasco.
Well, hello! Welcome to the Hippie Fiasco Rides Again show! I'm Hippie, and it's so great to see all of you. It's gonna be a fun night with lots of music and silliness. Oh, who knows what's gonna happen? Well, it's good that you're here. And so, without further ado, here he is, our host, Nathan Moore!
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. I think I'm ready. How's it going out there? Any news so far? All right, so you guys are going to be my my reporters in the field out there. I don't exactly know where to go for all the best information. I've created a link in a new room in the Discord that is for election links. If you have any resources, any breaking news that you want me to share on the show, you bring it to me. I'm the hub, and you guys are the people in the field sharing your stories. There's an election hang video chat room in there. Feel free to populate all the rooms. If you want to meet up with some friends in another room and just hang out and talk while you watch other stuff, do whatever you want. This is your world. Check out the Discord. Get to know it. You should hop in there. It's going to be a good hub, a good place to be. And I'll show you some of the stuff I got set up for us here. I got, let's see. There's this shot. You guys are smoking. Look at you. So that's the Discord right there in that window. I also got this fancy situation. We do have a map. The map is ready to go. It's ready to let me get the colors over here, my red and blue. So we're just going to start filling this in, just like that. And just going to paint this whole country blue, right? Is that what's going to happen? And and over here we got, this is over right behind me. Here's where we'll be counting the electoral votes as they come through. So we got some stuff going on here. Looks like the chats are working for the most part. Although I did see Kai chat something that was on the show, but not. Oh, there you are in the Discord. I saw you say something on Facebook, Kai, that didn't pop up in Discord, but I also see chats coming in from Facebook. Wherever you're watching, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube or wherever you're watching from, all the chats are funneled into this Hippie Fiasco live chat in Discord, so we can communicate and see everybody from everywhere. Frogville Studios in the house. All right. Well, I got plenty of red. If that's the way it goes, I do have plenty of red paint, plenty of blue paint, plenty of gold paint. If Joe Jorgensen surprises us all, I don't know. But again, I reiterate, we'll go here, and here's the Discord right here. Here's my here's the new election links room for anybody. If you have a good resource, a good YouTube link, anything you got, paste it in there, and I'll share it with the show. So you guys are the reporters. I'm the hub. I'm the anchor man. You guys are feeding me the script, basically, is how it's going. So hunker down. The porch is here. We're going to make sure it doesn't fly away. And as we get information, I'll be relaying it back to the show. And I think that's pretty much the groundwork. if you have any song requests or video requests or anything, I'm your Huckleberry. I'm here for you, and I'll just be holding it down. I got a pot of beans I just cooked up that are, I flavored them. It's a pretty interesting flavor situation going on there. Cather says it's good, so I trust that. I got a little cardamom in there, a little star anise, a little cinnamon. Maybe went too far in that direction. I'm not sure, but we got some rice, and so got plenty of food. We got plenty of coffee, tea, beer, wine, cigarettes. So I'm just hunkered down. Make yourselves at home. Explore the Discord. Get in there. Let me know what you find out when you find it out, and we'll color this map as we go and see what happens together.
I love America. Let me repeat this. I love America. I love hair in the breeze, 70 degrees, palm trees, and SD. I love pokies and OB. I love this freedom that I breathe. I love this life that I lead. I love thrift stores and vinyl archaeology. Digging in crates for 70s gems, the wind through my window, a pen in my afro. I love getting drenched by sound showers, the power of Jimi Hendrix ripping purple haze 75 miles per hour down this twisting highway. When the sun greets the day until it sinks into waves, I love the people, all shades of skin, the true beauties within. I love this world like my kin, I'll turn enemies to friends. I love the music that breathes with its kick drum heartbeat when it speaks in the evening, weaving the fabric that holds us together through all kinds of weather. I love the scenery evolving on into the ever. Crimson canyons layered with mystery and history. The red rocks reminding me of ancient mystic entities. The clear blue waters of a mountain stream running underneath massive aged sequoia trees. The bayou-soaked humidity of the southeast. 90 degrees and sticky like molasses. I spent years on this road with rose-tinted sunglasses. Mapping the vastness which exists in my heart. I love the full moon above which illuminates the dark. I love Central Park and its rusted fall bloom, blooming flowers in June and extensive sand dunes. I love being in tune. Surrendering to the flow of surroundings, astounding, pounding visuals in the peripheral. I love the miracles which cooperate to make this exist. It's bliss when I'm kissed by these waves of sensation, inhaling this chaos to exhale liberation. I love underground hip-hop exploring equations. Like listening to Black Star in my burgundy car, racing alone in my Mission Hills home. I love the quantum truth speakers, youth teachers, young urban preachers with abstract features like Aesop rock, unorthodox style, reminded of miles of instrumentation, Miles of Davis blowing Oasis, just blowing out desolation and blowing out pavement. I love Abbie Hoffman and his Woodstock Nation. I love America. Elegant like Ellington, abstract as Eiler. It's laughing hysterically at old Richard Pryor. America is Coltrane, it is pleasure and pain. It's a high school memory of Prince Purple Rain. America is Mingus, Guthrie, Langston Hughes. America is barbecue, America is blues. America is city lights, America is monk. America is rock and roll, rhythm and funk. Saxophone solos so full of soul like Sly Stone's family with so many tones. It's Gil Scott-Heron on the roof reading poems. It's knowing the side streets and the quickest route home. It's Sam Cooke with the gospel giving me chills. It's a young Aretha Franklin making time stand still. It's Afrocentrism, black culture with wisdom. It's late 60s hippies, no belief in a system. It's Berkeley students and Panthers hand in hand on a mission. It's the moment when Maya told me why Caged Bird sings. It's the time James Addiction said all now with wings. It's Henry David Thoreau and civil disobedience. It's your grandmother's cooking with the secret ingredients. It's an Amanda Ziller action thriller. It's a silent killer with a violent filter. It's being blazed on the PCH winding road on a summer day. It's me adjusting the level and raising the treble on a Murder City Devil CD going 60 on a meandering road as the cold wind blows through my windows around Lake Tahoe on the way to the show, arriving in the nick of time. It's a nick or a dime in Washington Square Park. It's a freestyle rhyme in a back parking lot. It's the drum circles echo just before the dark. It's the brush and the paper, the mother and father of art. It's the rhythm that's pounding within all our hearts that are steadily beating and changing like seasons. I pledge allegiance to reason and allegiance to equals, not allegiance to these demons deceiving our people. As we live through this golden age of misinformation, state-run media is on the local station. Pandemic hits home, president takes a vacation to make Twitter rants about his victimization, to work on his golf swing while a nation can't breathe, to talk about ratings while a nation can't grieve, to push fake cures until a nation drinks bleach. Alternative facts fill an abrasive blank speech. Spin the wheel of misfortune brought to you by climate change. Did you get California flames or New Orleans hurricanes? And the economy is broken unless your occupation is digging graves for the greatest generation. And today we've managed to mock education as if knowledge were flaw, and I'm still in awe of a criminal giving me lectures on law and order. When chaos and disorder is all this man knows, caging children at the border is how low we will go. But that was the dawn of this social limbo. There's good folks on both sides. A young woman dies, Nazis taking joy rides and marching with fire. Rest in peace, Heather Heyer. So you don't want us to take to the streets, suggest we find ways to protest peacefully. But you didn't take kindly when we took to one knee. In fact, you took to one knee and you placed it on our necks and you held it there for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Try holding your breath, see how far you can get with freedom, the one goal at the end of all of this. See freedom and diversity make America great, not ranting and raving, division and hate, not turning our streets into a police state and blaming your successor on what you created and blaming your predecessor for a disease devastating, wielding fear as a weapon to mobilize a base, fear of unknown things that they'll never face, fear of a woman's rights, fear of a race, fear of a future, the changes we'll make, fear of moving forward, fear of evolution, fearful of science, fear this revolution, because revolution's coming and it will be televised. You'll have to watch it on Fox with your eyes open wide, because the future moves forward, that's the trajectory of time, and your campaign slogan's about looking behind. Your pandemic response was to turn a blind eye, to turn a deaf ear when they speak of the dying. It is what it is, your relief to those crying. You managed to politicize a disease as if COVID-19 cared what you believed in as we clutched to our chest saying we couldn't breathe. George Floyd, rest in peace. This is the year of short breath, and my 2020 vision sees nothing ahead. America is wounded and inching towards death, but this is our land, so we stand up for it. And if you think patriotism stops at waving the red, white, and blue, when the red, white, and blue lights flash behind you, if you're black, then you're scared because there's a black and blue bruise on your mind from the phantom batons that they've used to beat down your soul since it set foot in new sand, from slavery's shackles to the cuffs on your hand. And you vote and you hope and you plot and you plan and you work and you sweat and you live for this land and you do what it takes to make it good as you can. And you'll bend till you break for the sake of your family. And you speak out against the atrocities you see, and you're willing to die in the streets for beliefs. That's patriotism. Not waving a flag for some misguided vision. Rooted in division. America is fading past my recognition, and I love America, just not your rendition. Where the emperor sits naked on his golden throne and we film a mass shooting on a cellular phone and we don't even blink because we're numb to our bones and the cyclone of news is the way the wind blows and we still don't need a weatherman to know. And we may be isolated, but we're never alone. We'll braid our voices in the streets into a beautiful poem. And I look at every face and see a rainbow of tones. I love America, won't let it sink like a stone. And you may yell at me to leave, but this is always my home.
Tonight's the night. So many people are there's so much talk about how we're not going to know. We might not know for weeks. We might know tonight. We might know tonight. Nobody knows. But they a lot of preparing us for the worst. That's what we do, I guess.
true, the talking heads in the news want to warn you. Everything gets paused, and yeah, but it could get worse, just to keep us tuning in forever. Somewhere a soldier sitting in the dead of summer, in the ocean on a platform, in the eye of a hurricane. We came, but we could not get it together. Now everybody's gone a little crazy. When you're crazy, you don't even know you're crazy, 'cause you're crazy. Now this should come as no surprise. Two glazed donut eyes, like balloons that we untie, might just float away, come what may, be gone. People keep asking me rhetorical questions, and then talking before I finish my heartfelt reply. So much sometimes I think I might be. I mean, everybody's gone a little crazy. And when you're crazy, you don't even know you're crazy, 'cause you're crazy. The boats and planes, cars and trains, to me are invisible. I only see the people as they go flying by. Can you believe that? Asleep up in the sky. Multiplied, we divide the indivisible, spend all our time fudging the numbers, trying to make it come out equal, no matter what or who we have to hide. And everybody's gone a little crazy. And when you're crazy, you don't even know you're crazy, 'cause you're crazy. Everybody's gone a little crazy. When you're crazy, you don't even know you're crazy, 'cause you're crazy. All right, welcome to the election coverage 2020 here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. My name is Nathan Moore. I'm your hub. You are the people on the ground. And Orion, good to see you again. Ethan, oh, love it. So many beautiful people all together. It's very heartening. It's good to see. So yeah, I'm really counting on you guys to tell me what to say. There's a special place in Discord for for any links, any breaking news you got here in the election links place. This is the room to go to share me resources once the numbers start coming in. Good YouTube feeds. We can watch a YouTube feed together. There's so many things we can do here. I don't know. Do y'all know what the best
resources on the YouTube front will be, like with good graphics for us and stuff. PBS. Let's see what they're saying.
1968, another election in which
I gotta fix this
combination of kind of interlocking
left speaker.
was very
This
much
left
on the
side
agenda.
gets
Those
clogged
elections
up unless I
tended
cut up
to
music
favor
really
the
loud to
candidate
unclog
that
it.
is not from the
Hold on.
incumbent party. In 1968,
Got
in a
it.
funny way, was running on a law and order platform that's very similar to what Trump's trying to do. But I think the pattern of history would suggest that it is the candidate who best sells that sense of normalcy, and probably the candidate who's not from the incumbent party, who's most likely to come out on top.
We've also seen the president repeatedly talking about allegations of fraud and undermining the mechanics through which millions of Americans have already voted. This is voting by mail, and saying that that is an open invitation to fraud. Now, as you well know, we've had candidates in the past quibble with the results, have argued about the process, but is it your sense that we've ever seen anything quite like this? A president who is this openly saying, this process is a huge recipe for fraud, and if I don't win on the election, it's evidence of fraud.
For better or worse, I do think that that's one of the new features that we are seeing here. You've seen elections in the past that have ended up being contested, like the 1960 election, in which John Kennedy very, very narrowly won over Richard Nixon. That was an election where there were accusations of fraud, of manipulation of the vote afterwards, but they were.
It's true, the talking heads in the news want to warn you. Oh, man. What's up, Dan? So, another aspect for the show that we have going on is the voice channels. If anybody has a story they would like to tell or something they would like to say, if people want to meet in any of these rooms, you got the speakeasy. You can just meet friends in there and hang out and talk and toast and things like that. Or report live from a polling place. You can hop on the show and let us know what's going on out there. You guys are the team. I'm your anchor man. So you let me know as we go what is going on out there. Yeah, get in the Discord, Steve. Good to see you. Hard times ain't just some old folk song. Oh no, hard times ain't just some old folk song. Oh no, hard times is still going on. Thanks to the cheap walls of some of these motels, I hear these conversations, most of which I never would retell. But it doesn't feel that far away when you hear somebody yell, "Go to hell." I asked the weatherman, he didn't know what was up. Yeah, boss man told the doorman, "Sorry man, we can't pay you to keep it shut." Just then the optimist chimed in and said, "Hey, at least we got this half-empty cup." Oh, hard times ain't just some old folk song. Oh,
hard times still going on. Fanny and Freddie were sweethearts. Lord, Lord, how they could love. They had quite a fling until the night King Midas lost his touch. After that, everything King Midas touched just stayed the way it was. Now we got pirates in the ocean, we got pirates in the AIG. I got 3 friends in prison, count them, 1, 2, 3. You can say there's justice, just don't say it to me. Oh, hard times ain't just some old folk song. Oh, no, hard times ain't just some old folk song. No, hard times still going on. Said the song would ever end. Down at the Food Lion last night, they was having a sale on ham. And I stood in line waiting on mine, I swear, behind 5 other men. One was young, had a minimum wage job. One was about to retire, just got laid off. Yeah, one had 3 kids, he was running around laughing, carrying on. We all knew hard times ain't just some old folk song. Oh, hard times ain't just some old folk song. No, hard times is still going on.
She knows that life won't wait for you to make up your mind. So she's already made a move while you're still trying to decide. She pulls out a machete and begins to chop up all the loose ends that were stopping us up. She knows that life won't wait for you to make up your mind. So she moves at the speed of dreams, at the speed of dreams, at the speed of dreams. And she moves at the speed of dreams, at the speed of dreams, at the speed of dreams. when I'm at zero, rescues me with her special powers. Arrives just in the nick of time and always seems to heal my mind. Put sweetness in a life that's gone sour. The villains had us cornered and our luck was fading. She kicked in the doors with her guns blazing. I'm almost underwater with just my head above when suddenly she appears. 'Cause she moves at the speed of dreams, at the speed of dreams, at the speed of dreams. And she moves at the speed of dreams, at the speed of dreams, at the speed of dreams. She moves. She
So, so the most important thing you gotta remember is, okay, so some people were, they were doing some stuff, and then other people were like, hey, don't do that stuff, and then other people were like, hey, yeah, they should do, that stuff. It's good that they're doing that stuff, and then the other people were like, I don't think they should be doing that stuff, and then they're doing, so things are like, what I'm trying to say is that, in conclusion, I have no idea.
All right, well, I found a really, really good resource for us, I think. I found like the perfect website. I was looking at it. It has bars and graphs and a map and everything, and but then all of a sudden this other window rose up over it, and it was a New York Times article about some great resources to follow the election in real time, and every link in the article goes to another New York Times page. But it is really good. They let me see it first. I appreciate that. I was like, oh, this is perfect. This is going to fill in real time. We were subscribed to the New York Times there for quite a while, but just can't afford it these days. But there's one good resource. I'm counting on you guys out there to find me some good resources in the just post them in election links. It's a special room I created in the Discord
election links right here. Just post them there for me, and I will share them with the show. I'm your anchor man, and we got a little ways to go till polls close. Also, any good YouTube links that you find would be great for watching in real time.
In the run-up to the election, forget about the election of 1860, which was the most divisive.
I feel like that's where we left that last, right? Let's see what they're talking about now.
That, okay, yes, we are in the middle of a pandemic, and maybe you can open up the deadlines a little bit, but that changing the rules about how votes get counted, when you can receive a ballot, when you can start counting it, that has genuinely caused confusion and chaos in an already.
They're still talking about that. Why don't we get concerned when there's something to get concerned about? How about we do that? Like this is something to be concerned about. I mean, what is that all about? That's not right. That's not right at all. This is actually, this show's brought to you by the Luminous Dimension Pantry for $19.99 a month, a mere $19.99 a month for the rest of your life. You could have an interdimensional pantry in your house for all of your end time supplies. You could store a truck in there. You can store an infinite amount for an infinite amount of time for only $19.99 a month for the rest of your life. You too can have an interdimensional pantry in your house. Put it on a wall. Put it in the floor. You could even put it in the ceiling. Put it in a closet. An infinite closet. Isn't that what we really want? Isn't that what it's all about? You can definitely put your kid in there. Yes, you're getting it. That's how it works. All right, we're getting some all right, here we have election coverage here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. Pladzap just shared what looks, it's a New York Times link too. Dag nabbit. All right, here we go.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Amy.
The Quarantine Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Today is Election Day. Over 100 million people have already voted, a record-shattering number that's more than two-thirds of the total votes cast in 2016, with tens of millions casting their ballots today. Election officials have warned full results could take days or possibly weeks to be verified due to the much higher number of mail-in ballots this year. But President Trump has decried post-election day ballot counting and threatened to go in with our lawyers, unquote. On Monday, Trump claimed on Twitter a Supreme Court ruling allowing Pennsylvania to count mail-in ballots postmarked by Election Day and received up to 3 days later will, quote, induce violence in the streets and rampant and unchecked cheating. Twitter labeled the tweet with a warning that its content might be misleading. Reports emerged Sunday Trump's preparing to claim victory tonight if he even appears to be ahead of Joe Biden. Biden told reporters in response the president is not going to steal this election. Trump and Biden made their final pitches over the last 24 hours, with Trump traveling to 4 pivotal states. Both candidates spoke at rallies in Pennsylvania, where Trump has already vowed to challenge results if they're not in his favor. This is Joe Biden addressing supporters in Pittsburgh.
Tomorrow, we can end the presidency that has divided this nation. Folks at home would know. Tomorrow we can put an end to a presidency that has failed to protect the nation. Tomorrow we can put an end to a presidency that has fanned the flames of hate across this nation. pouring gasoline on every racial incident in the country.
Biden also appeared in Ohio Monday. Trump campaigned in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, where he attacked Democrats and reiterated many of his racist attacks against immigrants.
The open border lobbyists that killed our fellow citizens with illegal drugs and gangs and crime, they support Biden. The far-left Democrats that ruined our public schools, depleted our inner cities, defunded our police, and demeaned your sacred faith and values, they support Biden. The anti-American radicals defaming our noble history, heritage, and heroes, they support Sleepy Joe Biden.
Meanwhile, non-scalable fencing was installed around the White House Monday in anticipation of possible protests. Many businesses in New York City, Washington, D.C., and other cities have boarded.
Crazy pictures coming from the old White House today. So I can't tell whether or not. Oh, that was in Discord. That's why I couldn't figure it out. Look at that. It's working. So am I not on Facebook at the moment? Is that the rumor? I imagine tonight's going to have some jankiness to it because there's got to be so much going on in the world today in terms of all the internets, the interwoven world of the internets. At the moment, I'm going to do a little investigation here. Go to my Facebook page on here and see if I see me. Oh, the cats are excited. Can't handle the truth. Oh, it looks like I'm not. What's up with that? I was. I know I was. I saw you guys from Facebook. Oh, is it because I was sharing, like, Democracy Now? That might be what it was. I thought for sure I could. I see people do that on YouTube all the time. It's like a reaction video in real time. But, maybe that's what's going on. It says Facebook online. That's too bad. Well, share this, share the YouTube link. Yeah, the Facebook feed seems to have shut down, but let's just roll with it. And if you're watching, please share the YouTube link on Facebook to Facebook, and I'll do the same here right now. And, there you go. Thanks, Mark. We can't all hang out and watch Democracy Now! Together. Where am I?
Let it slide, just let it slide. I wanted to stay and tell you goodnight and drink champagne by the candlelight, but you know I don't know why, I can't explain the things inside your body moving to your brain. Let it slide, just let it slide. it slide. Just let it slide. 'Cause all the thoughts you can't let go, let it slide. Just let it slide. Let it slide. Just let it slide. Let it slide.
Hippie Fiasco.
I'm getting attacked by birds. This is terrifying. What happens if I honk? I'm getting attacked by birds. This is terrifying. What happens if I honk? What's going on? Oh, this is so weird. They're on top of my car. Oh my God. That's disgusting. Go away. I got in my car just in time. This is ridiculous. Ew. Gonna have to get in the car wash. That guy's just walking. You about to get attacked. Look at that. Wow.
All right, I shared the YouTube link on the old Facebook, and it does look like the chats are doubling up on here. So I'll just cut to the Discord chat as often as we want to stay in the same room together. It is now 6:07 on the East Coast. A lot of polls close at 7 around here. What time does Stanton close? 7? A lot of polls close at 9, so we're in for the long haul. So everybody cozy up on the porch. Make yourselves at home. We do have the Discord is open. If you don't know what Discord is, it can be a little daunting at first, but once you're in, you just figure out where something's going on, and then you figure out how to get in on the action. It'll all come to you. This is where we see the chats from YouTube and Twitch and usually Facebook, but at the moment we're not on Facebook for some reason. I suspect that it's the fact that I was streaming PBS and NPR. That's my guess. That's too bad. You should be able to do that. We're just hanging out watching it together. But we can figure it out, whatever happens. See, we're all together. We're all in the same room.
I got this mug for my birthday from my brother. Somebody said they could have sworn they seen it leaking earlier. Okay, so YouTube is working. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be a wild ride. It's gonna be a long night. Technology, you know, the Wilbur's struggling over here. The such a delay on the Wilbur cam that by the time he tells you what's going on, it's too late. He's all like, "Oh my God. Oh, I'm already on, but nobody can see me. And then when I say it, no one will wait. And once it's been said, it'll be too late." He should be coming any minute now. He should be coming any minute now. Except he won't repeat what I just said. God, is it not working at all? The delay was crazy, but I can't believe it would be this long. That would be inexplicable. Did you see him at all? He was never in there. Wait, what? Oh, wait, there I am. Yes. How did that poem go? Wait, where's my script? Wait, what? All right, more later. Yeah, he's out of sorts. I don't know. He's never seen him like that. Wilbur, he's all right. He's having a glass of water. He's got a glass of water. Maybe I should blow this up so big that I fill the whole screen, so when I put my coffee into the luminous dimension, then I might just be too big. There was this time during OK Google It where Dad got really mad at me because I made his head really big on the show. And he got really mad at me, and I was just like, geez, really? And then I was talking to my mom, and my mom was like, you had your dad's head so big on the show. It's like, oh, well, bang on. Maybe I did. I reckon I did. Now this is just ridiculous. Is that just ridiculous? That's too much like that. Is that? Can't see any of the screens. But hey, at least I fixed that part. Oh. This is my audition tape for CNN. good to see you, Kendi. How you doing out there? So, I'm here. I'm the anchor man, and let's see if we got any incoming news. See, I don't mind if we keep trying to watch. I mean, we're already off Facebook, so we might as well, keep doing what we were doing, right? Or were we off YouTube for a second too? We were. I see. Interesting. Should we yeah, we should risk it. I don't see what choice we have. Has anybody found any good if you find any good live election updated sites that aren't behind a paywall with graphs or maps, that would be really sweet. Let's see what NBC's saying. This is pretty good. Oh, Dad's calling. I don't know what to do. Can you call Dad? Oh, there's one. Apple News Spotlight. How about we play something from my vault? Any requests out there? We should see if anybody's put in any formal requests. Oh, this looks good. Whoa, what's that saying? I'm gonna have to understand that. Let me see what the requests are at the moment. Like his daddy. Armageddon ready. Oh, I wish I grabbed the barbecue. I saw that video. I'll grab it. I'll have it in the file next time. We could just do a live version of Been a While.
been a while since you and I sat beneath an unbroken sky, still in the tremble, hand in hand, pan the fool's gold stream. Seems like ages since the two of us teamed up against the years and watched the notes of music roll right off our tongues into the dream. It's been too long, but now you're here. Don't let me lose just yet. It's been too long. It's been too long since we sang that song we wrote the night we met. It's been a while since you and I bet against the break of day. It's all I can do, it's all I can remember is the look on our faces when we play. Say hello before you go, disappearing down the fast lane. At least again at last, say yes, let me just remember you that way. It's been too long, but now you're here. Don't let me lose just yet. It's been too long. It's been too long since we sang that song we wrote the night we met. Be right back. Election coverage 2020 continues here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again.
Didn't get too far, but my day is done. Can't see the stars with the TV on. No midnight owls over the sound of your crying. Side by side on a moonless night, you turned away from my embrace. You had enough of loving tough, that ain't your style. And I'm wild as the night, as the wind in the pines, as a heart on fire, wild as the night. I'm the wild. Said I'm wild as the night, as the wind in the pine, as a heart on fire, wild as the as the wind in the pine, as a heart on fire, wild as the night. I'm wild as the night, as the wind in the pine, as a heart on fire, wild as the night.
So, hi, it's nice to meet you. My name's Harold.
Hi, nice to meet you. It's good coming from Canada.
Oh, yeah, Canada.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, I've been to Canada.
It's a good place, eh?
I'm from Minnesota originally. There's a lot of Canadians around there.
All right, it's 6:28 here on the East Coast. I believe polls close in Stanton at 7, right? Yeah, they close at 7 here where we are. I'm not sure about you. We have people all over out there reporting in information coming in as we get it. You'll hear it here first on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again, just moments after it's reported by mainstream news sources. Mere minutes later, you can hear it here last. Together. Apparently, this just in, possibly a meteorite captured by Kazoo Keeper, election asteroid. He says maybe this is the one. Neil, I haven't even seen this footage yet. This just came in. And let's see if we see what he saw. If you saw a UFO, what would you do? What if it appeared only to you? Would you let everybody know? Or would you just let it go? More at 11. Wait, I didn't see it. Did you see it? I might not be looking close enough. This just in. Our atmosphere. Election Day asteroid. Wait, I'm looking closely. Oh, okay. All right. Wow. Let's look at that. Oh, look at that. This just in, folks. Wow. That's a good sign, right? I'm like, oh, dead crow on the porch. That's a good sign, right? Oh, broke a mirror. That's a good sign, right? We do have some reporting from the local polls here. This just in from Lex Park.
Welcome to the pandemic vibe that you're singing the blues where it's a stretch for a jam with the good news.
Good news.
All right, Stretch Barrington here. The lovely Corey, Miss Maid.
Hello.
And we're on our way to the polls. That way. So Corey's ready with her earrings, at least. We'll focus on fashion. Let's focus on fashion. Let's focus on fashion this election day. So here are the earrings. Looking good, looking good. All right, here we are. We're arriving at our polling place, Memorial Baptist Church, Stanton, Virginia. A lot of signs. More signs than cars. Here's your sign. We're gonna park. I'm gonna turn off the camera so as not to make anyone nervous. She's going up. She's got the boot on. She twisted her ankle. No panning beyond this point. Probably no cameras either. Signing off. Going to vote. All right, so we're here with Nancy and Den from the Stanton Democratic Committee. And they're here just kind of poll chilling. They're poll chilling.
Greeting people.
Greeting all the poll greeters and
some information.
And if anybody wants anything, we have some brochures here.
So what do you think you've been here since 2 o'clock this afternoon? It's about 4 now or so. What do you think of the turnout? Just overall?
It's pretty good. It's increasing as the hour gets later. When we were first here, there weren't that many people, but now people are starting to roll.
Yeah,
in.
2 o'clock, people are either working or taking a nap.
Yes.
I would say that turnout is light compared with what you would normally have on a presidential election day, but that's because so many people, including ourselves, voted early. And I suppose some people mailed in their votes, or it was so easy to go down to City Hall just about any day and go in, no lines, and cast your vote.
Yeah, it's as easy as paying a parking ticket. So the Republican group that was the greeters outside the polls, the poll greeters for the Republican Party, didn't want to be on video, but Corey got a chance to talk to the gentleman that was there and got some information that's useful on the turnout. Just kind of wondering what the turnout is, and she found out some cool information. So let's find some of that out. Hey, so what did you learn about the turnout?
Well, the gentleman I talked to is really nice from the Republican side. Because of his profession, he didn't want to be on camera, which I understand totally. But they were really excited. He shared that our district where we voted is actually one of the largest in Stanton at about 3,500 people. And they were happily surprised because already the turnout early voting was about 1,600. So I know I was number 476 for the day. So they're looking at some pretty historic turnouts here in Stanton as well. They think they estimate it to be about 75 to 80%. So that's wonderful.
Wow.
It makes a civics teacher happy.
Yeah, it does. And I feel like there could still be a rush between now and 7.
Right. Yeah, we voted at right after class and when school was out at 3. So this is, it's still early. A lot of people will come out after work. Polls are open until 7 in Virginia. So probably between 5 and 7 is going to be their busiest time.
Yes. And
Welcome to the pandemic vibe that you're singing the blues where it's a stretch for a jam with the good news.
Love it. I love it. Stretch Barrington with the good news. He's got his opening credits now. That is really fantastic. All right, I could see that was stuttering a bit on this stream. We do have a lot of things connected to the internet at the moment, and the whole world is probably online with us at the moment. So it's gonna get glitchier and glitchier as we go, but we'll just robot dance through the evening. Looks like we do have a place here for sharing links, election links in the Discord, stuff that we can look at. All right, opening the news app. You'll be the last to know here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again, but we'll be together. Oh, it wants me to agree to stuff before I find out stuff. I say continue. When the first polls close, that's a cool resource. It wants to know my location. An app wants to know my location. I mean, I guess it's just to help serve me better. Oh, this is a cool little graph here showing the closing times. Look, okay, 11 p.m. We already know we're at least, I don't know, or do we? Do we know which direction states are going this time? We always talk about California being sort of guaranteed blue. Is it? I wonder.
Virginia closes in 23 minutes.
Virginia is closing in 23 minutes. Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, we're just getting started. I think maybe I need a bowl of beans. Beans and rice is on order. Clutch, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you all. So Facebook kicked us off, and the chats are doubling up. The videos are stuttering, but so far, smooth sailing. Election 2020, no complaints so far. How you doing out there? Any requests? What can I do for you? I also got the archives here. You know what kind of videos I got. Again, any good resources, post in the election links room on Hippie Fiasco. Feel free to hop into a voice channel if you want to talk to the show, if you want to encourage people to vote, or you want to just tell a story of a voting experience, or if you just have a live update of any incoming information. This is your show too, and I'll keep an eye on the voice channels down here. And if you want to talk to the show, have at it. What's going on? And if several of you just start hanging out in there having your own conversation, maybe we'll eavesdrop on you. We'll check in on you. Lex, if you're watching now, I really love your opening credits to your good news. You've been talking about a good news segment for a while, and wow, what a great vibe to it. And thank you for that amazing update. Looked like pretty smooth sailing. We live in a small town, very blessed by that in so many ways often, especially when it comes to things like that. It's always pretty smooth. I can't... My hat's off to all the people that live in big cities and people that wait for hours and hours in line to vote. Kudos to you, for sure. So this week we're going to be doing OK Google It again. We do this almost every Thursday at 8 p.m. My father gets on the show, and he has 20 questions, and the first right answer in the chat wins the point. We do 20 questions, and the winner
get some Taos Hum hot sauce, and it's always a good time. We always walk away knowing, for me, I learned about 17 or 18 new things every OK Google it. It's always fun. So this Thursday night, 8 o'clock with my dad, Mr. Moore, OK Google it.
Okay, Google
Get you some Taos Hum hot sauce.
Taos Hum, make it stop. Hot sauce, Taos Hum, make it stop. Hot sauce, Taos Hum, make it stop. Hot sauce.
Hey, got my winnings today from Taos Hum, from OK Google It, from Nathan Moore and his dad's trivia contest. And I won that for being smarter and faster with my answers than anybody else. Imagine that. Smart, fast, Rob Tobin. Who would have thunk? Nobody.
Taos Hum, make it stop. Hot sauce, Taos Hum, make it stop. Hot sauce.
Can already tell I'm going to have to order more for backup. And this is going on a Christmas list for brothers. Indeed. Amazing.
The Taos Hum Make It Stop hot sauce is made from a variety of fresh peppers that are grown by the good folks at Walking Trout Farm. Fresh peppers are hand harvested, sorted, destemmed, and some are roasted over an applewood fire. The fresh and roasted peppers are blended with local wine vinegar with a touch of salt right there in Taos, New Mexico. Their hot sauces highlight the flavor of each individual pepper, never masked or overpowered by dehydrated onion, garlic powders, or other flavors. Their small batch production process and locally derived ingredients separate them from so many other hot sauces that are available today. Get you some Taos Hum.
Platt Zap standing by here, highly recommending these products. I really like what they're doing, and these pepper guys, I mean, there ought to be a whole cartoon series based on these characters, because I feel like there's a backstory for each of them. All right, thanks again. It's good. So I'm gonna just sing the jingle for you one more time. Taos Hum, make it stop. Hot sauce. That's the jingle.
Make it hot.
Make it stop.
Make it stop. Make it
All right, this just in. We got some breaking news here at Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. Apparently, with a certain percentage of people reporting voted in Kentucky, 517 votes so far have gone to Kanye West. Kanye West with 517 votes in the state of Kentucky. This just in. Looking here at our resources in our Discord. Thank you all. I'm your anchor man. You're the people on the ground sending me my script, letting me know what to report. It's funny that anchormen were so they always talk about how, like, you know, Walter Cronkite back in the day, like, oh, back when news used to they just read scripts. Like, did Walter Cronkite, maybe I don't know the whole story. Maybe he was like a young on the beat reporter, unearthing truths, telling I don't know. But once again, of what seems like could be a very valuable resource to us voters here on this fine eve is behind a paywall. Almost every link I've clicked on has been like, yeah, I'd love to tell you, but, you know, it's going to cost you. Did you see the new infinite pantry I got for the house here? I can store infinite things in this magic interdimensional pantry. $19.99 a month for the rest of my life. Well, we do have our map. We're ready to start coloring when they roll in. It's 6:45 here on the East Coast. Local polls close in 15 minutes. We have our Discord online and ready to go. As you find out from some major media source, then you let me know, and then I'll read it, and then I will tell the show, and the people watching the show will be the last to know here on Hippie Fiasco. Rides Again, election coverage 2020. But we will be together. So now I'm seeing, you know, all these reports of, okay, it's back now. So we've gotten kicked off of Facebook. We've gotten YouTube coming and going. What is it? I wonder if it goes away. Maybe you can see a pattern to it. Maybe it goes away whenever we start watching Amy Goodman. Is that every time we try to watch PBS together or something? Maybe there's a method to the madness. Maybe I need to stop the stream and start it over again. Maybe that would fix the chats. Maybe that would fix the stuttering video. I don't know. I see, but so Andrew, I see you say back now. Does that mean we were not on YouTube for a little while? Or is it back on Facebook? This getting some valuable feedback here as to what exactly is going on out there. That's just in. Kendi loves Andrew. Kendi loves Andrew. Kendi loves Andrew. Magpie reports the YouTube stream seems strong. That sounded like a setup for some urine joke, but I'm not going to make it. Not on a night like this. I hear an ice cream truck. Does anybody else hear an ice cream truck? Right there. Oh, it's in the news feed music. So far, all the election links I've been getting are behind a paywall. Let's see if I can get this one working again. Again, so far, all we really know is that Kanye West got 517 votes in Kentucky. So far, that's what we know. We know that much. This much we do know. This looks like a good resource. I finally got this Apple News link going for us. That's pretty tight. So as you can see, we are just getting started here. 10 minutes to go till polls close here. We have very little news at the moment, but we are getting a good little hang going on the porch. We are not live on, we got some people hanging out in the election hang. What's going on in here? Feel free to cut your camera on and say hey to the show. Here, I'll hide non-video participants. We'll see what happens in there. Clutch says the other interesting election that I'm following in New Jersey is our New Jersey 2 congressperson. Jeff Van Drew was elected as a Democrat but switched parties to Republican in support of Donald Trump. Interesting. Democrats in New Jersey are hoping to get this seat back from someone who swapped parties. When did he make that switch? Recently, or was it a while back? Let's see. Kazookeeper sharing a Washington Post link. Looks like a camera just came on in the election room. Yeah. Oh, look at. So what's this? Why is Indiana colored a little bit? Trump has a lead in Indiana. I guess that's no surprise. Hello there. Hey, you two doing?
What's up, bro?
What's up?
It's Steve the Painter here discussing.
Oh, okay. I didn't recognize you in your outfit. You look good. You look like you have an internet show.
Yeah, Eminem, man, dude. You are my anchor, brother.
Hey, I'm honored.
Seriously, this is great. So
good. Yeah, we're gonna find out. We're gonna see what happens.
Well, you know what? The thing is that elections have consequences, and people need to suck it up. You know?
Absolutely. What do you mean, suck it up?
You know, I mean, the Trump supporters out there, you know, I think here would be my advice. And, you know, hey, look, I'm gonna admit something here. I've been on, you know, the conservative side of the page in my younger days, but you know what you need to do is listen, because you know there's a lot of very important things that we need to listen to, you know, from the Democrats or the liberal you know, perspective, that is, I mean, it's detrimental in our country. Like criminal justice, like something I'm serious about. We are 35, 40 years behind Great Britain on how we deal with crime and criminals and interrogations and police and stuff like that. And, you know, you look at the disparity between, you know, minorities and their ability to defend themselves in the court of law. And then we're just locking them up and, you know, throwing away the key, and their kids suffer, their family suffers, everybody, nothing good comes out of it, you know? And I listened to a court case the other day where an appeal went to the Supreme Court of, I believe, Michigan. And it was really stunning how the conservative judges heard a completely different, you know, testimony than the liberal justices. They were like, the liberal justices were like, did we listen to the same thing here?
Right.
Okay, so let's just keep this guy in prison for another, you know, 10 years. You know, it's stunning. So you gotta look at a bigger picture. There's so many different ways where, you know, elections can affect you. The courts are really important, and a lot of people don't get that. The courts are very important.
Very important. Oh yeah, I mean, and we have so far to go on in the areas that you're talking about. I mean, it's in 100 years we're going to look back at where we are now as dark ages in that regard.
We will.
Very, very dark. You did what to people for what? Like, it's unbelievable. When enough time passes, we will look back in horror, just like we look back at the horror of humanity in the past and can't understand how they could be that bad. We are still that bad in so many ways.
Well, think about this. Ronald Reagan gets elected. Ronald Reagan gets elected, we're going to be tough on crime. And this has gone across the board, both parties. But when Ronald Reagan got elected, we had 500,000 people, men incarcerated in this country. Since then, we have like 2.2 million.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and
it became a for-profit business.
Exactly.
Along the way. It's unbelievable.
There's no corrections, there's no help, and the correlation between people that grew up in abusive households that become addicted, and then they get sent to prison because they're drug users instead of getting help. It's like, it's so messed up.
Mm-hmm.
So, these are the kinds of things that we need to be thinking about. I mean, there's a lot of things on the table, but that's one of my passions. That's why I was up at the Criminal Justice Reform Convention up at Eastern Mennonite University, last November, when we could do those kinds of things. And half of my questions to the all of the candidates for the House of Representatives were like, can we decriminalize possession of marijuana? And I educated them, man. And I even got the Republican on board. And, we have to, get to work on the street too, so to speak. We really do. I mean, having opinions is one thing, but trying to actually to participate in a change is really important. That's how you get there. So when I got pulled over for allegedly staggering after 2 drinks coming off of Beverly Street doing my radio show, he caught me with a little bit of weed. And you know what? I'm proud to say that's a civil violation now.
$25 fine.
That's right. So
you said staggering, so you were walking home?
Yeah, I was walking home. So this is their random excuse to pull me over. It's just bad.
It's not even pulling you over if you're walking.
Yeah, I'm walking, but I don't know how else to say it. He was coming out of the police station. I remember a couple of years ago, or like it was 20 years ago, I had Officer Burby pull me over there one time too. And he's well known, and I'm not going to say what judge I talked to, but that judge said, you can believe a lot of them and you can not believe a lot of them. And we need to have higher standards with our police. We look at the people that are dying, because like George Floyd and stuff like that. We need to correct a lot of shit. And, this election, could mean a big difference, especially as far as people's ability to get appeals that are wrongfully convicted or this or that. So I'll just shut up now, man.
Hey, here. Amen. Thank you for your words and for participating in our collective coverage of this election.
No, dude, you should do news, man. This is much cooler. It's like I see cigarette smoke trailing up, and
it's like the old days of news.
Yeah, it's like definitely a much better. I can't watch it.
Edward R. Murrow with the cigarette smoke drifting up.
I don't have in-house counseling right now, so I can't watch the news. I'm just gonna wake up tomorrow and I'm gonna accept what I probably already got figured out. And I think we're all going to move on to a better and brighter day.
Here. Sweet. Well, keep watching and let it. If you hear anything first, be sure to let us know.
I'm just looking down, watching my new Anchorman. Peace out, brother.
Oh yeah. Well, look at that. It's 6:58, so polls are closing here in Stanton, Virginia. Checking our resources here. Got some good links coming in. If you find a good resource for us that we should check out, just post it here in the election links on our Discord server. All right, so the New Jersey polls close at 8. The only thing so far we know for sure here at Hippie Fiasco headquarters is that Kanye West did get 517 votes so far in the state of Kentucky. All right, this just in. Hold on, breaking news. All right, Kanye West has now gotten 764 votes in the state of Kentucky. You heard it here last on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again, election coverage 2020. Thank you for watching. So far, of course, we do have a map. We're ready to color it. Should I put in a little tentative red on Indiana? Is that... Wait, which one of these is Indiana? Oh, this... I'm going to get joked hard for this now. Is this Indiana? Is that it? Look at that. Is that it? Undying support. Well, we're definitely getting our headquarters, or the operation is starting to evolve and develop itself. How are the beans? They're good? Yes. All right. Oh wait, is that a? All right, so Indiana looks like it's gone checkerboarded or something. Kentucky is now red on this map. In the Apple News spotlight. So I guess we'll follow suit for now. Oh, we do have a blue Vermont though. Blue Vermont. Here's our map at Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. New Hampshire. What does it mean? Percent? What does it mean when they do the striped line on their map? That I'm not too sure about yet. But they don't have that for any of them. Why stripe? Why are they striping select ones? It's just, maybe it means their polls are closed. I do not know. All right, I'm going to get me a pot of these beans. I'm going to check out these links. I'll share with you everything I learn. Hello there, Amy. I'm glad you guys are making it over to YouTube. We did something wrong. Facebook didn't like what we were up to, what we were on about. I don't know. Nobody knows. We never will know. If you ever want to make God laugh, try reaching out to Facebook support.
Skies. The river winds like a diamond back.
Somebody call my guru. I could use some advising. Can't keep my eye on the prize, and I'm realizing I got a light that's dimming. I just don't feel like I'm winning. The only time I'm grinning's when I'm sinning. Let the music back in again. Get a kite for this world when I'm in. I wanna travel to space again. I love this place again. I wanna hear your voice through tin again. Get back to that womb I was swimming in. I wanna chase the moon again. Arrive too soon again. Call my doctor. I could use some prescribing. My head can't find the bed till the sun is rising. For this old beginning sure could use a new ending. The only time I'm still is when I'm spinning. Let the music back in again. Get a kite for this world when I'm in. I wanna travel to space again. I wanna love this place again. I wanna hear your voice through tin again. Get back to that womb I was swimming in. I wanna chase the moon again. Arrive too soon again. I wanna work the dirt back in my skin. Hear this song that I'm singing in. I wanna cut the wire again. I wanna smile on fire again. I wanna let the music back in again. Get a kite for this world when I'm in. I wanna travel through space again. I wanna love this place again.
Polls are closing now on the East Coast. Reports are starting to trickle in, but we gotta be careful and not fall for these projections. I never understood when they would call a state and then you look on it and it's like that's with 10% reporting or something. And you're just like, with 10% reporting, how are you doing that?
By what magic are you claiming to have this information? I've never completely understood it, and I don't want to get too swept away by it now. But then, now that I'm in the news business, I understand you just need content. You just need some colors going on that map, don't you? I mean, who's going to just watch the map just sit there like that? Good to have you, Jeff. Well, since you've chosen this as your election coverage of choice, now you have to work for your own coverage. And let me know information as you find it. On our Discord server, we do have a special room, the Election Links room, where people are sharing resources. Not now. So look at this. So they're calling Kentucky. It's red, but with what percent? With what percentage of the vote, though? Do I click on it? Is this interactive? Look at this. Ooh, baby. Wait, where am I going? Here we go. All right, so it's just a zoom in on Kentucky. 17% reporting, it says. With 17% reporting, they're making that call with 17% reporting. How do they do that? And do we follow suit? Way too early. Absolutely. Zookeeper is right. Anybody else want to hold down the mic for a second? Do some election coverage from the remote Hippie Fiasco outlet while I eat these beans and listen to Zookeeper. You want to give us a West Coast report in the election hang room? Cutting now live to our roving reporters out there in the world while Nathan eats beans. First come, first serve in the election hang room on Discord. Boy, I really did something right with these beans. Holy moly. That worked out. Whoa. That's crazy. Wilbur could report on this pot of beans right here. This is the kind of breaking news Wilbur likes. Whoo! Wow. Low Spec says they got Vermont colored blue with no votes recorded. Exactly. And so we here at Hippie Fiasco followed suit. I think I jumped the gun on that Indiana, but I like the painting part, so I'll change it back. That's just ridiculous. Holy moly. That's the best pot of beans I ever made. I was skeptical at one point, but they really settled into themselves. Those flavors just got their choreography down. They're nailing this dance in my mouth. Woo! That's some serious training, folks. All right. Apparently there's a new update in the election links. Oh, it's New York Times again. It's behind a paywall. I can't see it. I should almost just subscribe because they seem to have exactly what we need going on with their updated real-time graphs and charts. It's exactly the fodder that I can roll with. We do have this, though. This looks like it's going to be handy, the Apple News Spotlight. looks like my link here got disconnected to the laptop. Might just have to restart the laptop. Looks like we might be having some kind of internet resetting moment going on here.
kickball field. A whole bunch of people filming to prove that it's real. But nobody's thinking like it used to be. Before the sun came out, very nice kids and all kind of time. Very nice. Please excuse me, Mr. Davis. But you dress very well. Even though we're playing kickball in the bowels of hell, in the early morning, and the high Sierra Bell, where you're obviously way dressed up, not like the rest of us. Do you feel
systems are crashing all around. This laptop might need a whole restart here, but we were going to hang on till it's down to the last unbreakable thread. The rope is going, but there's one unbreakable thread woven down the center, through the center of this rope, from which we shall eternally dangle and roll with the punches. Welcome to Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. Coverage of election 2020. It's about 30 minutes after the polls closed here on the East Coast. There's going to be all kinds of early projections coming in. We're just going to have to take them all with a grain of salt, play along, get ready to change the colors of our map as it evolves, and operate on the fly. I'm counting on you guys to let me know what's going on. We have Discord going on iPads and stuff as well. I can't see it right now on this laptop. This laptop, I really think, is asking for a full restart. I should probably stop talking about it and get her done. Let's see here. All right, I'm doing it. This is happening. Shutting down. Shutting down. Yeah, that was a tease. Sorry about that. All right, I'm going to take a look in Discord here and see what requests we have rolling in. Feel free for the special show, too, to request videos you know I have because you've been watching the show and there's something you might want to see. Shit show and Taste of Honey. Fun requests. The Lot. I was thinking about that song just last night, I think, and I'd have to relearn that, but it wouldn't be that hard. The words, it's such a long list of non-related things to a certain extent. I have to study for that exam. Oh, someone watching on Twitch. We're pretty new to the Twitch platform, but it's fun over there. It's inspired me. It makes me feel like once I get past all this madness, getting back to the silliness, that maybe I should play some video games on Twitch. Don't you want to see a 50-year-old man die a lot in a video game? Isn't that what Twitch is all about? Restarting. Have you ever been to the shit show? Better stay the way that the wind blows. The trick is not to get too close. Stay away from the open windows when you're alone. Don't forget to roll your eyes. Go along, just go along for the ride. News coming down from the wire is not looking like we're getting any higher. Hey, that's not what it said on the flyer. Well, there's naked people dancing around the fire and the moon's out, way out. Now sip a shine. Go along, just go along for the ride. Hey, have you ever been to the shit show? I wouldn't sit in the front row, just in case powder keg does blow and you don't want any up your own nose when you're alone. Don't forget to roll your eyes. It's doing something it's never done before. Go along, just go along for the ride. Hey, go along, just go along for the ride. Well, I got good news and I got bad news. Good news is Discord is back. The restart worked on the laptop. Yes, that's sweet. Bad news is I've never heard that weird audio glitch happen before. What do I have to restart now? Got to restart something. Welcome to election coverage here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. My name is Nathan Moore. I'm your host. If you have any requests, just let me know. It's going to start to get interesting now. Results are going to start coming through. We're going to be filling in this map as the race to 270 electoral votes continues. Tide Mikey is in the house. That's good news. Are you kidding me? It's so lovely to see you. It's fun not going live just in the middle of the night to see all you day people. What if I'm a night owl? What are day people called? What bird are you? Lark. A duck? Lark. A lark. Morning larks. You morning larks. Night owls and morning larks coming together. Election 2020, bringing us all together. All across America. Good to see you, Mikey. Good to see you, Kai. Silas. We've got some OG Hippie Fiasco energy in here. A beautiful thing. All right, so I'm going to have to reopen the windows I had open before. Honey Hive reporting in here. All right, it's still don't have. Let me get this. Everybody say a little prayer. This starts working again. If not, I got a plan B for showing the laptop. Oh, all right. We're good. Yes. Woo! We're back. System's got some beans in it now. It's getting its first of many second wins tonight. So what? I'm going to go back and find that sweet Apple News resource. That seems like that's going to come in handy. Lines up real nice. All right, yep, there's starting to be some action on the map here. Oh, Amy says, sorry, I'm not in the disco, but I just found a funny finger pup. Well, get in the disco. This is fate telling you it's time. Let's try that in a different key. Let me see here. Got it, Swaber. It was in the request. Just trying to transpose it to a different key. I was a lot younger when I wrote it. Whole different voice. It's hard to write a protest song, to love your enemy, to know right from wrong. And it's hard to know what to say. Such strange company who say they to Jesus pray, while sending children to their graves. He was not a soldier, but Jesus saves. Show me where he ever said the righteous should be warriors, the wicked should be dead. Oh, hypocrites, you boil my blood, worshiping warplanes, posing for good, kneeling on Sunday in your three-piece suit, commanding on Monday your guns to shoot. Makes you worse by far than any hippie I know. So how do I love thee? How do I go? I sing for my living, I sing for my Lord. I know a song can be a prayer, I know a song can be a song. So I know how hard it can be to choose. Oh, Mr. President, just thinking about you. It's hard to write a protest song, to love your enemy, to know right from wrong. And it's hard to know what to say in such such strange company who say they to Jesus pray. We will be right back with more 2020 election coverage here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. Reports are just starting to come in for real. We'll see what's going on out there as soon as we get back. Jordan Smart at the Lost Sierra Hoder. Two of my favorite things.
I had another bad case of losing my head, and this time I can't blame it on the things you said. Well, it was me who wasn't I. Letting go, I just thought that I should let you know you are everywhere, you are everywhere I go. Yes, you are everywhere, you are everywhere I go. And all those cracks in the sidewalk my eyes always see, and those long crooked branches of the cottonwood trees, and in that sparrow overhead flying towards the orange splash sky, and that Rocky Mountain range so long and wide. You are everywhere, you are everywhere I go. Yes, you are everywhere, you are everywhere I go. Yet again I let my rein slip. I was holding on tight, but I lost my grip, and we were moving too fast with no place to go. Now we're all covered in wounds, from our heads to our toes, and you're still everywhere, you are everywhere I go. Yes, you are everywhere, you are everywhere I go. And all that soft green grass beneath my feet, and those crystal clear waters we escaped from the heat, and in that lonely corner of my bedroom floor, and that old skeleton keyhole of my door, you are everywhere, you are everywhere I go. Yes, you are everywhere, you are everywhere I go. Yes, you are everywhere, you are everywhere I go. Yes, you are everywhere, you are everywhere I go. Yes, you are everywhere, you are everywhere I go. You're everywhere, yes, you're everywhere I go.
Hippie Fiasco.
Extra, read all about it. Watch Hippie Fiasco Monday through Friday at 1:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10:30 p.m. on the West Coast. With your host, Nathan Moore. You never know what's going to happen, but we're a big fan of all the possibilities. Wilbur, can you hang on? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this just in, urgent breaking news here at Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. Wilbur is out there. Join Nathan on the porch Monday through Friday, 10:30 p.m. on the West Coast, 1:30 in the morning for the Night Owls in the East. Subscribe on YouTube to find out about other shows throughout the week. All right, we're starting to get some actual numbers for the first time today. According to the Wall Street Journal, here, live election results 2020. Right now, 16 electoral votes for Biden and 13 for Trump. Now, we just got a report that Virginia was being called for Biden, even though the page we were looking at also showed Trump with more votes. So I never could understand how these projections are tallied or how they come up with it, but we'll just keep an eye on it, and as it moves and ebbs and flows, we will stay in the boat. Anything new on that front? So they are calling at the moment, they are calling Virginia for Biden, which would make me very happy. Let's go ahead and do that here. We can always change it as it changes. There we go. We could take a look at that stat page together that I just saw. Now I get to add some numbers to this page for the first time today. So 16 in the Biden window and 13 in the Trump window. All right, so that's what we're looking at. Nathan Moore here reporting in. We're finally getting some numbers. We have on the race to 270. Biden with 16, Trump with 13. Let's see, getting stuff in as it comes on the wire here on the Discord. We've been having some technical difficulties because everybody in the world and their mom are on the internet right now. And here's the Virginia results. Just getting some info here. See, look at that. This source is saying 51.9% Trump, 46% Biden. But on another website, they're already calling Virginia for Biden. It's confusing to say the least. Our little doesn't look like we've reported yet. I believe that's us right there. And also expect warming temperatures rising through the east tonight as we move into the latter part of the week. All right, so you're hearing it here last, folks, on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. Nathan Moore here, your anchor man. And if anybody has any special reports, we do have the election hang room, any of these rooms down here. If you want to hop in and report to the show, tell us a story,
any breaking news you have, or hey, if you just want to sing us a song, hop in one of these rooms, and I'll keep an eye over here and get you in there. Let's see. Let me go to YouTube here and see if I can't find a stream we could watch together for a second. Searching live election coverage. Let me paste any YouTube links in the chat you might come across that are good resources for us. Yahoo Finances special coverage. Wonder what this is like. Crowds are gathering at the White House. Sorry about that. They built a pretty impressive, I don't know if that's the right word, but a wall at the White House over the last few days. I guess polls close at 9 or something in New York City. That's where we are now watching. Looks pretty calm there. I must say, I'm so grateful that I was really, I couldn't sleep last night feeling like I didn't know what was going to happen today, and it was a very good feeling to wake up to birds chirping and not a bunch of crazy violent headlines, and just very grateful for that calm when I didn't know what I was going to be waking up into. Democracy Now! Coverage starts at 9 p.m., Magpie says. We will be there. Let's see what's this?
Thank you very much.
Oh, that's somebody like us.
Christoph. Yeah, they're basically
Hey,
their own people.
how's your community's coverage going?
We're the immigrants now. We
Here's PBS.
What the just in terms of what the main issues were going to be. Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I think we know, and I think this was a very important conversation to have about the ways in which the lens through which so many different voters saw this election, and when you're talking about suburban voters, especially white suburban voters, they saw it almost exclusively through the lens of Donald Trump, whether you liked him or you didn't like him. And here we have the suburban vote, for example, in Georgia, how that's breaking out now in the AP Votecast. And you see that Joe Biden leading Donald Trump in the Georgia suburbs, which not that long ago, you go back to the Mitt Romney era, you don't have to go all the way back much further than that, and those numbers probably would have been reversed. So the inroads making there, but it doesn't necessarily help in a place like South Florida, which is so much more heavily Cuban, and of course more diverse Latino population there.
So many cross currents.
That's right.
In the state of Florida. Amy Walter, all right, we are going to continue to check in with public media reporters in important states across the country.
All right, Kentucky's 64% so far for Trump, 34% for Biden. I guess that's no surprise. Still holding tight at 16 and 13.
There is the incumbent Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who is
That's a good link. We'll be checking in on that. What's CTV? There's all.
College votes up for grabs in about 10 minutes' time when those polls close, Lisa.
Okay, and it's also in about 10 minutes we're going to see the Florida Panhandle, which leans very Republican. So that race is just going to get tighter, and then boom, we'll see a ton of results coming out.
It's so amazing that after all this time, we are still so 50-50. Although some of these numbers aren't looking as 50-50 as usual. But it's shocking to see when they are, just like off by a couple thousand votes. All right, they have 8 and 3 on this channel.
We're using the Associated Press system tonight to bring you the latest results on how things are unfolding.
Ohio's looking good. Ohio,
CTVnews.ca. We're live
700,000 to 400,000 some. Look at that, 39,000 to 35. Vermont is looking good, 32,000 to 13.
As things just the avalanche.
Virginia, look at that, 360,000 Trump. Hold on.
How the night is leaning. It's always a little difficult in these early
Oh, Virginia.
to get a good sense of it because so few polls are actually reporting in some of these pivotal states. So stick with us. Mirella Fernandez is joining me now with some of the other day's news. And Mirella, certainly coronavirus as well as this election are top stories again today, as they've been for so many days now.
All right, the numbers are definitely starting to get some information trickling in. It's really too soon to say in so many of these cases, but we are rolling with it as it comes in. How many does Kanye have in Kentucky now? Do we know?
We've been talking a lot about women and male voters and how they're doing. Overall, nationally, there's some good news for the Biden campaign on that. He's up 3 points over Hillary Clinton comparatively. And I want to take you deeper into Ohio, which is one of those battleground states that just closed. So you see women voters in Ohio going to Biden, 52 compared to Trump at 47. And when it comes to white women, which you and the panel have been talking about a lot, white women still favoring Trump over Biden, but again, his numbers are trending better with white women than Hillary Clinton in the last presidential campaign. One of the things that's really interesting is how men are voting, though, Elaine. This is starting to emerge. These are our nationwide polls. Men
50-50.
in the U.S., 49% going for Biden, 48% for Trump. Neck and neck, obviously, but that's still up over what we saw in the last election. In fact, when it comes to men,
This just in, humanity is bipolar.
And when it comes to white men, Biden still
Is that the wrong
trailing
use
the
of that?
president, but
Probably.
Again, those numbers are up 10 points over Hillary Clinton. Elaine?
All right, Lana, Zach, thank you. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night. Exit polls are about to close in more states across the country. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, it's a CBS News special report, America Decides.
Ohio's looking good. Now, this source has 11 to 3 in Trump's favor. South Carolina's looking good for Biden. South Carolina looking good for Biden, 53% to 46% over Trump. Go South Carolina. Biden wins Vermont. Biden wins Vermont. So we have that on our map already. Wait, this just in? What we got? What is it? Okay. It's showing South Carolina for Trump. This just in. New evidence is showing South Carolina for Trump. This is going to be like this for a while, folks, as the numbers fluctuate more at the beginning than at the end, we hope. It's too soon to call. It's period. Anywhere you go.
You're looking live at Times
Times Square in New York City, and as America decides, welcome again
Oh,
to our
bless
CBS
you.
News election night headquarters here at the crossroads of the country. I'm Nora O'Donnell, and it's almost 8 o'clock in the east, 5 o'clock in the west, and this is a big hour. The polls are about to be closed in half of the states across America, and that includes two that we are laser focused on this hour, Florida and Pennsylvania. They are part of what we're calling.
All right, Birds is now saying that Trump has already taken South Carolina, so let's go ahead and make that call here. Maybe we can beat the some other news sources with the accuracy of this information. We're calling South Carolina prematurely, because that's what you do in this business for Trump. Here it is.
And we have some projections at this hour. CBS News can characterize that Florida is a toss-up, Pennsylvania also a toss-up at this hour. Let's get to the rest of the states.
Oh, they're calling Oklahoma for Trump.
CBS News.
They're calling Oklahoma for Trump.
Trump has won the state of Oklahoma.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Biden is the winner in the District of Columbia, his home state of Delaware and Massachusetts. CBS News can categorize these races as well. Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, and Tennessee all leaning toward Trump. Maryland, New Jersey, Connecticut, Illinois, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Maine are all leaning toward Biden. Remember, this is a race to 270
Leaning. Let's not mark the leaners. Let's not mark the leaners. All right, they got 20 to 18 on this source. 20 to 18. I guess we could update our numbers here. 20 to 18.
Pennsylvania and Florida, each campaign sees them differently.
Absolutely. The Biden team calls Pennsylvania the cornerstone of their path to 270, one that solidifies their ability to win this contest. They have other ways to do it without Pennsylvania, but believe that is the best shot. Florida, if Biden is able to pull it off, and that is questionable as we see data continuing to come in, would be the capstone, the one that completely makes it impossible for the president to win. So that's why you've seen so much attention by the former vice president focused on Pennsylvania, especially since the weekend.
And as we've seen both of the candidates in Pennsylvania so often, but just a reminder, Pennsylvania is one of those states, including those in the upper Midwest, that said, wait, we're not going to count those absentee ballots until today. And so it could be a state, according to their own Secretary of State, we may not have the full results until later this week.
That's right. So Pennsylvania has the slow counting system for what comes in early, but unlike Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina.
All right, this just in here in our room, we have new numbers coming from this is the Wall Street Journal reporting at the moment 85 to Biden, 55 to Trump. 85 to Biden, 55 to Trump. Do we get confirmation before we change our numbers? Do we run those numbers up the flagpole and see what happens? 85-55, Biden over Trump, according to the Wall Street Journal. I'm going to hold off making those updates to our system here just for a moment.
Over the age 65. Here's what it was in 2016. Donald Trump carried that, as you can see, by 17 points. What is going on in this election with voters over age 65? Trump 52, Biden 47. That is a 17-point margin in 2016.
Yes, you do, creative reuse. Yes, you do.
Among those voters.
There's a call for an elaborate drinking game to be invented to play along with this coverage. I concur, although I probably shouldn't play. It would probably be bad for ratings in the show's quality. Quality control.
A little bit better with Latino voters. The composition of the electorate in this.
Grateful Jordan says, so it's pretty early on. Can you please explain Discord? I do not understand it at all. I would be happy to. It's a completely reasonable request. So all Discord is basically is a communication app for chatting and video conferencing and stuff like that. It's absolutely free, and you can create your own server. So you could create, and all the server is your room, your house on the street that is Discord. So if you come into my server, then there's all these rooms inside my server, and it looks like this. So these on the left are all the rooms in the house that is on our Discord server, and Down here are all the rooms where you can talk to people. So if we click on election hang, there's people signed in here right now, but they don't have their camera on. Now, if I wanted to, I could cut my camera on just like that. And now, hi, hey, people in Discord, and you can talk back and forth, things like that. This is a way that you could be on the show right now, if you'd like. Oh, look, there somebody is.
Florida. Well, a lot is due to Cuban-American voters who are
Here, let
coming
me,
out in support of Trump, as Major just said.
Let me mute YouTube and unmute Discord. How are y'all doing? How you hanging in there? So now, see, both of you have, there you go, there's your mic. Hello there.
Hi. Let's go through the biggies here. Miami-Dade, we've been monitoring Biden sitting again. This is
So where are you watching from?
We're both in San Francisco.
Ah, and when do the polls close there?
Let's go north to Brow. Oh boy, yeah. We're almost all in. That's good for the Democrats. Keep in mind.
So when do the polls close in San Francisco?
I think it's at 8 o'clock, right?
So you still have a few hours. You still have a few hours of voting left.
We do. I just sent out one last reminder, BIS list, huge emails. You still have time, and you can vote the same day in California as registering.
Oh wow!
You can vote. Yes.
In the same place?
You can show up and register and vote in California on the same day.
That's great.
Cool. So, last push. Come on, last push.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I haven't used Discord before. I'm trying to figure this out. I want to switch to my other camera. How do I do this?
Oh, all right. Well, there's a little drop down by the camera
There it is.
that would show you your different options. Hey, Shanks. Hey, Kai. So somebody has the stream on or another source in their room. If they could mute that, the other TV. There you go.
guys see me?
Yes.
This is AKA Danger Kitty.
Yeah, we see you, Danger
I
Kitty.
see Danger Kitty.
All right.
Yeah, I think I've got it all off.
Right on.
Corey, I don't see you. I see Shanks.
Hey.
And Kai.
And we got our
I hoped I'd see you here. Oh man. Yep.
I love it. So what do you so where do y'all think Virginia's going? Where do you think Virginia's going, Kai?
Oh, Virginia's going for Biden.
I just heard. I just saw a report that Virginia went Biden.
Yeah.
We saw the same report that they called for Biden, but they also were showing more votes for Trump. It was weird. We didn't know how to decipher
I mean, it's just about the demographics. There's so much DC spill off in Northern Virginia that shifts it for Biden, and DC is just so completely against Trump that Virginia's done.
I like the sound of that. What's that? What's that, Kai?
Great.
What'd you say?
Yeah, only 18% of Virginia has been counted.
Oh, sorry.
Cautiously
I just-
optimistic
I-
all night.
I just think this is going to be a real freaking cliffhanger. I really do. And because well, I'm just being, I think it's going to go for Biden, but I think it's going to be a lot closer, so it's going to be a cliffhanger. We're seeing, 10 points for Biden, in news reports and stuff like that. I think it's going to be a lot closer, but I think if Biden's going to take it.
I mean,
Well, right, and then you still have the whole poll thing, though.
Well, it's
versus mailing.
It's all a mess. It's all a freaking mess. So the way what I want to try to say to my friends is, we just have to be patient because this could drag out. I mean, we've had so many elections that have not been decided on.
Right.
So we have to be patient and not lose our shit.
Always.
Right, exactly.
Always.
Be patient, not lose our shit.
Really?
Yeah.
We have to try really hard.
All right, I promise.
Positivity. We can do a little positivity. That's okay.
No, I look. I mean, I don't think that. What I don't know. I guess I don't know what could possibly happen, what could go wrong, but I'm just used to disappointment and stuff like that. So I'm just
You can be pessimistically optimistic. I'm cool with that.
It's completely allowed.
Right? Totally. I heard, what'd you say, Kai?
I said you can just say you're cautiously optimistic as well.
Right?
So it is.
I'm actually being pretty positive. So
Good for you. I like it. It's doing a really good job of holding it down over here with the positivity. So.
right? How could you not look at that face? Look at that face.
All right, well,
Very cool.
you guys let me know as soon as you hear anything, and I'll tell the world about it. Thanks for being out there and for helping this this coverage happen.
I mean, I think the big news
Thanks,
so
Nathan.
far is that Florida looks like
Thanks,
it's going
Nathan.
for Trump, which is mean it's going to be a longer night. Like if Florida came heavy Biden early, it would be like
Right.
party time
Right.
from here on out.
Oh, that'd be
But
fun. Yeah, let me know when I can start
Right.
drinking.
Right,
it's
right.
not. It's Florida.
Still real close. Florida's
Florida's not.
0.2.
Let's stay optimistic, darling.
I'm being realistic.
We
report the news.
Yeah, realistic. Yeah, well, realistic is not a bad way to be. But but I guess you run the risk of being completely wrong. And then what was that? I was just being realistic. Realistically wrong.
Oh, they got Georgia tied.
Georgia
really?
tied.
Oh, Georgia.
That's
Yeah, right now.
good. That's good, right?
Yeah.
That's not too many votes in yet, though. It's not too many votes.
it's only like maybe 20-30% votes in. I mean, this is what I'm saying is that it's we just really don't freaking know. We didn't know last election, and I hope for some change, but I'm scared at the same time. So
The 10% still has a 10% chance of winning. It's like 538 put it, and we were like, oh yeah, last time turns out the 30% chance we gave them, they took the 30% chance they got. Got it. So, even if you don't get the
It's a nail biter. It's a nail biter. It's a total nail biter.
It is.
yeah, it's a nail biter, and that's my thing, and that's why I'm gonna disconnect here for a little bit.
Yeah, no, we're
Pop some popcorn.
maintaining our mental. We're gonna maintain our mental wellness. Exactly. We're gonna do some popcorn. Yeah, it's gonna be a long. I mean, even with all the polls, unless it's a landslide, with all the polls closing, then we're still gonna have this whole fight of the mail-in thing and all of that. So
Yeah, and so it could go on for more days. It could go on for more days.
I think we should just all expect that.
I think
Everybody
My friend Corey is in. Corey and I were together, and we marked our whole calendar off for tomorrow as Election Wellness Day.
Yeah.
I took the whole day off.
We literally took the whole week.
Did you?
I'd get Natalie set up on Zoom. Yeah, I'm not doing anything tomorrow. I made sure that we got the day.
Yeah.
Right. That means we can stay up really late and get really drunk together, no matter what.
Yeah, I'm in Boston for a little bit. I'll be off camera for a little bit, but I'm back on in a bit, and I'll be here. I'll check back in.
We're gonna do the same. We got some soup to eat over here,
And more courses. We got like 3 more courses.
Okay, so we should I will see you back here throughout the night. I will.
1, 2, 3, goodbye.
That's exactly the idea.
Bye. Okay, we'll be back. We'll be back. Okay, cool. Bye.
Oh yeah. All right, so there's
To track all your local races on your
a lot of predictions coming in, but we're going to play it conservative here. We want to be the last to know, because the last to know is the one with the right answer. The first to know has no idea whether they know something that's right or not. By the time you're the last to know, they've fixed, some of the loose nuts and bolts on there. We do have a whole community out there reporting in.
States as a record number of people cast ballots during this historic election year. In this 8 p.m. hour, polls closed in 16 more states and the District of Columbia. 172 electoral votes are on the line.
All right.
Voters braved long lines and the cold
They're
today.
closed.
More than
Game
101
on.
million people have already cast ballots during early voting periods across the country. Joe Biden spent the morning in Scranton, Pennsylvania, where he visited his childhood home. He'll watch results come in from Wilmington, Delaware. Meanwhile, the president will spend election
So it
night
seems like
at the
you're.
White House.
I would
Well, the
imagine
latest
you're
one
starting to
is
get
at the
your
board.
brain around how the Discord works. See, the people that are hanging out in the election hang room, you can hang out in any of these rooms, the speakeasy, disco, and just chew the fat, spin a yarn, play some checkers or some chess with each other. Just be together. Be sure to let me know what I need to know to report to the world. I'm your anchor man. You are my script. Looks like we Honey Hive just put this link in. Let's see where this takes us. Some 2020 election coverage from the 538. They're showing 44 to 37 Biden to Trump. And this looks like a good resource for you guys out there looking for some fancy charts and stuff for the show. Like, there we go. All right, Apple News Spotlight is calling several southern. It's just so fascinating. The South. Look at Virginia though, trying to lead the turn. On the turning away. You just hold on, Virginia. I was going to try to, be professional and objective and not let my bias show through on my election coverage because, I don't like that. I don't like objectivity is the as much of the cornerstone of journalism as the Hippocratic Oath is to medicine. And without objectivity and thou should first do no harm, we live in the wrong world. But, at the same time, I'm not a journalist. I'm a folk singer. So there's no way I can hide the heart on my sleeve. I tried once in the past, and it almost killed me.
Oh, check this out. Let's take your mind off it for a second. TK and the Holy Know-Nothings live at the Laurel Thirst. This is their hard times.
Polly always had it coming with those swollen dead moon eyes. I was trying to leave when he pulled me aside and he said he had some woman and he'd sell her on the cheap. Well, I found him by the river with a girl that couldn't speak, and I held him underwater and he shook himself to sleep. Oh, but Polly always had it coming, he just couldn't keep it clean. Oh, hard times again. Oh, hard times again. Hold up in Polly's basement, a couple weeks hung on the line. I was sleeping on the ceiling with a girl that couldn't cry, but she'd fill the room with silence. Well, I sorted out the score. A couple weeks in Polly's basement with a needle on the floor, and I was high till I was lower, on down to the cold cement. When I woke the day it broken, that beating in her chest. Oh, hard times again. Oh, hard times again. I fell down by the river, pale as the dead moonlight. I prayed the Lord would take me in his ever-loving might, or to fill my hands with money so I could buy that final dose. Oh, I hung my head by the river and I prayed my eyes were closed, and I slept until I sobered, and I woke in a pool of sweat. That morning cracked me open, as raw as a baby's breath. Oh, hard times again. Oh, hard times again.
of holy know-nothings. Holy moly. All right, we definitely have some nail biters going down out there. Florida, it seems, it's just neck and neck. Now, I've seen several sources now that are using these numbers, so we've gone ahead and changed our numbers 85 to 55. Biden over Trump, heading in the race to 270 electoral votes. We're slowly coloring. Illinois is now blue. Is that true? Is that true? Let's do this. Bam! Look at that. Blue it is, and all these guys, I can color in some blue here. DC went blue. Goodness, look at all this. Massachusetts, they're calling blue. Connecticut, they're calling blue. All right, I think we're. Oh no, we got some new red ones though. Some new red ones. Looks like West Virginia is going red. Tennessee is now red. Mississippi and Alabama. Arkansas. What state is that? Oh, my ignorance is going to shine tonight. And Oklahoma is now red. So now looking closer at our map here. Yep. So there we are, folks. Welcome to Hippie Fiasco Rides again. 2020 election coverage. We're all in this together. A lot of people, of course, reporting, trying to either calm us down or rile us up, saying in no uncertain terms that there's no telling when we're going to know who our next president is going to be. On the other hand, we could know. Maybe it'll be just decisive. That would be an extraordinary relief. Keep the memes coming. Keep the memes coming. Gold for days. Oh, we could play Connect 4 with red and blue states. That we could figure that out. Maybe two random people could challenge each other, and I could just move. I'm your anchor man. You feed me the script, and I'll report the news. I had never understood why anchormen were considered to be people of such integrity when all they did was read the script that was handed to them. Oh well. We like to romanticize things. All right, Birds is saying this feels eerily similar to 2016. I guess it does. I wasn't really surprised. I won't be surprised again. Whatever happens, I have what I hope will happen, but nothing will shock me anymore. And, anybody that studied human history shouldn't be shocked by anything. I mean, it's all there. Chuck Norris. I wonder who Chuck Norris voted for. Is he still alive? Is Chuck Norris still with us? We have reporters on the scene. We will find out the answer to that question and many more pressing issues here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. 2020 election coverage. He is still with us.
Trivia question. What's his real name?
Oh, trivia question for 2 points. What is Chuck Norris's real name? Chuck Norris's real name. First right answer in the chat gets 2 points. Feel free to Google it if you have to. Oh, they're saying Arkansas is red. I think we already have that one on our map. Carlos Ray Norris. You mean you know stuff every day? Peter Shallot got the right answer.
Of course he did.
How's your hot sauce, buddy? Jeez Louise. He knows stuff even on Tuesday. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, back to the news. This just in. Just kidding. I got nothing. But as you can see, the map is starting to take some kind of shape. Ziggy says Texas is tightening up. Oh, and Peter likes the hot sauce. It is special stuff. It's fun to cook with. I should put some. Did you put in your beans? You have to get another bowl of beans now. That's one of the fun things about Taos Home hot sauce. If you forget to put it on something, you get to have a little more of that something, so you can have it with a little Taos Home on it. It's a loophole. It's a loophole. Maybe you've already had 3 bowls of beans because they're that delicious. But if you forgot to put a little Taos Hum in there, you can go back and get your 4th bowl. Absolutely. If Texas go blue, it's huge. I'll tell you what, Texas is huge no matter which way it goes. I live there. Texas is huge no matter what. But I hear you. That would be big news. And Florida is actually closer than anybody was predicting. They are neck and neck with like 80% reporting. Wait, what? Ganjo's in. Oh, and Ganjo has a nice little emoji here. We put it in Hunter's birthday lamb pot pie. Oh, the Taos Hum. I'm with you. And how was that? Oh my God! Look at how the memes they're sharing on Discord are popping up on the TVs in my news set. What is this meme though? Who is that? All right, Peter says, if Texas goes blue, I'll take a full shot of Taos Hum. Yes, in the Discord. Which one? The chocolate really got me the other night. I didn't taste any chocolate. By the time I blew the fire extinguisher into my mouth, I no longer had any sensation of taste buds left, and never got to the chocolate. I believe there's chocolate in there, but they sure built a flame wall around it, around the chocolate. Raw Green is sitting next to him. He says he'll do a full shot. Come on, if that's reason enough. Out there in Texas, if you haven't voted yet, go out there, vote blue. If you vote blue, Peter Shallot will do an entire shot of Taos Hum hot sauce right here live on the show. Go Texas. Go Texas, go Texas, go Texas. Of Streams, welcome to the show. I'm just going to leave that right there for a second because it's funny. America flips coin. More at 11. All right, let's see. Let's go to some actual election sources here. We are... Biden carries New Jersey as state goes blue again. This just in. Could this be true? This reporting here is saying from Clutch in the Election Links room, Biden carries New Jersey as state goes blue again. New Jersey has now gone Democratic in every presidential election since 1992. A lot of maps have not yet colored that one in. Unless I have no idea where New Hampshire is. I'm pretty sure I do, though. All right, this just in to my right. Is something brewing over there? Yeah, let's go. Let's check out a YouTube link and see what the talking heads are going on about.
Oh, my YouTube isn't wanting to load here. Let me see if I can start that search over. Yeah, YouTube not wanting to load at the moment. Boy, these numbers have 44 to 42 neck and neck. Every source seems to have different numbers. 85-61 now. Apple News is reporting 85-61. We can change those numbers here. Trump moving up to 61 in the race to 270. Oh, yeah. YouTube is not working for me at the moment on this laptop. Everybody in the world is now online as we watch the fate of our nation roll in. Apparently, Taos Home is really good on popcorn, too. What's the flavor they said was good on popcorn? What's it called? The purple? What's it called? Prickly pear. We might just have to try that here in a little bit. Gosh, YouTube's not down all over, is it? I mean, one good news is I haven't heard of any crazy... I was really afraid of what people were going to try to do with the polls. I figured, a few incidents could be argued as intimidation sweeping the nation. I'm just so glad that stuff didn't happen. Just on that front alone, go team. Thank you, America, for not being crazy, completely crazy today. Keeping it together. But yeah, YouTube is not working for me at the moment. I wonder if I don't know what to say about that. You have YouTube? All right. I'll just try a different browser. Are there any good YouTube links that you guys have found? Post them in the election links page on Discord. Or you could probably share them wherever you are, and I would see them in the chat on Discord. All right. Okay, so YouTube did open up over here. Live election coverage. Let's see what we got here.
That where a majority of the voters appear to be on the other side of virus versus the economy.
I've always thought the president should
Oh,
go back
God,
in time,
Kellyanne.
Chuck, and really talk more about all that was
Really?
accomplished. He talks about China and European travel being shut down early and how that saved lives. But, we were in lockdown at the White House for quite a while. He couldn't go.
I think is
There's
really
Florida. Look at
leading
that,
to
neck and
a
neck.
turnout that we may see exceeding turnout among women from even 4 years ago.
All right, Aaron Haynes and Bob Costa, and we will be talking to you all through the night. Thank you. So we are watching many voter groups tonight, demographic groups, and one important one, of course, Latino voters and who they are supporting in these battleground states. Daniel Garza, he's in Miami tonight. He's the president of the Libre Initiative. It's a conservative advocacy group focusing on the U.S. Hispanic community. He previously served on the White House staff of President George W. Bush. And Guy Cecil is a longtime Democratic strategist, the chairman of Priorities USA. It's a political action committee that supports Democratic candidates. Guy Cecil back with us again this hour. Daniel Garza, to you first. We heard a little bit of reporting just moments ago from Robert Costa, from Bob Costa, about how Democrats are saying even though it looks as if President Trump overperforming among Latino, mainly Cuban voters in the Miami area, that there are other parts of the state where the Democrats hope to overcome that. Give us your sense of the breakdown of the Latino vote in Florida and where you see it going.
Well, a big contrary to Mr. Costa, we knew that Latinos were not as excited as their non-Latino counterparts in voting for Biden. Through the Pew Hispanic poll told us that only 54% of Latinos were excited to vote for Biden, as opposed to 72% of non-Latinos. And Miami-Dade County has proven this out. Now, a lot of it has to do, of course, with the grassroots outreach that's been done by the Trump team, the canvassing that was done, and Biden chose to pass on canvassing. The mega events that were being held, Biden chose to have more cautious type of events. So there was more energy that was created within that space in southern Florida that I think may translate over to other Latino communities, like Pennsylvania even, where there's 1 million Latinos. And in cities like Reading and Hazleton and Allentown and Lancaster, I mean, you're talking about 40 to 50%, 70% in Reading, where there's 90,000 population, is Latino. If they're not excited about voting for Trump, that spells bad news. Now, I think it's also important, Judy, to point out—
You mean about Biden? Yes. Yeah.
I'm sorry, yes, that there is a gender gap within the Latino community as well. Since 1972, we know that Latina women have voted in higher rates for the Democrat candidate than Latino men. But if you're getting Latino men excited, I'm talking about the Trump campaign, this could spell bad news for the Biden campaign.
Guy Cecil, weigh in on this. I mean, how—
New links being shared in the Discord here.
We're here to help you make donations secure and go to work faster. To help you unlock
Happy
a community
birthday,
of over
Hunter.
300 million
We
givers
missed your
ready to
birthday,
donate with a few
November
taps,
1st.
so you can get set up quickly and get
What
back to changing the world
what a
for the
year.
better.
Time to have a birthday. It's almost as bad as Dad's Christmas birthday, day after Christmas. 2 days
Thank you,
before.
Shira the Cat. I never thought
this
racism
guy.
and police brutality would be so tolerated. The fact that any of my grandsons could be killed for the color of my skin breaks my heart. It breaks a lot of people's hearts. I don't have an answer for that. I don't have any wise words. It's something that should have left. It never should have.
I like that guy. He's got a new little setup there, huh? No longer in front of his workshop table. He's upping his game. Putting hot sauce on that one. All right, getting way too many windows opened up here. So they're starting to put blue dots on here. I'm not sure what those mean. There's a red dot as well. I guess they're leaning. These are leaners. See what Yahoo's up to here.
Thank God.
Oh, God.
I had a guardian angel.
Halloween.
Her name was Dean, and she also happened to be my mother.
7th term.
My mom found our way to Warm Springs in Georgia. We trekked to the facility over and over, more than 100 miles round trip. My mother took the doctor's advice as gospel. She kept me still when a toddler just wanted to run around, of course. She guided me through exercises I apparently totally hated. And she did it all while checking the mailbox every day for precious letters from my dad from overseas. It is only because of her determination that my first vivid memory by her side in a small store on our way out of Warm Springs for the last time, buying my first real pair of shoes. About 10 years later, American ingenuity had found the vaccine, and American free enterprise was scaling it up. We beat polio here, and we have almost defeated it worldwide. So, my fellow Americans, our country is going to get back on our feet. Our nation has real challenges and real adversaries, but our fellow citizens are not our enemies. There's no challenge that we cannot overcome together. My fellow Kentuckians, you've given me the honor of a lifetime. I'll always be grateful. I will never let you down. May God bless Kentucky and the United States of America.
Yeah, probably shouldn't be platforming that guy. Don't want to help him get ahead in his career. All right, I guess they're wrapping up operations in Ohio. They're clapping. Definitely thank you to all the poll workers out there getting on the front lines to serve the community of our nation and being out there. All reports have been pretty smooth as far as I've heard. You always expect a glitch or two, but for the most part. But much gratitude to all you poll workers out there. I always give a big shout out of thanks to everybody in the room whenever I leave those places, and especially in these times. I've always been grateful to them for what they do, but during a pandemic, it takes on whole new proportions of how they're serving our communities. Let's see what they're saying here. Might not be any sound on this channel. Right there, now they're looking at 51 Biden to 42. The Senate at this hour, 39 blue and 35 red. Oh, it'd be fun to turn it all blue. Then we could really get to work. Brandon Gibbs, welcome to the show. He's going to lose by 5 million and still take the Electoral College. This is looking like last time. The real Silas, good to see you in Discord. Looking good. Looking good. Have you lost some weight? You might need a bowl of these beans. These are the best beans I've ever made. That's the breaking news. The only thing I know for sure at the moment. I'm not sure why that YouTube channel had no sound. We'll keep going. We'll try to find a good YouTube to watch together for a second.
TCS Telemundo and Jose. The Florida story really focuses on the Latino vote and a massive get out the vote and persuasion operation dedicated to South Florida, a place you know well.
I do indeed. Good evening. And it's going to be the story if indeed Donald Trump ends up winning the state of Florida. It could have a lot to do with specifically South Florida and the Latino vote in South Florida, specifically Cuban American voters, Venezuelan American voters, Nicaraguan American voters, and some Colombian American voters that for the last 3 years Donald Trump has been working very consistently, insistently, and also there's been a very strong push for the last months that Democrats are socialist, and that attack went unanswered for a long time. Maybe that will have some impact on how Florida ends up. We'll wait and see.
All right, Jose, my friend, thank you, sir. Much more to come on this election night. We'll be right back.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right.
Hi guys, it's Mark here at Sandy Hook Promise. We know all too well from personal experience that when a killer goes on a mass shooting,
All right, Telegraph has 85-61 Biden. It's interesting seeing the different numbers in different places. Let's see what Sky News is saying.
Polls closing very shortly in 6 states. And there it is. The first polls have closed. Counting is now well underway, and this election in the direction of the United States has already been
seems a little
decided.
old.
In the states of, let me name them for you, Indiana.
Oh, we're showing
Kentucky, South Carolina,
85-72.
Virginia, Vermont, and perhaps most
85-72.
significantly,
Let's change
in
our
Georgia,
numbers
on a
here.
knife edge, according to some opinion polls, and there have been signs of change as well as some concern in the Trump camp about that result.
Long ways to go.
So we can already, I can tell you, make our first projection. Those polls just having closed, but a lot of counting going on before the formal closing of the polls, and that is that the projected winner expectedly in
Well,
Indiana.
Sky News is
Donald
obviously
Trump,
a
7%
little bit
of
behind us
polls formally counted.
time-wise.
Introducing the AirKnit X Boxer Brief. Underwear that's light as air, high stretch, moisture wicking.
Here's NBC. Oh, this is the one that has no sound. Well, let's play something from the art. You want to hear something from my new record? Check out the sound of this stuff. Here's a good song for tonight.
He died at 29 at the end of a bottle. So in so few years he wrote all those songs. Many might say that's not how you ought to live your life, but damn those songs. Watching the fire still burn. When will I ever learn? That don't mean I have to get higher. I don't have to set me on fire. This doesn't have to go down to the wire. It doesn't have to go down. at 33 OD'd in a hotel, that famous hotel where genius would hang. She was always free, now she always will be. Was anyone freer than when she sang? Watching the fire still burn. When will I ever learn? That don't mean I have to get higher. I don't have to set me on fire. This doesn't have to go down to the wire. Doesn't have to go down.
Perspectives by X.
He died at 75, always a fighter, screaming at demons like a back alley cat. He teased the reaper, I dare you to try it. I'll shave with your scythe, wipe my face with your hat. Watching the fire still burn. When will I ever learn? That don't mean I have to get higher. I don't have to set me on fire. This doesn't have to go down to the wire. Doesn't have to go down.
Down to the Wire. That's the title cut off my new record that'll be coming when the pandemic's over. So Chad is in the chat saying he can't get on the YouTube. We got kicked off Facebook earlier. I don't know. Maybe at a certain point I should stop for 10 minutes and do the second half or something. We could have an intermission and I could maybe then be reconnected to Facebook. Zookeeper says he's on YouTube. Pickle's on YouTube. You just go to the Hippie Fiasco Rides Again channel. Look for it there. Or click on the link on my Facebook page. I link directly to the show.
It is too early to call there, too. And for folks wondering, yes, we had early voting either in person or by mail like we've never seen before. 100 million people voted before Election Day. And if you are wondering, yes, we've taken that into account when we give you that expected vote number. It includes the estimated early vote as well as the day of vote. And we're awaiting those 9 o'clock poll closings. Texas and Arizona, big Latino populations, but a different kind than what we've been talking about in Florida. Andrea, hold that thought because we do want to mention, here we go, Texas, too early to call at this hour.
Look at that, Texas.
In Arizona, it is also too early to call, as you might expect.
Michigan, too early to call.
Got some results in from Minnesota. Not many, actually. Too early to call there. Wisconsin, it's going to be a long one. And in New York, Biden will pull that one out and not shock anyone.
Colorado, too early, but Biden has a lead there. Kansas, too early. And Louisiana, too early. Biden, though, with a lead.
All right, and let's look at Nebraska. Too early to call there. We're keeping an eye on that one particular congressional district that can be quite competitive. In New Mexico, it is too early to call. In North Dakota, too early to call, but the president is leading.
Same story in South Dakota. The president leading, too early to call. And Wyoming, it's too early to call. Trump with a lead there.
So let's put up our map of 270 and let's see how it shakes out at 9 o'clock Eastern time, 6 o'clock Pacific. And there you have it. numbers don't quite tell the story. We're going to have to wait for all the votes to be counted. Andrea, we were talking about Texas and Arizona. Now the polls have closed. They'll start counting the votes. The Latino vote, incredibly important there.
Incredibly important. And as Chuck was saying, Miami-Dade, Florida, the Cuban-American community is a unicorn. But it's a very different kind of Latino vote in Arizona and in Texas. In Texas, Latinos going by plus 19 for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. In Arizona, Latinos going plus 30 for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. Obviously, a different composition. Only plus 8 for Joe Biden over Donald Trump in Florida. So that shows you the disparity, where you've got different group of Latino vote in Arizona. Out west, you have more Mexican Americans, more from other parts of South America, less of the, obviously, very few of the Cuban Americans, and you have very different ideology and different voting.
The Latino vote's going to be big in Arizona and Texas, as is the suburban vote. Exactly. But there's obviously big swaths of rural parts of those states that tend to be Trump country.
It is. And Texas is going to be, by the way, we already have a lot of vote in because they do a lot of early voting, but they're going to be in there. But I want to take us to Ohio because Ohio, believe it or not, has been sitting there. Again, we're still waiting for somebody to win a road game, right? We have yet to have a flip. But as you can see, we got 53% of the vote in. Biden's holding about a 266,000 vote advantage here. And just so you show, we still got a ton of vote, right? Nearly 3 million votes are left to count. As you can see here, the breakouts, just so you can see. 1.3 of the early absentee has been counted. Mike DeWine basically said half the vote was early and half the vote was expected today. Governor of Ohio, on Election Day. So, but let me just tell you, one of the other things we have, if he's going to win Ohio, if Joe Biden's going to make a comeback in Ohio, he's going to have to flip a whole bunch of what we call the Obama-Trump counties. All of these counties here right now, and what you see in the red, if they're red, they're still trending Trump, and if they're blue, they're trending Biden. So we can see here, Wood County, a small county here. This is right now. But you can see Trump narrowly carried it, but he carried it by 8 points because ton of third-party vote here. Ton of third-party vote in Ohio did really well. Johnson did much better there. But as you can see, this is a county that Obama carried. Biden hasn't caught his number there, but he's getting close, and he's obviously going to outperform Obama 12. So I'm going to be monitoring all of these Obama Trump counties, particularly in Ohio, because the only path for Biden to somehow pull the Ohio upset is if he's going to take most of these counties that Trump carried and flips most of them, if not all of them, back to blue.
But polls have had the president pretty far ahead in Ohio.
Well, all this year, it's been interesting. He's been ahead, but the margins have been smaller. It's been a little bit of older voters, and there is a bit of Joe Biden. It plays a little bit better in Ohio than maybe any other Democrat that had run for president during this primary.
I want to put up Florida again because we've changed our characterization there, or have we? Okay, Trump now officially leading in Florida. 29 electoral votes are watching there. Chuck.
Okay. I'm going to go to Kristen Welker, who's at Biden headquarters. Hey, Kristen, what's the talk there as Florida starts to slip out of their hands?
Well, they are acknowledging that, Savannah, and I'm told by officials that they're in a wait-and-see mode, but they still feel very confident about their path to 270. And look, we go back to this idea that they fought hard for Florida, but didn't need Florida in order to win. There are a number of other paths, but the question is, what does this potentially mean about Georgia, about North Carolina? I put that question to a campaign official who said not a whole lot. Look, they think that the electorate is unique in Florida for all of the reasons that you've been talking about, particularly in the Miami-Dade area. They think that the president's attacks trying to characterize Joe Biden as socialist stuck. Obviously, that's a characterization that he would reject outright. But one top Democrat telling me they still feel very solid about their chances in Georgia and North Carolina. Now, what if they don't win either state? Well, officials tell me that is okay because Joe Biden still has a path to 270 without winning those two states. He would need to win Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And so that is why you have Joe Biden visiting Pennsylvania 14 times, more than any other battleground state since he won the nomination. That's why he was there again today in Scranton, in Philadelphia, really trying to drive up the vote in Philadelphia, in the suburbs. Of course, that part of the Obama coalition that did not turn out in force in 2016. He needs it if he's going to pull out a victory in the all-important state of Pennsylvania. Savannah and Lester.
All right, let's bring in Hallie Jackson right now at the White House. Hallie?
So we've been talking about Ohio. Chuck just had that up on the big board there. That's a really interesting state because the Trump campaign, folks that I've been talking to throughout the day and into the evening here, had been feeling confident about the way that was going to go. Based on some of the polling that Savannah mentioned, they'd been seeing something similar internally. That was actually one of the battleground states that they felt most confident about, along with Florida. So that is one that we're watching very closely, given what Chuck is referencing and the way that, again, with still very early in the night, still a lot of vote to come in, but with what we're seeing in some parts of Ohio and what we're looking for there. You've also got the state, as Kristen was talking about with the Biden campaign, of Pennsylvania. That is actually the place where President Trump campaigned more than anywhere else. And I can tell you that there are some counties that the Trump team is looking at tonight. So Dauphin County, for example, that's kind of in the central eastern part of the state near Harrisburg. You've got some of those collar counties right around Philadelphia, Bucks County, Chester County, Montgomery County. They're looking at Erie County, for example, in the western part of the state, a more sort of rural area, an area where the president feels confident. He has spent so much time in that state because it is critically important. Another state the president has spent a lot of time in is North Carolina. I was just there yesterday, actually, in Fayetteville, and I can tell you that folks in President Trump's orbit are looking specifically at some of those. If we could go back to that big board, when we do, those counties still in gray, right around Raleigh, Durham, right? Because that is going to be really important. You can see them there, still in white here. Joe Biden needs to do well there. They're wondering what the margins are going to be. A lot of eyes on North Carolina here. And then the other state that I'll mention is Georgia, too. Looking at what the president's performance will be, that is a state that, again, is sort of on the cautiously optimistic to optimistic bubble for Team Trump based on our latest reporting.
All right, Hallie, thank you. And joining us now, NBC News contributor Hugh Hewitt, host of The Hugh Hewitt Show on the Salem Radio Network, a Trump supporter, and Maria Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of Voto Latino, a Biden supporter. Welcome to both of you. Let me talk to you, Maria Teresa, how you feel about what has happened in Florida. We haven't called it, but of course the president is said to be leading, and the results in Miami-Dade disappointing for Joe Biden, in particular among Latino votes.
So, first of all, everybody knew that Florida was going to be the problem child. It's a very close call. As Andrea was mentioning earlier, that the Latino vote is not
Georgia.
But for folks watching really closely, the other states that are up for grabs are Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, and Arizona. 4 of those states, and this is what really differentiates the Latino vote in Florida compared to the other ones, is that all of them had local legislation that had show me your paper anti-immigrant laws. That was a political awakening moment for the Latino community roughly about 6-7 years ago. And you see a whole slate of candidates that have not only run for office, but are quite competitive. You see that in Texas, you see that in North Carolina, you see that in Georgia, and absolutely in Arizona. And you also see an aging in of the Latino population. For example, in Texas, you have 25% of Latino youth unregistered voters are in Texas, and they're outperforming. 33% of the people in the Latino community that sat it out last time, Savannah, are voting again. So you see a huge surge in these populations in these states where there has been a lot of friction and a lot of anti-immigrant policies. Florida is simply, that's not the case. They don't have those really diminishing, difficult pieces of legislation that racially profile the Latino community.
All right, Hugh, let me bring in here. Talk about North Carolina. What do you see there that may worry you or may encourage you?
The good news out of North Carolina is that it's more slowly than I expected it to be.
I want to get to heaven before I die. Everybody's singing. 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to get to heaven before I die. So I'm walking down the road, Lord, I'm feeling high. Looking for the lady, the apple of my eye. I want to get to heaven before I die. I want to hear the angels when they sing. Sitting on clouds, working on those strings. In the world of winter, summer, fall, and spring, I want to hear the angels when they sing. But if you're waiting on the afterlife, you will wait forever. There ain't no good place we can go together, as good as it could ever be. Life here could be better. If you're waiting on the afterlife, you will wait forever. Now here's the heaven before I die. So I'm walking down the road, Lord, I'm feeling high. Looking for the lady, the apple of my eye. I want to get to heaven before I die. I want to walk with the Holy Ghost down the darker alleys, along the brighter roads. From gospel Sunday morning to drunken evening toast, I want to walk with the Holy Ghost. Well, if you're waiting on the afterlife, you will wait forever. There ain't no good place we can go together, as good as it could ever be. Life here could be better. If you're waiting on the afterlife, you will wait forever. I want to get to heaven before I die. So I'm walking down the road, Lord, I'm feeling high. Looking for the lady, the apple of my eye. I want to get to heaven before I die. I want to get to heaven before I die. I want to get to heaven before I die. Yeah, baby.
Got some good news coming in, some good news. Legalized recreational marijuana in New Jersey is on the ballot. It's looking like 67% voted in favor, 32% against. That's a pretty decisive decision there. That's a sign that we are slowly evolving as a species. All right, so what did I miss while I was rocking out to Davis? What did I miss?
good to see all y'all out there. How you hanging in there? So I guess it's 9 o'clock here, so I guess polls still got a while to close on the West Coast. We're 3 hours ahead of you out there. The East Coast should be really sort of sliding in to place here. We let's take a look. Ooh. That's telling me our map is a little behind. Let me look at our map here. I'm just gonna follow suit, change them as they come. Yeah, there's a few more reds on there than last time. Here's our map. Building it as we go. I am going to try to maintain, my objectivity as a journalist, not let my bias will sneak through from time to time, but I don't want it to be uncomfortable for anybody. I want everybody to feel welcome here and to let this be a silly place as well, just to get the actual news. I want to be a legitimate source of comfort and information for anybody that wants to watch. So just keep me in check. Let me know. I promise I won't start drinking. 'Cause then it could get dangerous. Objectivity starts to slip with each class. Like your ability to stay distanced. Boy, went to a couple of very well thought out, put together, socially distanced get-togethers. But I don't know, once the bourbon started kicking in, you had to get me out of there. I was about to hug everybody. Well, our numbers at the moment, we're showing 85 to 72. What are the most consistent numbers you're seeing out there now?
119 to 92.
119? 119 to 92. Let's update our numbers here. And the race to 270 continues. Biden with 119, Trump with 92. You can see the map. If you want bias, talk to Jack Galactic. Bird says something happened in Fairfax, Virginia. Can we get a link to that information? Fairfax, Virginia. What kind of thing happened? This is just coming in. Dogs are going crazy. Trust your dogs. Bad moon rising. Uh-oh. Well, I actually set our dog off with the clarinet there. I sort of forgot about that. And I couldn't remember how to play Georgia on My Mind at the same time. How did that song go? Just had to play it. Welcome to my free association. You're now a member of my free association, to which I have considerable bias. Birds is typing in with some updated information on the breaking story. Maybe some kind of reporting error that's going to be made into a big deal. All right, well, we got
people on that. What happened in Fairfax, Virginia? Any information? Ohio is the most hopeful state so far. So Ohio was red last year. Is that what I'm gathering? It might be the first to flip. On the YouTube, there's a couple of people hanging out on Twitch. Twitch is pretty cool. You might want to check out. The Twitch. Florida, all right, Trump edging ahead in Florida. 93% in, 48% Biden to 51% Trump. Come on, Florida. Oh, wait, that's bias. No, I'm just saying, come on, tell us. That's just impatience. 91%. Biden wins Massachusetts. I recognize that reality exists. Biden wins Maryland. That is also an actual depiction of reality. Biden wins New Jersey. Have I marked all these on our map? That's what I want to know. I have a job to do. I'm just here to do my job. Mark these things on the map. Polls are about to close in Iowa and Nevada. Let's see what they're saying.
Or seen in their local news a visit by these candidates. Several stops made by President. Put this race away. If they can block off the president's path to victory here in Pennsylvania, they believe that they could block off his victory to the White House, the president's victory. But they also have been saying, the Biden campaign has been telling us that they don't need to have Pennsylvania if they can win some of these other states. That's why, because we may not have results here on election night in Pennsylvania, that's why we're looking at states like Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona. Keep an eye on those, and that will tell us kind of where this race is headed.
So, Leslie, we're not sure if the president is going to actually address the American people tonight. What is it you think is factoring into that decision, even though we obviously still don't have anywhere near any final results? Leslie, can you hear me? All right, I think we've lost our audio connection with
I'm glad
Leslie.
It's not just us.
So, Caitlin, very quickly in our final minute
it happens
here.
to everybody.
There are legal challenges that are expected here on both sides, right? Both of these campaigns have been preparing for that.
Absolutely. Both teams have a team of lawyers, and that's not out of the ordinary. But again, if it comes down to a state like where I am.
I don't know. My gut says in that situation, preparation is not always, it's good to be prepared. But on the other hand, sometimes when you prepare, you create the thing you're preparing for in some way. And you don't want to waste all that preparation. You want to use it.
Potentially ruling on it after Election Day. So both campaigns teamed up to fight for every single vote if it comes down to it.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Leslie Sanchez, and Joel Payne, thank you all for joining us tonight. We are going to take a short break, but now is a good time to remind you can stay up to date by downloading our CBS News app.
Maybe we should do that.
CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Should we download their app? Yeah, that's what we need to stay on top of this thing.
All right, well, welcome to 2020 election coverage here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. You'll be the last to know if you're watching this show, and that's the way to go, because then by that point, it's all been vetted, and we're going to know what's going on eventually.
It's trending in Minnesota right now.
This cut goes out to my man, Carson Daly, who taught me everything there is to know about what's trending. Nutella.
So hot right now.
Global warming.
So hot right now.
Sriracha.
So hot right now. So
Ghost in the machine. I'm not sure what happened right there. Let's try that again.
It's trending in Minnesota right now.
This cut goes out to my man, Carson Daly, who taught me everything there is to know about what's trending. Nutella.
So hot right now.
Global warming.
So hot right now.
Sriracha.
So hot right now.
So hot right now.
Like a bowl of Kung Pao. Blue bottle.
So hot right now.
Bluetooth.
So hot right now.
Blue e-cig.
So hot right now. So hot right now. Like a bowl of Kung Pao. Sweat TV, who's my name? The volcano, chili pepper, crock pot, like my man Tarantino. This fire started with a stick and some friction. Harder than Travolta ride after Pulp Fiction. Melted with lust, sludge humanity. The winning arguments for a life of polygamy. East and West is the best in the way I'll let you meet them. See them with a flavor tangled in a crazy threesome. New York and LA like an oven in summertime. Time selling made it back without a stash.
It's the biggest crime.
Cuddles in the tent during the day at a festival. Cup of tea that's piping hot to top it off. When you're through, you want to cool it down. You gotta blow on it, burned if you rush. You know you want it. My name's Chad Galactic, get down with me. But here's another perspective. What you got, vitamin D?
Flow like lava, melt like stone. 3,000 degrees, I burn you to the bone. I'm a pyromaniac and I can't hold back. Turn the building into ash, then collect the cash. I got more fuel than shivering a shell. I walk across hot coals through the gates of hell. Cruising through your neighborhood with a gallon of gas. Pour it on your front porch, then strike a match. Cause I'm a smooth criminal, I like it hot. When I grab the microphone, I'm known to rock the spot. Wee wee, mon cherie, I see you warm and wet. Better tell off, girl, because I ain't done yet. Spit fire like Godzilla, aim straight for the face. Gotta burn the evidence because I leave no trace. Gonna rock you from the inside out like a microwave. Uh-oh, here comes the hook, I gotta blaze.
Dexter.
So hot right now.
The Shook Twins.
So hot right now.
Reggie Watts.
So hot right now.
So hot right now, like a bowl of Kung Pao.
Coconut water.
So hot right now.
Bikram's yoga.
That's really hot right now.
We're trending.
So hot right now. So hot right now, like a bowl of Kung Pao.
You can measure it in Celsius or Fahrenheit. We're never gonna cool down cause we'll be hot for life.
Just like a virus that starts to spread.
We're gonna keep on going until the host is dead.
Don't call a doctor or 911.
Just go with the fever and have some fun. You've got a disease.
50 minutes of fame.
So let the music take over and infect your brain.
Larry David.
So hot right now.
TED Talks.
So hot right now.
Podcasts.
So hot right now.
So hot right now. Like a bowl of Kung Pao.
Chad Galactic.
Vitamin D.
So hot right now.
Food wraps.
So hot right now.
So hot right now. Like a bowl of Kung Pao. Thank you guys so much. We are Chad Galactic and the Superfoods, and I'm coming live from Fernwood in Big Sur, California. Hope you're enjoying your time, and we'll all be back together real soon. I love you guys. Take care.
to election 2020 coverage here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. All kinds of information's coming in now. It's starting to get interesting out there.
What is the outstanding vote that needs to be counted in Durham? I'm trying to. In North Carolina.
All of North Carolina.
In North Carolina
Overall, we're looking at 1.1 million votes.
Yeah, but where do they come from, Anthony?
Well, that's the thing. There are a few places where the counties haven't quite finished. So let me take, for example, a couple of blue counties, right? Raleigh, which is a big one. The outstanding vote there, well, 117,000 ballots. That could accrue to Joe Biden. So that's part of the model when I overlay that. Having said that, though, we look at some of those larger counties that are more Republican, and you're going to see a lot of outstanding vote, 131,000 votes in a place like Union County, and that could accrue to the president. It's one reason why we couldn't call the race right now. Okay. And I think go ahead. Go ahead. No, I think, do you have something more in North Carolina, or should I flip over to Ohio?
No, well, it's just the battle of the big counties. Whereas the story in Florida is the president reaching into the Democratic stronghold in Miami-Dade. It looks like here what's happening in North Carolina is everybody's just maximizing their vote. The president looks like he may be maximizing it a little bit more than Joe Biden's maximizing his vote.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look at Ohio, another important state at this hour. And I understand, look, we just have just over half of the vote in, but according to our exit polls, and help me out here as I pull this up, Joe Biden was actually doing well with some non-college educated white men in the state of Ohio, I believe.
Ohio did go
sorry,
for Trump last election.
But go ahead and Michigan. Sorry, Michigan he's doing. We'll talk about Michigan.
That would be a flip if it happened.
Stay in Ohio. Yeah, sure. Head towards Cincinnati, if you would, because the Biden team is telling me they seem to be performing better in the Cincinnati area and its suburbs than Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago. Is that what you're seeing?
So start in Hamilton, okay, and that's better than Hillary Clinton. Okay, so that's
Change the numbers now. They're saying 122 to 92.
That's a suburb, trends Republican.
Biden over Trump.
There's Biden. There's Hillary Clinton.
So he's doing a little better.
10 points better. So the answer to that, the short answer to that is yes. Is it enough? We'll see. Because the other part of the state that I would point you to is up north around Cleveland. And it's these areas up around Cleveland. I'm going to show you.
I see you, Ben.
Red and blue.
I see you.
That is trending right now. You know, Joe Biden doing okay.
We're not doing the chats on the screen. It was doubling up.
Maybe broaden us back out, John.
Well, the only thing I would say is that in all these counties, in Hamilton, Cuyahoga, there's only 50-some-odd% in, right? And does that take us back to our early vote versus day of vote storyline from the evening?
It does indeed. It does indeed. So like Cuyahoga, for example, 52% in, still over 300,000 votes left to count. And that's really the way you do the math right now. What's remaining?
You probably should have bought a bottle of tequila, Kendi. That's true.
For Trump in Ohio, the narrative seems to be from the data that it's the white, non-college educated men who are
maybe I should
really
start drinking.
Being led by his appeal on the economy.
It's 122 on the Apple News Spotlight and on one other source that Kethra has over there.
Given that many of the trade deals he promised over the past 4 years were only partially delivered on, right? He got the new North American free trade deal, but anything outstanding with China, he hasn't delivered on. But it's the promise, and it's something Joe Biden had hoped to eat away at.
We've got some exit polls coming up from the states of Ohio and Michigan that's going to tell us how many of these voters are breaking. Coming up, we'll update the state of the race. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
And you're watching Hippie Fiasco Rides Again, America Decides. You'll be the last to know if you're watching this show. It's the way to go. You're my reporters. Actually, you're the first to know. I'm the last to know. And then we have the viewers. It's meta. It's weird. The game is when you see a number, drink. Whenever you see a number, that's good rules, Pickle. It's definitely a good place to start. Makes perfect sense to me. How do we turn this into a drinking game? Chad is drinking tequila. That was a quarantine video that so hot right now. Chad Galactic and the Superfoods that I helped him mix and edit here at the Fiasco headquarters. A lot of interesting art's been made during the quarantine and during these times. Tara Lee, am I saying that right, has seen a lot of numbers.
Oh, goodness. Drink. The Real Silas says Colorado to Biden. According to NPR, NPR is saying 131 now for Biden. We have to start updating our numbers. Let's see if Apple News has changed their tune at all. 131, 92. Yep, you got it. Let's do it. We'll go ahead and follow suit there. I love how it just changes automatically. That's sweet. Whenever a state changes color, drink. That's a good one. Yeah, state changing color. That's like a shot. You need some that are, every time you see a number is like a sip of beer. Shank says we have a lot of drinking options available to us, and they're using them all. We should get you guys some fancy avatars for the Discord. This is a fancy occasion. You guys should be dressed up. I'm afraid what will happen if I start drinking. You have a great avatar, Kai. I was talking about the some people don't have one yet at all. You're in charge of the silver lining. Yeah, those clouds are up to you. There's a sweet song somewhere when you're pining, just waiting until you're through. And if you're determined, you can believe. And if you can believe, you'll have faith. And if you have faith, you can love. And if you can love, you'll be safe. You can make everything happen for a reason. There's no tragedy that's not the way to go. That's why there's time, that's why there's seasons. That's just how you roll on down the road. And if you're determined, you can believe. And if you can believe, then you'll have faith. And if you have faith, you can love. And if you can love, you'll be safe. don't be too hard on you. I mean, you're the one's gonna get you out of this. You must be all you need, count on it. Someday you will reminisce. And if you're determined, you can believe. And if you can believe, you'll have faith. And if you have faith, you can love. And if you can love, you'll be safe. Nice request. I think it's really fun how you guys are putting stuff on this TV screen from home with the memes. Let's do that again. That was magic. Coffee brown muddy river, dark gray skies, out from under blanket shiver, off yellow sunrise. What's this new day holding? Hope it's a surprise. Wipe the rest out of my eyes. Old Nissan pickup, covered up in frost. That's my chariot of good luck, to die down the highway tossed. The preacher isn't gambling, the hobo isn't lost. Truth is, boss. I heard it in my head. I had to try it. I hope I hear it again. There's laughter in the back room, guitars falling from tune. I'll buy the next round, full moon. We're taking them old songs and making them new. 'Cause some nights our dreams of light too comes shining through. I know what I'm trying to do there. We'll be right back with more election 2020 coverage here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again.
towels hum. Make it stop. Hot sauce 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 towels hum.
Make it hot.
Hippie fiasco.
Now I got one. Here it is. Here it is. Scott, what did you do last weekend? Well, did you gather enough stories to get you through the week from your weekend vacation to the mountains or the city? Did you party? Did you kick back and drink beer and skeet shoot? Or hit the strip clubs, martinis, lots of cocaine, lots of beat dudes? Did your uncle buy a new quad? Did you ride it through the hills? Did you barbecue and play hold'em with Jim, Marty, Bob, and Phil? Did your sister need a sitter, so you stayed home, made cookies? Did that pretty girl from the coffee shop finally give you nookie? Did you get to that project that you started last winter? Did it end Sunday night with a nice Sunday dinner? Did you go back to do what you do? Will these stories just help you pull on through until your weekends and your real life begins? Well, did you play chess with your granddad? Did he win? Was he tricky? Did you drink too much Jim Beam and wind up with some hickeys? Did you see your favorite band? Did they play your favorite song? Was that monster truck show sweet? Did your cousin tag along? Did you go to Burning Man and eat some acid and run naked? Were you fragile with were you foolish with a fragile heart? Did you bend it? Did you break it? Did you? I had a flashback, man. This place is weird, man. What, did you just smoke a bunch of grass? Yeah, we did that. It's part of the flashback. Well, did you just stay home with the wife and watch some Kuzak movies? Did she finally get horny? Did you finally get some baby? Did you just smoke a bunch of grass and think about the government? Did that neighbor come over and say, "Hey man, have you seen Kenny? He's got the baby stroller, you know, with a fishing pole. The Mexican lady, one-armed barber, they always come by here. I've seen you. You got that hot-ass wife, huh? That's badass. What are you doing playing? What is that, a weird-ass guitar, dude? You mind if I play that shit?" No, go ahead, man. It's a fucking trip, dude. It's like... That's different, man. Oh, shit, man. Me and my Kenny, we went to this fucking fair, dude. Eddie Money was there, dude. We saw him twice before. Sick. So, Debbie, one-armed Barbara, and Kenny, me, we go to the fucking fair. Eddie Money throws his harmonica out to the last fucking song, dude. Kenny jumps, almost catches that motherfucker, man. But the guy next to him was a little taller, and Kenny had a hula popper accident when he ripped his testicle out with his kid, so he got weird jump. That's fucking badass, man. And you mind if I get that half a cigarette you put out there? Maybe right to 7-Eleven, I'm supposed to go gold panning with sure, man. And as you go back to do what you do, these stories just help you pull on through until your weekends and your real life begins.
All right. Welcome to election 2020 coverage here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. My name is Nathan Moore, and I have no idea what's going on. I don't know what any of the numbers mean. All I know is I'm supposed to drink every time I see a number, so getting loose. We were just wondering, the early voting stuff, it seems like that would be tallied already. I don't understand why it wouldn't be. Are these numbers, it's just so hard to know what the numbers represent. We're looking at, according to Time, 131 to 92 here in favor of Biden with what's been reported in so far. We are keeping a close eye on the Discord server where we have people all over the world that are scouring the internet for information to get us as close to the truth as possible as to what's going on in the world at the moment in terms of the U.S. election. We got some new links coming in here. Let's see. U.S. Senate election results. It's looking good. 42 seats to the Dems so far, 38 to the Republicans. Oh, wait. I showed my bias. I should get shocked every time. I should hook up should we hook up a little thing with a switch, and every time I show my bias, you can shock me? 119 to 93, according to NPR. Oh, what's this one? Smart, efficient news worthy of your time, attention, and effort. Live updates. Here we go. Yeah, so as it stands at 9:58 here on the East Coast, Joe Biden with 131 electoral votes to 94 for Donald Trump. Let's get our map synced up with this one. Let's see, what are we missing here? Now I got a couple blues to add. Other than that, it looks like we're pretty much up with the times. Doing a great job, everybody out there. Let's see if we let's see what they're saying on one of these channels. Let's see, what's our poison? CBS? What's the word?
It's worth noting, Elaine, as we talk about Florida, as we talk about the history here, this is definitely a state where leading up to this, you had people who were going to be looking at specific counties, counties like Broward County, that has a history of sometimes elections not going as planned, even as recent as the 2018 midterm election that ended up leading in the Broward County supervisor of election resigning. So we'll keep looking at how things move along here in the state.
All right, thank you all so much. Let's take you now to CBS News Special Report.
And welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in New York. It's coming up at 10 o'clock in the East, 7 in the West. And in a matter of seconds, the polls will close in 4 more states, including Iowa. That is one of our notable 9, the states that could decide this election. Iowa has been reliably Republican. Biden came in 4th there in the primary, but the Biden campaign believes that the state of Iowa is in play. It is still too soon to tell which way the battleground states will break tonight, and control of the United States Senate still up for grabs. An exciting finish for an unprecedented election. More than 101 million Americans having cast their ballots today. So many big issues at stake: the economy and coronavirus. And at this hour, CBS News can report that Iowa
More
joins
polls closed.
a long list of toss-up states. I know. We wish we could tell you more. Utah is likely for President Trump. Montana is leaning toward the president. Nevada is leaning toward Biden. This is a race for 270 electoral votes. Right now, Joe Biden leads President Trump 89 to 72. And we now have a race update at this hour. Look, as the map is starting to get filled in. Right now, CBS News is going to characterize Florida
leaning Trump
as leaning toward President Trump. Anthony Salvanto is going to explain why we're characterizing it that way.
Okay, so the really Florida in some ways starts and ends right now in Miami-Dade. And the issue here is, for Joe Biden, that at 53% in this very large county where Democrats always need to do well, he's winning, but he's not winning by enough. If I compare that to what Hillary Clinton got in 2016, even as she lost the state, she got a lot more votes. So he's underperformed there. But what's really interesting is that it's one of the only counties where he has underperformed tonight. If you go county by county elsewhere and compare, let's say, Broward, right? Clinton 66, Biden 64. Okay, that's pretty comparable. Palm Beach 56, Clinton 56. So you see that pattern. Here at the desk, we look for those patterns, and that Miami-Dade is one outlier. But having said that, there's an awful lot of votes there. And so at this point, I would say Donald Trump certainly has an edge. You see the total vote there, and I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to overlay.
Look how close that is.
That is what could happen
it's
if
freaked
these
me
trend
out for
lines continue,
years now.
And Donald Trump might still hold on. That's a model
50-50
that I'm giving you right now. So all of that points to a pretty good sign for Donald Trump in Florida right now.
All right.
And his panhandle counties are coming in a little stronger. Like Escambia, Anthony, is coming in a little better for Trump than it did last time.
Yeah.
So if Joe Biden is not doing well where his vote needs to come in, Donald Trump is doing a little bit better where his vote needs to come in.
Right. So see there, you get 56. I'll go back to 2016, 58. So that's about tracking right there. But it's also, I've got to add this. You can go apples to apples from county to county in those comparisons, but you also want to look at the total vote, because there's going to be more votes cast in Florida tonight than there were in 2016. And I think a big part of that is going to be the Republican turnout, which has really surged on Election Day. And one of the things we're going back and forth on here is how much of what's outstanding is Election Day and how much of it is early.
That's right. And real quick, just want to show everybody North Carolina right now, because it is razor thin in the Tar Heel state. Oh, look at that.
Yep. Very close. Okay, very, very close. And the other thing I'll do here is I'm going to overlay the
49.7 to
49.1. Take the trend
49.1.
lines, how Joe Biden has done compared to past Democrats, how the president has done compared to himself. I'm going to overlay that, and it just goes
Cory Booker
just
won.
a little bit more towards Joe Biden. So I'm not ready to give him a lead status yet, but it certainly is headed that way, even if by the slimmest of margins.
All right, Anthony Salvanto,
Tom
thank
Cotton
you. Want to bring
won
in Valerie
in
Jarrett and
Arkansas.
Ryan Priebus. They join us now. Jarrett was senior advisor to former President Barack Obama. And Reince Priebus was President Trump's chief of staff. And Valerie, let me start with you. We see Florida now leaning toward Trump. What are you hearing from the Biden campaign?
Well, it's tight, most definitely. But I think their confidence comes from states such as Michigan and Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. North Carolina would be a bonus. And so it's early, but as you said, Florida's pretty tight. And so I think that they're really banking on the states up in the upper north border.
Yeah. Interesting. There are still many more pathways for Biden to win the presidency early yet in the night. And Reince is former chairman of the RNC. I know you have a handle on all the numbers, too. So Trump will need more than Florida, however, to win the presidency. What are you hearing about those other upper Midwest states that the Biden campaign feels confident about?
So if you're curious about what polls just closed, Ziggy, let us know. It's Iowa, Montana, Nevada, Utah, and part of Idaho. The polls just closed.
I think the Trump campaign, the feeling, they're starting to grin just a little bit, not a full on. But, I mean, think about this. We've got Florida in the right direction. The president has Georgia in the right direction. North Carolina's too close to call, but as votes are being counted, North Carolina is moving in the right direction. They started with early vote. In Wisconsin, Trump is ahead. The president's ahead in Michigan. However, you bring up a good point. What ballots are you counting? I've been told that counties in Wisconsin are counting whatever votes they'd like to first. I've also heard that in Milwaukee,
that's the stuff that's so confusing.
They're counting Election Day ballots first and early votes second. So there's some confusion in Wisconsin as far as what's going first and what's going second. In Ohio, the guidance from the state is that they're counting early votes first, which is why you saw Vice President Biden get up ahead of the president, and now slowly but surely that's bleeding back to the president. Look, the polls called President Trump pretty much dead and buried in almost every one of these states. Not all of them, Ohio for sure, but certainly it's moving into a direction that is much more favorable for the president than what was anticipated, and I think that trend is likely to continue. We'll see. There's a couple traps along the way. We'll see how it goes.
Valerie, do you want to add anything to that?
Well, look, I think Reince is right. It is early, and we'll see. And it does matter whether or not you're counting the early vote. But I do think we should pause and say what a tremendous outpouring we had of early vote all around the country in the middle of a COVID-19 where people were worried about putting themselves in harm's way. And so the fact that we do have so many people who showed up to vote, I think speaks volumes about our country and the interest in this election.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, Valerie.
Nora, one of the interesting things here is that what you're also seeing, at least early on here, okay, I understand we've got a big country, got a long way to go, but early on, what you're seeing is that this enormous high voter turnout is not hurting Trump, it's helping President Trump. So far, that's the case. The wisdom used to be that this huge higher voter turnout would help Democrats. So far, that's not the case tonight.
Mm-hmm. I want to just pull back up the board on Wisconsin because I know that you're from Kenosha, Reince, and just show that. And I know you were just there in the state, I believe, last night with the president. These early votes coming in now are the day of votes. Wisconsin is a huge mail-in state, and they are slow to count those there. So that could explain the disparity in that vote. Would you concede that, Reince?
Sure, I would definitely concede that we just don't know in Wisconsin, in Michigan, the order by which these ballots are going to be counted. There was no specific state guidance given in Wisconsin and Michigan as to how the ballots would be counted or which order they would be counted. Some states, it's clear how they're coming in because there's guidance from the state. In those two states, it's just not the case.
All right, Reince Priebus, Valerie Jarrett, thank you for those updates from both sides. We appreciate it.
Nora, I think that Valerie raises a very interesting point about the turnout. I mean, the American people are speaking up, regardless of how you're feeling about either candidate. They're speaking up because you really are looking at a case of two Americas. And I think that's what's troubling or encouraging, depending on where you're coming from. And I think, John, when you think of the two Americans, what are we looking at here?
Well, on some issues, like let's say the most important issue to most people, which is coronavirus, or at least the polls that showed that coming into Election Day, you see people who see it as a public health issue, and then you see others who believe it's a part of personal liberty, that they shouldn't have their personal liberty infringed on by the state, and that as a result of that infringement, the economy is
Let's see if we can find a...
And so it's not just a question of economy versus health. It gets at these very, very, very basic elements
Another
of
feed to
personal
watch
freedom
here.
that President Trump put his finger on.
This is my video.
Let's see what the USA Today coverage is like.
So what that did in the end was disenfranchise about, the estimates could be are upwards of 700,000 voters. We're not entirely sure how they would have voted, if it would have just been one block, if it would have been just swung completely in one direction. But when you have that high number of votes, 700,000 possible votes, with margins traditionally being very close in Florida, obviously that would have played a very big role. We'll know a little bit more once the final tally.
Yeah, this one's just a straight graphic.
President Trump looks like he's doing well. He's building on the lead he had 4 years ago. But again, Maricopa County, and Maricopa really, it's a reflection of America. You have big cities like Phoenix. You have medium-sized cities like Scottsdale, agricultural. You have the universities, the tourist areas. Joe Biden's looking at this number right now, and it's going to make him very happy.
David Muir, what do the exit polls say about Arizona?
A couple of things coming out of Arizona right now that are really interesting. First of all, independents outnumber Democrats and Republicans in that state. So let's go right to that. 52% of independents, according to the exit polls, are going with Joe Biden. And when you go down some of these numbers, the President Trump's job performance, 53% disapprove of his handling of the jobs. President, the opinion of Trump, 54% have an unfavorable view. So underwater, and more so than many of the states we looked at so far. Look at Joe Biden, 50% favorable. And when you start getting into some of these key areas, COVID, Joe Biden has the edge in handling COVID. The economy, though, is Donald Trump's strength, it appears, in Arizona, at least according to the exit polls. Got a 3-point lead there, but still very close. One more key area, George, Hispanic and Latino vote. Joe Biden with 63% of the Latino vote tonight in Arizona.
According to the exit polls. John Carl, we know there are national trends at play here, but Arizona has been a deep red state. Yep. But as what Tip O'Neill used to say, all politics is local as well. John McCain, the late Senator John McCain, a target of Donald Trump for years. Sidney McCain endorsed Joe Biden. Jeff Flake, former senator from Arizona, Republican conservative, endorsed Joe Biden.
They both endorsed Sidney McCain, spoke at the Democratic convention, and those attacks on John McCain were relentless. He resisted taking the flag down to half staff when McCain died. None of that played well in Arizona. But I do want to have a note of caution on Arizona. Arizona is the reverse of what I was saying about Pennsylvania and Michigan. Arizona is where they're counting. They've been counting the early vote for weeks. So as the day-in vote comes in, I expect Arizona to get a lot closer. And I think Governor Christie made an important point here. This is going to be a long night, and we're going to be a long week. It could be a long week. We're going to need patience. I don't see Joe Biden running away with any of those states in the Sun Belt. We'll see what happens in Arizona. But we're going to be waiting on Pennsylvania. We may be waiting on Michigan and Wisconsin.
Nate,
George,
go ahead.
One interesting thing from Michigan Republican leadership that just came in the Senate race. In the vote by mail that's been counted so far, and it's about 25% overall counted, Senator Peters is winning by about 20 points in the vote by mail. But on the election day voting, John James is winning by 22 points. So what they're looking at least in the first 25% of the vote, is that it's going to be a very close Senate race in Michigan. We don't know yet what will happen, but there's not a blowout there, and it's doing exactly what John was talking about in Arizona. It's splitting very heavy Democrat on the vote by mail, but very heavy Republican, 22 points on voting today.
The Arizona, I just got a report from the Biden campaign. The Arizona
vote by mail is outperforming their model by 70,000 votes. They expected 150,000 margin. They got a 220,000 margin.
Okay, let's go to Nate Silver then and take a look at, Nate, let's look at your forecast and show what happens if the state of Arizona, red in 2016, goes to blue in 2020.
And again, we're going to give Trump Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, where he's probably the favorite at this point. But again, if Biden wins Arizona, then he's going to shoot up to, I think, around 70-some% here. It's not as important for him as Pennsylvania. It's not a Midwestern state. Actually, more than that, 75%. But, you know, Trump has to hit, like I said, all his marks, and Arizona is one where he would much prefer to have won.
Okay, Nate Silver, thanks very much. Coming up on 10:15 here in the East, we have to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
All right.
Welcome to Disney Plus.
It's a happening.
Are you ready? Drop in and explore.
Well, keep the info coming. Let me know where to look. Thanks for the election links and the updated information. And we're staying on top of it here at Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. 2020 election coverage. I'm your host, Nathan Moore. Let me know what I can do for you. What can I get you? Election 2020 coverage here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. Apparently, Senate races are tied 41-41. Fountain says, Florida, I'm so disappointed. Has Florida been called? Let's see. Tech support's chiming in with Jimmy Kimmel's Twitter status. This is like being awake during your own surgery. Ouch. Ouch. That's one way of putting it, huh?
Counted because it meant that much to them.
Well, the U.S. Postal Service missed a deadline set by a federal judge earlier today to sweep facilities in 12 postal districts for remaining mail-in ballots. Now, this order came days after a judge mandated the USPS implement extraordinary measures to get those ballots delivered on time. Linda, talk to us about the role mail-in ballots have played in this election, especially for Joe Biden, who appeared to take the lead in early voting.
Well, clearly, mail-in ballots were a critical part of helping folks navigate in this pandemic world that we're living in to make sure that they knew that there was a safe way for them to exercise their right to vote. We also have to take a step back, though, and consider that there are a number of states that have exclusively done mail-in balloting for a very long time. Washington State happens to be one of them. And, of course, we've been doing mail-in ballot voting since the Civil War. And it's a critical way that members of our armed services, the men and women of our armed services, are able to cast their ballots as well. In 2016, we saw 252,000 ballots come in from the military. And so it's obviously a system that we've used to a great extent in the past. And in this cycle, we've seen the numbers drive up dramatically. In the early vote period, we saw that in states that reported the information, Joe Biden had Democrats had somewhat of an advantage. But we always knew that on Election Day, the vast majority of Donald Trump supporters were planning to vote in person. And so what I think we're witnessing right now is a little bit of that red mirage we've been talking about. And it is worth calling out that, while Florida and Texas may be leaning towards Donald Trump, those are must-win states for him, but not must-win states for Joe Biden.
Yeah, I was going to just ask you about that, so I'm glad you addressed that, Linda. You read my mind. All right, well, most polls have closed already, but when we will see a final result is still, of course, very much up in the air. Leslie, what are the states that we should be looking at for possible insight into how this all might play out eventually?
So we still have to wait and see, Elaine, how Florida is going to turn out. I mean, hopefully we'll see that very soon. But that's a very important state, not only for demographic changes, and you're seeing what's happening in areas like Miami-Dade, but also because you see that Biden did have slight improvements, 2 and 3 points on the margins, all the way up along the coast on both sides of the state. Is that going to replicate itself along the blue-collar Rust Belt? That's the question Republicans are asking themselves right now. Looking at Texas, and now we've moved it into the kind of lean Republican, I'd still call it ruby red. For a lot of reasons, that of the 254 counties in Texas, about 230 are solid Republican, and they're very rural. They come in very late traditionally, 2, 3 a.m., that you see those results, and that's what flips it back. But there's no doubt there's a lot of changes there. And we're going to see ultimately there's a win for Republicans in North Carolina. They're going to have the youngest Republican
How do you
member
take
now,
your covfefe?
25 years old, who won his seat in North Carolina. So we're seeing some small victories, but how
Pickle
the
for
map
president.
is going to be moving at those margins is really what we're going to be watching as we move up toward the Rust Belt.
Well, the race in Iowa is a toss-up. Now, President Trump won the state back in 2016, but this year his support among voters with college degrees slipped. So, Caitlin, how did the two candidates' campaigns differ in that state of Iowa?
Iowa.
The president would go to Iowa and campaign almost exclusively on the issue.
Let's try a different one.
customer gets a grasshopper, they know they're getting the best.
Boy, look at
Our
that.
parts are purpose-built from scratch.
I'm gonna just
It's
hang out
not
here and watch
just
this
a part,
lawnmower
this
for a
is a part
second. I
of our
could
mower.
skip the
We
ad,
choose
but look
components
at that
that'll
thing
give
go.
us the life we need and the feel we need, and we don't sacrifice that.
Quality is everybody's job here. And
I don't even have a yard. I want
When a
that.
customer gets this product, they're going to know that it's
Look at that
reliable.
thing.
They're going to know that this company will stand behind it.
Control of the House of Representatives.
All 435 houses,
Hey.
Congress up for grabs on the House side, and so Nancy Pelosi.
House projection 237 seats to the Democrats, 198 to the Republican.
Progressives may make a run at it if it's a narrower margin, but she will retain control. She says she wants to be Speaker again.
All right. Well, we're going to take a break. Much more election coverage ahead. Stay with us. You're watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
Oh, this is the feed live 2020 Election Day Victory and Concession Speeches channel set up by NBC, ready to go. Stand by for live video for 2020 Election Day Victory and Concession Speeches. NBC has already got their channel live for those announcements.
And it's certainly everything kind of in that region. Republicans thought they could, not only because of the growing Hispanic vote, if they could earn 37 to 40% of Hispanic vote.
Oh, they're all so close. It's so insane. How can it be exactly as close as it always is? It just doesn't make any sense. It's always 50-50. It's within thousands of votes. Look at that. Within thousands of votes. It's mind-boggling. And it's been that way for so many years. Even with more people participating than ever, they all filled in, filed in, fled in, 50-50.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready?
You think we're
Drop in and explore.
loading Noah's Ark up here or something?
Let me show you how to create an amazing ad using stock footage. Go to artgrid.io. Look.
Tonight, a historic election night in America. The first polls beginning to close, and voters
Oh, this isn't live.
clues in what could be the most consequential election in.
This is that cool, chill, silent feed.
"2020, America decides." This is your night, and welcome back to CBS News.
This is our
Election
night.
Headquarters in Times Square. We're watching the returns come in from 44 states where the polls have closed across America. Let's take a look at the states we've been calling the notable nine all night that may decide this election.
The notable nine.
Florida is the only of those notable nine that we have leaning toward President Trump. All the others, North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa, those are all toss-ups. All right, let's check on the race to 270 electoral votes. And in that, Joe Biden leads 89 to 72. You might feel like it's late at home, 10:30 p.m. on the East Coast, but it is early on election night. Lots more votes to be counted because there is such an
You might have to pop up
unprecedented
some
vote out
popcorn.
there. So the count just coming in.
And you know it's early because of those notable nine, only Florida is the one that has any tinge of color to it. In all those states the president's defending, they're all toss-ups still, even though a lot of votes have come in.
Right.
And you guys know part of the fun of election night is watching the states tick off so you can watch the red turn to blue or blue turn to red, and you're pulling for your candidate. And to hear it still early as we sit here at 10:30. When does it become late, Nora? Midnight, 1 a.m.?
I'm no longer on the morning schedule.
Yes, I know. I know. So
But you're usually asleep by now.
In 2016, it was what, 2:45
Yes,
in
we
the
were
morning?
here till 2:30.
That's
I remember
right.
that. I remember that
do
well.
remember there were some hamburgers involved late in the middle of the night, but let me, as we were all together then. John, let's talk about Arizona, because that's a state where some of the vote is coming in, and I know you did that piece for 60 Minutes because it is unique in so many ways.
Well, it is, and it's changing, and that's what makes Arizona interesting. It's one of these states where Democrats hope, it's at the edge of their hopes. Of course, Georgia and North Carolina are too, but 300 new people a day move into Maricopa County. It's the #1 county
Arizona,
in the country when Donald,
53-45.
When Donald Trump won it, it was the biggest county he won in 2016. So that's why Jamie was focusing on Maricopa County. But the important thing to remember about Arizona is while it looks like Joe Biden's got a lead, they count a lot of votes early. There are votes on Election Day, and as we've seen on the East Coast, the president's doing better on Election Day than in the mail-in vote. So if anybody wants to get their hopes up about Arizona moving into, from being a red Republican state to blue, you've got a lot of waiting to do.
Hey, John, how about that endorsement from Cindy Biden?
We need a Cathara cam over here so you can see her just being like.
Yes, it's still Dr. Joe Biden. See, it is late. Yeah. I've been up since 3:24.
In a little circle in the corner, you could be my interpreter.
Let's rewind. Let's go back to Cindy McCain's endorsement of Joe Biden. Longtime family friend,
right?
But certainly on the other side of the aisle. Do you think that made a difference? She said, I hope that women will take a look and step over the line as I did.
We'll see. I mean, there are two parts of the Cindy McCain endorsement that are interesting. One is she said suburban women look at Donald Trump and they don't feel secure. Remember, the president was saying, I'll keep you safe.
Yes.
Don't worry about my personality. She said it's his personality that makes people feel unsafe.
Yes.
That's one of the conversations going on tonight as we talk about white college-educated women and them turning to Joe Biden and away from President Trump. The second thing is there's a change in the Republican Party in Arizona. They see their future with Donald Trump. Jeff Flake was bounced out of the party essentially.
And endorsed Biden.
And Cindy McCain said, I didn't leave the Republican Party, it left me. Of course, the Republican Party says, well, which of our policies do you disagree with? If you just disagree with Donald Trump, well, that's a personality thing, but we still promote the same things. That's the debate going on inside Arizona.
Nora, well, you stand by. Yes, we have. Thank you, Margaret. Yes, CBS News has a projection at this hour, and that Joe Biden is the winner in the state of Donald Trump had made a couple visits to try and win over voters there, but this is a state that is going to be in Joe Biden's column tonight, and those 4 electoral votes.
All right,
let's the national
let's
map
mark it
at
off
this
here.
hour. It is early yet, and not a lot of those electoral votes on the board just yet because of those notable 9 that we talked about, those states that are in white, outlined in black. Those will decide this election tonight. Florida, we have now leaning Trump.
There you go.
It could still flip back, but at this point we have
Let's
it
see what
leaning
the numbers
Trump.
are saying
Wanna bring
now.
in
Still 131, but now
Nancy
Trump up
Cordes,
to
because the other
108.
big story, battle for control of the United States Senate.
Yes, Nora, and we do have some news to report. The first and probably the only Republican pickup in the Senate for the night. CBS News is now projecting that Doug Jones will lose his Senate seat in the very red state of Alabama. He's going to be losing to Tommy Tuberville, who's a former Auburn football coach endorsed by the president, who campaigned for him. But Jones could get a consolation prize if Vice President Biden wins the presidency, because he's been discussed as a possible cabinet pick. Another big piece of news to report in the Lone Star State, Democratic hopes dashed there as well, because John Cornyn, we can project, will be the winner, and he will pick up a 4th term. Democrats had high hopes for the former military helicopter pilot MJ Hagar, but we're now projecting that John Cornyn is going to keep his seat. You'll recall that he sensed that he might need to create a little distance between himself and the president. He saw the president's poor poll numbers, and so he did an interview a couple of weeks ago where he said that his relationship with Mr. Trump was kind of like when you get married and you think you're going to be able to change your husband, but after 4 years or so, you realize you're not going to.
Yes, I know that. I know that tune. But do you think that President Trump will remember this?
I'm sure he seems to always remember when a member of Congress says something negative about him. But in this case, clearly John Cornyn was looking at the polls. They were neck and neck for Joe Biden and Donald Trump in Texas. And he thought, I need to show I am not in lockstep with Donald Trump, even though he has, for the most part, been over the past 4 years.
Stand by. We have an important race update right now. CBS News is now characterizing Arizona as leaning toward Biden. Now,
Arizona leaning towards Biden.
But we want to check in with Anthony Salvanto because this is a state that Donald Trump won in 2016.
Apparently Montana is now red.
It is something that Joe Biden had wanted to add to the Democratic
true?
column as a safety against some of the other states. Explain what we're seeing, Anthony.
Part of a larger story across the Sun Belt where a lot of these states that the president won pretty comfortably in 2016 are now in play. Okay, so Arizona at the moment in our models, this is why it's a lean, not a projection, in our models has Biden up. And a lot of that comes from, John, as you well know, Maricopa County. Now, this is where a majority of the votes are going to be
AP
cast
is not
in
called
the
New
state.
Hampshire
And
yet.
at
We
the
might be
moment,
jumping the
you see
gun.
Joe Biden with a lead. Well, if you get a lead in a place where the majority of the votes are going to be cast, that helps out. And then the other thing I'll show you is we're always watching tonight is what's been counted and what's outstanding. Yes, still 400,000 votes to go, but what we want to see here is can Donald Trump make up the margin? At this point on the trend lines, it could be
Hopefully we can
difficult
change
for him.
that.
So
Well, I mean,
that's why I want to
I will
just
change
lean it-
that.
Lean it for the moment, but that's where we are in Arizona, all about Maricopa County. We'll watch it going forward.
And why we are characterizing this state as lean Biden also has to do with what we're hearing from the exit polls and some of those voters. So I want to check in with Major Garrett about why people voted the way they did.
Exactly, Nora. There are two pieces of demographic data from Arizona that I think reveal why Anthony just moved this to a lean Biden. And again, this is exit poll data collected not just day of, but for those who voted early in person and who voted by mail and were then called by the exit poll surveyors. So let's go first to 65 and older in Arizona. Joe Biden leading President Trump 52
Exit
to
polls.
47.
I
Donald
don't
Trump won this
know.
demographic
I
group
don't
in
know
Arizona
about
by
those
13 points
exit
in 2016.
polls.
So that is an 18-point swing in favor of the former vice president. Let's look at women in Arizona. Our second
Dark
board.
Czar says, I'm
Joe
not
Biden,
worried.
53 to 44 over President Trump. Hillary Clinton won
That's
women
the
in Arizona
spirit.
by 4 percentage points in the exit polls of 2016. So for women, he's doing better. That is to say the former vice president. And among seniors, he's doing better. But I want to tell the table this, and I don't know if you're picking this up from your Democratic sources. I would describe this as a rare glimmer of good news. I'm hearing from more and more Democrats they are feeling concerned about the way this map is moving and that the president's assurance that his voters would show up on Election Day is proving true, not just in Florida, but other places. And they are increasingly concerned about the trend lines they're seeing in day of turnout.
And there are still Republican voters in line in Maricopa County, according to some of our producers out there. But one other good glimmer of hope for Biden in Arizona overall, he's leading among independents, 52 to 39%, another example of him potentially drawing them over. But you're right, at this point, Biden campaign much more looking at that blue wall as they try to restore it, believing that their fortunes may rest up.
The early idea that Florida, Georgia, North Carolina would fall early is becoming less and less something that the Biden campaign is not only banking on, but even some sort of squinting look at the data and saying, well, it's maybe still possible. They are beginning to rule that out more and more as I hear from people and having to shift their focus entirely to Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
But you remember, Major, one of the most moving stories during the convention was a young woman from Arizona who talked about her father, who died of COVID, who I think she said
he was a Trump supporter.
He was a big Trump supporter and said his only problem, his only pre-existing condition was trusting Donald Trump, and she says, turned her pain into purpose.
And one other thing I've picked up in the last half hour, even though trending in Arizona toward Biden, there is some concern in Biden world about Nevada. And that was one thing the Trump campaign said would offset Arizona if they got wobbly there. So I just want to put that on the table.
And there has been concern about Nevada among Democrats for quite some time. That's a very difficult state given the economic condition of it. It relies on tourism. It's been struggling. And
Well, I'm sorry about that. We do have some new news here in my election links on the Discord, where all of you guys are reporting in news as it breaks. After a glitch, 2 Texas counties kept the polls open a little longer. So, it's a New York Times article, so I won't be able to learn more about it. But after a glitch, 2 Texas counties kept the polls open a little longer. Or at least they responded, and sounds like they did what they thought was right and kept the polls open longer so everybody get a chance to vote. Good job. Thank you, poll workers.
The biggest names in politics.
Let's see here. Some crowds gathering on the plaza in D.C. Let's see what Yahoo's saying these
These
days.
declassified documents reveal the extent to which the FBI abused the FISA spy warrant system. I don't know if you remember, but back in the spring of 2016,
Is this actual footage of them counting the ballots? Election workers count ballots in Pennsylvania.
Something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
It's not just left and right.
All right, well, we'll be right back. I'll scour the media. Let me know what you're finding out out there.
It's not just wrong and right.
It's starting to get interesting.
Is going to be the economy. Our politics don't have
tune the devil's heart. It was the last thing that I heard before I walked the stretch of road between Mongolia and Absurd. Meant to find my mother there, but I found a little bird. She sang me how the world was made, and I hung on every word. She told me why the rabbit cries and why some stars were red. She told me where the doe cow goes to lay his weary head, and that the world was incomplete, and that king would soon be dead. She offered me her wing that night, but I took the road instead. Maybe I'm made. We are all compelled to look for the wind inside a jar. Maybe I'm there. Maybe I'm falling from the poplar tree. Carry me there.
Bar Brothers, Devil's Harp. What's going on out there, America? Nathan Moore reporting for duty. I work for you. What's the news?
For that message for Republicans, Cubans, Nicaraguans who fled communism to come to this country, that the Trump campaign feels like that might have run up the numbers with the Latino vote. If those numbers hold, the president will be able to say that he was able to do better among Latinos than other Republicans. But of course, Democrats continue to say that the president's rhetoric, as well as his actual actions on immigration, separating family, as well as stifling legal immigration, as well as illegal immigration, that might hurt him. But we'll have to watch this space closely, because that could really be a big topic as we look at these election results.
Not to mention the fact that Joe Biden is not advocating a socialism or communism.
For sure.
Small point.
We should say that, right?
Small point.
He is a capitalist, for sure.
All right, Yamisha, now let's go to John Yang with the Biden campaign in Delaware. John, we're asking each one of you, what are you hearing while we wait for results to come in?
Patience is what they are urging. The Biden officials, that's been their message all along, that this is going to take some time, and they're urging patience. But it's also some of them, when you get down to asking them about individual states and also Democrats in individual states, it's the flip side of what Yamisha's saying. There is optimism about Ohio, about the numbers they're seeing coming back from there, and particularly the numbers as opposed to where the votes are outstanding. They feel that they have a shot. They aren't willing to say that it's a state they're definitely going to win, but they feel good about it. North Carolina, Arizona, they're also looking at those states. Wisconsin, where the Milwaukee says they will not be able to report full numbers until much later tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning, but they're still hopeful there.
All right, John Yang in Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you, Mish, and we're going to continue to touch base with those public media reporters around the country. Amna has that. Amna.
Thanks, Judy. It is the state that kicked off this election season. We turn now to Andrew Bott of Iowa Public Television. Andrew, good to see you. Let's talk about turnout and what we're seeing so far in the state of Iowa. There was a new rule passed that allows officials to process the early ballots sooner than they did in the past. What does that mean for the ballots that were cast, for the turnout you saw today, and what it could mean for which way Iowa goes?
It means a few things. Iowa Secretary of State reported out that almost 1 million early votes and absentee votes were recorded. And these absentee ballots, the small counties, the big counties were able to start that process of opening up those envelopes here in the past 24 to 48 hours. What it means is this first early wave of data that's coming in will be a lot of that early vote, especially in these Democratic, more urban, suburban districts. So it can give you a little bit of a sense that where Iowa's headed, if Democrats don't have a big advantage here in the beginning, as you've seen in a lot of these states, Iowa's a state where they're not coming out with a big advantage.
Well, I see requests are still rolling in, so that's good news. Yeah, it's tuning up. We still care. Pioneer snail blazing a trail, blazing a trail, blazing a trail. Lord knows it's hard to fail, and you're just along for the ride. I've been building a hobo's home, and a hobo's home. It's going wherever you want to go, and never ever having to hide. An old soldier, old holy old summer night. Someday everybody's gonna know my name, gonna know my name, gonna know my name. After that, things won't be the same. We better enjoy this while we can. I've been working on a hero's cave, a hero's cave, a hero's cave. When the tide on's gonna be too late, I'll be flying around Neverland. Oh, soldier, oh, holy, oh, summer night. Oh, baby, oh, hold me, I've been feeling alright. Made my living in a minor key, in a minor key, in a minor key. Turns out a lot of folks are a lot like me, and we all spent a long time falling. Well, I'm heading back to baby steps, back to baby steps, back to baby steps. Almost forgotten how good and big they can get when you spend a long time crawling. Oh, soldier, oh, holy, oh, summer night. Oh, baby, oh, hold me, I've been feeling alright. Yeah, I've been feeling alright. Nice request. What else is in there? I know we haven't been cleaning them out as we go. Ooh, that's a long list. Goodness gracious. Goodbye, America. Oh, man. That's a sing-along. I need all your help for that. Goodbye, America. Auf Wiedersehen, I do. Someday I'll come crawling back to you, and then we'll go out dancing, and we'll have a party. Oh, I can't remember the order. Shoot the moon with a rubber band, and we'll go. Oh, good one. Good one. Maybe stump me. If I think about it, I could piece it together. I'm pretty sure. Fat King of Gods, huh? Does it go out dancing? Goodbye, America, Auf Wiedersehen, I do. Someday I'll come crawling home to you, and we'll go out dancing, and we'll have a party, and we'll shoot the moon with our rubber band. Oh, goodbye, America, Auf Wiedersehen, I do. Someday I'll come crawling back to you, and then we'll go out dancing, and wait. And we'll go out drinking, and we'll have a ball. I'm sure by then I'll be missing y'all. That's it. Goodbye, America, Auf Wiedersehen, I do. Someday I'll come crawling back to you, and then we'll find somebody that can play guitar. We'll throw him in the air and make him a star, and we'll go out dancing, and we'll have a party, and we'll shoot the moon with our rubber band, and we'll go out drinking, and we'll have a ball. I'm sure by then I'll be missing y'all. Goodbye, America, Auf Wiedersehen, I do. Someday I'll come crawling back to you, and then we'll find a drummer, and we'll give him trash cans, and we'll feed him drumsticks from our pots and pans, and we'll find somebody that can play guitar, and we'll throw him in the air and make him a star, and we'll go out dancing, and we'll have a party, and we'll shoot the moon with our rubber band, and we'll go out drinking, and we'll have a ball. I'm sure by then I'll be missing y'all. Goodbye, America, Auf Wiedersehen, I do. Someday I'll come crawling back to you, and then we'll find a banjo while we're dumpster diving. It'll be right on top of the accordion, and we'll find a drummer, and we'll give him trash cans, and we'll feed him drumsticks from our pots and pans, and we'll find somebody that can play guitar, and we'll throw him in the air and make him a star, and we'll go out dancing, and we'll have a party, and we'll shoot the moon with our rubber band, and we'll go out drinking, and we'll have a ball. I'm sure by then I'll be missing y'all. Everybody, goodbye, America, Auf Wiedersehen, I do. Someday I'll come crawling back to you. Hey, I remembered most of it. It's pretty good. He's like, who you talking to? Well, the fat king of gods, the breaker of bones, owns everything you see for endless miles. And the talk of revolution vanished under a stone. The mystic sees trembling and smiles. Liberty's children build prison on prison and try to rid us of violence with bombs. But anyone who goes where the wild wind blows knows where we'd be without our loving moms. I know that might sound too dainty, still I'd repeat it, for even the slightest truth can never be defeated. It's a far cry at least from the daily deceit that we play, and we play like it's stuck on repeat. Oh, peace has no leaders to play its cards, and peace must pay its own leader's price. But its tomb will be empty as it flows from the bars, ringing true like some good advice. Slowly but surely the world revolves. I think Grace just might be her own resolve, and she will dance at every chance aloft till all of the world's problems are solved, as the capitalist masturbates, dreaming of Rand, and the philosopher wonders what she won't be when she's dead, and the artist asks God to flow from his hand, and the pacifist asks Hitler, but what if I said? And the journalist keeps her day job, waving like the sea, like a parade of princesses down the middle of Maine. And the one they locked up for feeling too free, I hope he never stops laughing at those ridiculous chains. 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 Change. 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 From the war on this to the war on that, we've spun the frayed fabric of our modern day blues. We're born in a rental, then pride from our neighbor, our fears and our fights, the label with hues. But what for the child with the dream that comes, that always comes to the innocent heart The one that says, don't worry, we've always done that which you are about to start. But then I guess destiny's too tedious for tongues wild as these, and freedom's too mysterious when you're down on your knees. But what's been the downfall of all proud societies? Who knows the words? Let's sing it drunkenly, please. Let's sing it drunkenly, please. Drunkenly, drunkenly, please. Fun requests. You guys still got it. You still got it. Here's hoping they can reach us, you know, life's finest teachers, the ones to show us how to do what must be done. And I don't mean abstractly, I mean matter of factly. The nuts and bolts of flying to the sun. But who can show us where to look, and will we know what must be done? I know it's written in a million books, but we can't read every one. Some say God has a plan for every woman, child, and man. Of all the things to think that might be true. And I don't mean abstractly, I mean matter of factly. I can't play piano, can you? But who can show us what it meant when first a string tied to a bow? How do we find our instrument? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? It's a sort of prayer to get up and go out there, to know your feet can find a sacred path. And I don't mean abstractly, I mean matter of factly. Once you're on it, you ain't ever looking back. I have no idea how it works from where we get our gifts, but each of us, I am sure, something nobody else is. You got this, 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 you got this. Sorry about that. That video seemed to be skipping a little bit. I got a lot of things going on here at the moment, as you can see. The numbers have changed. 209, 118 on the race to 270. I mean, I'm getting a lot of mixed signals coming from all around. Welcome to Hippie Fiasco Rides Again, Mixed Signals. Ethan, if you're out there still, sorry your video is skipping there. I just serendipitously had that handy right when I saw your name in there and just let it fly right away. But I do have a lot of pots on the stove here. People are reporting in. This is where I just saw that number, 207 to 119. We've changed it. I went and looked, and sure enough, it had changed. And we got 209 to 118 at the moment on the path to 270. Ziggy says Representative Doug Collins of Georgia has conceded in the special U.S. Senate race, saying he contacted Senator Kelly Loeffler to offer his support for her in a likely January runoff. That's in Georgia. We do have a special election links page here on our Discord server. There's a link in the description of the show wherever you're watching from. Join us in Discord and let us know what's going on in your neck of the woods. Big Dirty Farms here. Welcome to the show. Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Biden was polling well in all those, and no reason to think he won't do well yet. If Arizona winds up blue, Biden can even lose one of the three above. So, yeah, there's still a lot going on in this race. Do not concede yet, Andrew. And those are some nice requests that loosened me up singing those songs for you. Thanks for those. I'm going to try to clear out some of the requests here a little bit because we've done quite a few of those. Let's see what CBSN is saying.
Trump, this is his raw vote count, 53-45. If I model it, which is to say I overlay which way the trends are going, that lead holds up, 52.8 over Joe Biden. This, of course, was on the wish list for the Biden campaign. It always was, at best, maybe a tie. So there, it looks like Joe Biden has fallen short in a lot of the counties in and around Cleveland, short of what his margins would have needed to be. Let me also take you then to Wisconsin. Now, we're very, very early in the vote count here. Just to make that point, this is the expected vote at 3.6 million. 43% of it has been counted so far. So we have a really long way to go. In fact, if I just tap on Milwaukee here, okay, this is a place Democrats need to do very well. I'm going to light up how many have been counted. You still see hundreds of thousands of outstanding votes. So to your point about maybe this taking a really long time, we can model this. We can say, okay, these are Democratic areas that haven't yet reported, and therefore, based on the exit polls, this is a tight race, but we're still waiting to see vote count from a lot of counties like that, Nora.
Really, really interesting. So this is John is calling this the chapter 2 of the night, which is the Arizona and upper Midwest. Sorry if I'm not mischaracterizing. Can we go back to chapter 1?
Yeah.
Chapter 1 is North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Let's just find out what's happening right now in Georgia.
Okay.
We'll go back to.
So Georgia, the story is, we started out the night talking about Atlanta Metro, and we told that story not just because it's important to Georgia, but because it was telling the larger story of changing metropolitan areas in the South. Phoenix is another one. Well, when we look at DeKalb, okay, very little of that vote is actually in, only 24%. So the vote models right now are incorporating that as possibly a Democratic county, but we don't see the votes there yet. Might be a while. Let's look at another one. I'm going to take you in here, and we'll go to Fulton County. Okay, this is starting to come in a little bit, but only about half. 282,000 ballots still outstanding, so we've got a long way to go maybe in Georgia, too.
Okay, we're going to continue to look into what's happening in those states. More information straight ahead as the votes are counted. We'll check back in with our correspondents live all across America. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
Yes, we are. And you're watching me watching CBS in 2020 election coverage here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. I mean, how meta is that? Welcome to 2020 coverage here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. You know, it's weird. I look at it like I don't really know. There's a lot of things I don't understand about the entire process. So I look at that and I'm like, all right, well, Biden's kicking some butt. It's 209 to 118. But then I can tell by the way people are acting that that's not how any of this works. So I'm just trying to, understand it. I don't feel like I'm getting any closer to that. So I'm just going to be a workhorse here and fill in this map as you tell me to do it. You're watching the show. You can lie to me if you want. And I'm a pretty gullible guy. So, but you're going to have to collude, because if y'all all say different things, well, then I'll just keep going back and forth. How is our map lining up now to say this map? Oh, look at that. They've already colored the whole left coast blue here on the Apple News Spotlight. California, Oregon, and Washington are blue on this map. All right, they went ahead and gave Utah to red. What else am I missing here? All right, looks like we're pretty much caught up. Here's our fiasco map. Check in with our roving reporters out here that are watching at home. I guess you're not roving, but because of you, our show roves. Looks like a new post in the election links category. So right now it's looking like, 209 to 118. That's what we're looking at, 209 to 118. Biden just running away with it. My interpreter says, Idaho red. Is that your call, Swaber? Or should we? I trust you. Plus, I wouldn't mind getting the satisfaction of changing one of these at some point, so I'll just go with you on that. Yeah, unfortunately, the green screen over there with the puppets didn't. I was expecting Wilbur and Baba to help us here tonight, and I miss them. But there was such a latency going on. The whole world's online at the moment, watching the fate of America unfold before our very eyes. Or at least the immediate fate. Immediate fate. It's not a bad phrase. You're going to be all right, Ben. Kendi says Montana isn't in yet, is it? I'm not sure how many of these are really in. It's just like heavy leans. This is a leaning map at the moment. Leaning map. It's a work in progress. I played some good shows in Idaho back in the day. There was one festival in Idaho that really fell in love with amusement. And we kept getting asked back, and they always it was like a little oasis. We just had a magic set one year at this random festival, and just the right people saw it and just fell in love with us. And that was a stop along the way for the rest of our days. Just like that. I'm watching you guys reporting in here on the Discord. Montana is not called. Okay. Well, maybe I'll make it purple. That's what we'll do. There we go. I wouldn't mind just making the whole map purple. Could I do that? Would that work? Just make a purple map. Maybe someday we'll let computers pick our presidents based on competence. That could be that would probably have just as scary an outcome as all other possibilities. There's no safe play. Just struggle and strife. Victories time to time, baby steps in the right direction. Painful, suicidal stroll. Slowly walking away from the tsunami. That's all right, pace yourself. It's a marathon, not a sprint. We are souls, more so than flesh. There's more afoot than meets the eye.
Processing those ballots will take time. They were arriving early, they were arriving in large numbers, and then the processing only began today. So it's a rapid count, as rapid as humanly possible, but it's still going to take a while. And there's nothing strange or unusual about that. This is what is required under the law, and everyone's following the rules, even though it's taking a while.
Yep, and I will illustrate your point here, if you'll allow me. 33% of the expected vote. This is Philadelphia. They're headed towards 820, we think. Great deal to go.
Tell me about Bucks County.
Okay, let's go to Bucks County. Let me back up here. Zoom in. Now, at the moment, the model estimate would lean Bucks County toward Joe Biden. But look at that. That is a paltry number of votes compared to what we would expect out of Bucks County. Almost 400,000, to your point.
Exactly, and I talked to the head of the election administration in Bucks County. He waited an hour
Oh,
and a half
Bucks
in line
County.
today to cast his ballot.
They still got that little general store down there off Ivy.
Just to process all the absentee ballots for that one county in Pennsylvania.
And, again, to return to the big theme of the night here, Major, it has been Joe Biden with a clear and established pre-election lead for all those mail ballots, but then we talked about the possibility of a Trump voter surge on Election Day, certainly seeing it. The question is, will it be enough to carry the day through in Pennsylvania? But if I show everybody here what I'm turning on, this is the reported count right now, but if we fill in the gaps where Democratic areas haven't yet counted these votes, then Joe Biden goes up by about what at least the pre-election polls suggested that he might. We'll see.
Right, and pre-election polls did indicate some leads in certain areas, and as I experienced in 2016, part of the Trump phenomenon is more people show up than the pollsters find. There is what they call a secret or shy Trump vote that is worth a percentage or two, and in some indications here in Pennsylvania and elsewhere, that's also happening a little bit tonight.
Well, one person's shy voter is another person's turnout estimate. And if voters turn out and the Trump voters are enthusiastic and they end up showing up, that's what actually drives things. And I'm seeing a lot of that here. Let's go to Wisconsin. Sort of same effect.
Got about a little bit less than a minute.
Okay, in Wisconsin, 50% counted. Hardly a long way to go, heading for 3.6 million.
And again, Wisconsin, like Pennsylvania and Michigan, can't even deal with the absentee ballots until starting today. Processing is one process, meaning open the envelopes, put them through the feeder, and then count them. It's an elaborate process. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania all could not do that until today. Anthony Salvanto, we're going to go take a quick break. We'll be right back with more election coverage. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. I'm Major Garrett. That's Anthony Salvanto. That's the big board.
Yep, you're watching. Nathan watching. CBSN. It's election night 2020. Dangling by our unbreakable thread above the abyss. Here we are. I started to, there's just so much going on. Started to clear the requests a little bit. I'm not sure what we should do. I don't mind just holding down the space and us watching this stuff together, getting the professional feedback. I work for you. I'm your anchor man. You feed me the script. And let me know if anybody wants to host the show for a few minutes while I go get some more beans. You pop up in the Discord. Tell us what the heck is going on out there.
#1 daytime talk show and #1 in streaming news. Most trusted, most watched. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
This goes with this soundtrack goes with this pickle really well. I feel like.
How's your quarantine going?
You can tell it's Pickle Rick.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
That's not what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to tell them to watch Hippie Fiasco Rides again. I really did for a second. I was like, oh my God, they're really doing this. It's just sweet how we, as a community of journalists
Live from ABC
support each other.
Election headquarters in New York City. Here again, George Stephanopoulos.
And we're back
From
here
New
at
York
the
City.
Headquarters in New York, 11:30 here.
Oh, my
in the
goodness.
East. And as we said, it's going to be a long night, a lot more counting ahead. It could spread over the next several days. And so that makes me want to bring back our legal team, our ballot watch team. I want to bring in Kate Shaw and Dan Abrams right now. And Kate, we just talked about Pennsylvania. We've had this Supreme Court ruling on how and whether and when ballots can be counted in Pennsylvania. It could prolong this process, could be more challenges ahead.
That's right. So actually, the Supreme Court has now twice had a chance to weigh in on this question of whether ballots that arrive between today and Friday can be counted under Pennsylvania law. Both times the court turned back challenges brought by Pennsylvania Republicans that would have cut off, the return date at today on Election Day itself. So right now, those ballots are going to be counted, but they're being segregated because the Supreme Court actually left wide open the possibility that it might take another look at this case after the election. And we don't know yet. And it's important, I think, to note that Justice Amy Coney Barrett is now in place, and there's a question about whether she might participate, which would, of course, give an additional vote when the court comes to considering this late arriving ballots question.
Yeah, I want to bring that to Dan Abrams as well, because, Dan, we all remember 2000 Florida. If it's close, that adds another layer of complication as well if you have recounts and have to have the ballots counted again. So first you have the challenges to the existing ballots and then the possibilities in a close race of recounts, and the court's getting involved in that.
Right. We've said in our room here, the legal room, we're only relevant if this thing is close. This thing is now close. And so as a result, the lawyers are all on speed dial. There's no question that there are going to be some form of legal challenges. We don't know exactly how real they will be, how significant, but Pennsylvania could become critical here. And as you point out, not just with regard to the 3 days of ballot counting, because there may not be that many votes in those 3 days. I think you could argue that the more critical question is going to be exactly how they're counting the variety of votes, the signatures matching, et cetera. And I think that those could be the critical questions here, even more than that 3-day window.
Okay, and Terry Moran, we saw how that played out in Florida in 2000.
We did, and one of the big questions here is how much will this conservative supermajority that is now in the Supreme Court defer to state Supreme Courts that find under state constitutions that these ballots should be counted, or will they reach into those states and federalize the question, decide it for themselves?
Okay, many questions ahead. We'll see if we get to them. We're going to take another quick break, and we'll be right back.
Now, more than ever, the place we choose to call home has meaning. For older adults, fond memories of home may now be overshadowed by the isolation of living alone. Brightview Senior Living residents enjoy friendships and thrive in an active, healthy community with delicious chef-prepared meals, engaging activities, on-site doctor visits, and peace of mind knowing that trained...
Sorry about that. I was refilling my iced tea, and it caught me. Been broke down in Bakersfield, dealt with the devil and knew the deal. I'm no saint, but I know how it feels to have an angel love you for real. Strange world, you're almost gone. Ferris wheels flying, everybody hold on. Everybody's right, nobody's wrong. I could prove it, but it would take too long. Okay, what am I forgetting? Who besides me have I not forgiven? What on earth am I doing for a living? I've been prepping for Armageddon. Feel like I've seen this before. Looked out that window, walked out that door. Back before my time, before the war. I danced across this very floor. Now here's this burning book in hand. I read the whole thing, I don't understand. I mean, back when God first thought of man. Is the whole thing going according to plan? Well, I guess I'm giving as good as I'm getting. I'm pretty sure I'm going to heaven. Paradise 7 come 11. I've been prepping for Armageddon. Sure what I think I see. It's not like the dogs have been loosed on me, unless there's some crazy conspiracy where the sheep are wolves and the wolves are sheep. Devil, I tell you, has no face. He's never in any one particular place. Machine-like cruising at the speed of space. It doesn't really matter who won the race. Pies in the window, hunger is a hidden. The only truth tellers will only be kidding. He's with her, she came to the wedding. I've been prepping for Armageddon. Yeah, I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready. Some vote normal, some vote absurd. Me, I voted for that little bird who's just flying along till he thought he heard someone speaking an honest word. Some don't think we need a revolution, think patience is the best solution. Some don't believe in evolution. I think patience is another form of air pollution. I'm not saying you should be forbidden from being content with the lot you're given. Maybe you're happy, I say go get 'em. Me, I've been prepping for Armageddon. Yeah, I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for the end of the world. You asked for it. You got it. Welcome to election coverage. '20 election coverage here, and it's now they're starting to talk about legal challenges. I do not like that kind of talk.
Again, those states still coming in. Let's talk about the possible paths now for Biden and Trump, very similar to what we saw, first of all, in 2016.
Yeah, so if we can speculate a bit. So what happens if Donald Trump wins Florida, wins Ohio, wins North Carolina, but then Biden wins Arizona? We actually think it's a decent map for Joe Biden. He's about an 85% favorite. There is also a chance of electoral college tie. But Trump, if he loses Arizona, he could actually win Pennsylvania and then get to 269 or 268. That would not be enough. It could come down to the 2nd Congressional District in Omaha, Nebraska, or the one in upstate Maine. So if Arizona goes Biden, that really reverses not all the bad news Democrats got earlier in the evening, but makes Trump an underdog again.
Well, and then, picking up what
Andrew's asking how many times has Armageddon been played. I haven't repeated myself on any songs, although there have been quite a few songs that would have fit many, many moments tonight. Shit Show was definitely played once, but it could have been played every hour on the hour.
16 Michigan, 10 Wisconsin, that can make a difference some of the time, right? There's a lot we don't know. Nevada could be in play, probably not. Georgia, I think, is not going to be called tonight. So there are other scenarios, but we are looking at a lot of photo finishes, and in a photo finish, Arizona becomes a pretty important state.
You mentioned Nevada, and I wonder, Tom, if we can pull.
It's just sad that it's close.
In the state of Nevada right now, they're going to take time because they have all the early vote, and we just don't have anything coming in on that yet. So let's go back to Wisconsin. Deb Roberts, I want to go to you in Wisconsin right now. What are you hearing about the possibility of when the count will be continued there and when it will be finished?
George, I got to tell you, there's good news, bad news. The good news is it seems to be going very well. All of those absentee mail-in ballots, about 2 million of them, they're being processed very well. The Wisconsin Election Commission head, Megan Wolf, said that they're processing very well. But then she said she probably will give another news conference about 11:30 in the morning. So I'll probably be here right on time for Good Morning America.
Oh, do I have to be live till 11:30 in the morning?
We talked a lot about this tonight. Is those ballots probably will reflect a very tight race. Wisconsinites seem to just have this love-hate or like-hate relationship with the president. On the one hand, they just don't like him. More than 50% think that he's not doing a good job. 56% don't like how he's handling the pandemic. I talked to a guy in line today, and he said he would have swum through a lake of alligators to get there to vote because he wanted to support Biden, and he just didn't like where the country is going. But then I spoke with another voter who said, I'm worried about health care, and this is in a state that is dealing with the COVID virus, but then he said, I think I'm going to support the president, or I just supported the president. So Wisconsinites are very mixed here, and I think it's going to be a long night, a long morning. And, the polls...
What did I miss, Birds? I see you saying that if anybody can do it, I can do it. What am I doing? I'll do it. What am I doing?
6 times. Joe Biden came here 3 times. He was here in Kenosha last night. He projects strength, and they seem to like that in spite of the fact that they don't like him.
Deb Roberts, thanks. Let me go to Eva Pilgrim in Pennsylvania for the same question. What are you hearing about how the count is going, how long it's likely to take?
Well, Sort of like what Deb just said. Some good news and some bad news. They say that the counting is going smoothly. Originally, they thought that we would have the majority of those mail-in ballots counted by Friday, but we just heard a little bit earlier tonight from the Philadelphia City Commissioners, and they were saying that they originally thought that they were going to be able to do about 32,000 ballots an hour. That's just not happening. They're saying right now they're doing about 10,000 per hour. They've done about 75,000 votes, mail-in ballots so far tonight. They've estimated they have about 350,000 to count. We're supposed to hear from them again at about midnight to give us an update. That's the next kind of ballot drop number that we're expecting to hear from them. But here's the thing. It's just going to take a long time. I've heard you say this tonight repeatedly, George. People are just going to have to be patient. This is a slow process. Here in Pennsylvania, I mean, there's like 2.5 million mail-in ballots that came in. This is a state that's never done early voting for all voters that wanted to take advantage of it. This is a first-time process, and it's going to take some time. The governor spoke earlier tonight asking everyone to just have their patience. They are doing the best that they can. People are working around the clock, as we're seeing here in Philadelphia, but it is going to take time. They want to make sure this count is accurate, George.
Which is the most important thing for them to do right now. Eva Pilgrim, thanks very much. We can project 2 more states right now. The state of New Mexico is going to go to Joe Biden. State of New Mexico, and it's 5 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton won it by 8 points in 2016. Joe Biden will win it tonight. And the state of Idaho, it's 4 electoral votes. No surprise there. Going to go to Donald Trump. He won the state by 32 points in 2016. I want to go to the table right now. And Sarah Fager, let me start with you. We're coming up on midnight now on the East Coast.
Sorry, multitasking a little bit, trying to get stuff ready.
What are we looking for ahead?
I think the night's going better than I expected.
209, 118.
For Republicans, yeah. I mean, I was in the camp where I thought Joe Biden was going to win this, and it is far from clear that he is going to win this election. And the president seems to be doing much better in the upper Midwest. Now, again, we don't know.
Looks like there's no new links in the election news, so we're all just sort of
election day vote, but
trotting here and sort of treading water, just keeping our head above water.
Did in 2016. So I think this is going to be a nail biter.
Rob?
Well, should we go look? Let's look.
Every state to date,
Let's see if they have any live
like they did,
YouTube
not
coverage.
Changing, there wasn't really a move in the sense.
Oh, this is one of the silent ones. Here's one. I don't have any audio on that either. Well, apparently they're not saying a whole lot. This is just on the YouTubes, though.
They know that what they hear cannot be trusted. And honestly, that's a wonderful development, because if they aren't trustworthy, the worst thing in the world you can do is trust them. So at least if people catch on, there's an
A fair number of votes that haven't been counted there. Arizona's looking good. I was kind of enjoying a little dust up between Reince and Fox News disputing the outcome of Arizona, which benefits obviously Vice President Biden. But I think the point I want to make at this late hour is we have to be patient. We have to give the officials the time to count every ballot. Everybody would love this to be over with, of course, but we want to make sure that the American people have a fair say in this. And so let's not try to rush it. Let's take our time and wait for the ballots to be counted.
Valerie, that's such a good point. We keep emphasizing that, just to say that just because it's taking a long time doesn't mean it's not working. Just because it's late doesn't mean it's not legitimate. So the more we emphasize that, I think the better.
And let me just point other thing out that Military votes are accepted until November 6th, no matter where a voter is registered. It is a nationwide rule passed by Congress to make sure that our military voters are not disenfranchised. That has been approved by both parties in the past and still stands today so that their vote counts as well.
Ryan, it's Ed O'Keefe. You're pointing out Arizona and believing it's premature. Part of that is because you believe, Republicans believe, there could be about 1 million ballots outstanding, the mail-in ballots, correct? Is that part of it?
Yeah, I mean, a big question. Where are the 1 million ballots? Where are those ballots? And
so
you know,
he's
that's
talking. So just to clarify, 3.4 million were requested. About 2.4 million and change have been returned. So Republicans are wondering, where are those other million?
And also, Ed, I mean, if you look at the fact that if you got 25% outstanding, you know, part of this is understanding how many votes are outstanding, where they're coming from, where those 1 million ballots are. You know, I think you can at least admit that, and I think we all can, that the Trump campaign has overperformed expectations, because I don't think the expectations were accurate, but they've overperformed because they're really good in the Republican National Committee, the Trump campaign. They've become very good at this data project of identifying voters, knowing where the ballots are, and knowing what they need to get. And they've been hitting the mark all through the country. Arizona is the one place now where we have a discrepancy.
All right, Reince Priebus and Valerie Jarrett, thank you so much. A lot still ahead. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBSN app to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. CBS News 2020.
I'll do that in 4 years. Get these apps. No, we still don't know. There's a lot. There's more we don't know than stuff we know. I know I sort of have to go to the bathroom. Too much information. I've been holding it down though, since it's going on midnight now. We've been on since what, like 7 hours, really? It feels like a minute with you good folk. The 64-36 split is amazing. We are beyond preference and into psychology. I'm not sure what that means. Fox shows Arizona as blue. Biden with 226 versus 166, which is very different than AP. It's a pretty big pot of beans. And a delicious pot of beans, if I do say so myself. I think some of these requests I saw come in earlier, and the people that requested them are no longer with us on the show. It's a long list of requests. I don't know how to prioritize these. First he didn't know, and he didn't know that he didn't know. Then he didn't know, but he knew that he didn't know. Later he knew, but he didn't know that he knew. Last he knew, and he knew that he knew. He was not alone. Put that on my tombstone. He rode every road, and he rode down the river, and sang every song that he sung for the lovers that leapt from the ledge, hung up in the night. He took it and shook it as they looked for the light that couldn't be shown. Put that on my tombstone. if somebody laughed, he'd second the motion. And though he'd a fight, I believe deep in the notion that to ride the line where the sky meets the ocean, you gotta breathe in the air like it's some kind of potion. Each breath a wild wind blow. Yeah, put that on my tombstone. And he fought the good fight and he fled without grieving. In small-minded rooms he said, I believe I'll be leaving. And he hung his hat where the woman he loved knew how to take it. Enough is enough. He was not unknown. Put that on my tombstone. I don't think I've ever tried that song capoed up like that. There's some new possibilities. It was hard to do some of the old hooks, but there was a lot of new possibilities there. So there's that. Breaking news, some new possibilities on the finger picking on Tombstone when you capo up to the 5th fret there and do it like that. More on that. Oh, and the 2020 election in just a moment. Okay, Google it. Oh, yeah, okay, Google it. Returning this Thursday night at 8 o'clock. 20 questions from my dad. First right answer in the chat gets the points. That's how we play. It seems like it's a close race, folks. That's the news. That's what they're saying, and more as it comes. Okay, Google it. Haha. That's right. Thursday at 8 o'clock.
fiasco.
Extra, extra, read all about it. Watch Hippie Fiasco Monday through Friday at 1:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10:30 p.m. on the West Coast. With your host, Nathan Moore. You never know what's going to happen, but we're a big fan of all the possibilities.
Then he didn't know, but he knew that he didn't know. Later he knew, but he didn't know that he knew. At last he knew, and he knew that he knew. He was not alone. Yeah, put that on my tombstone.
Dang, sorry.
Then he didn't know, but he knew that he didn't know.
Oops.
Later he knew.
Sorry about that. Here you go.
At last
Back
he
on track.
knew, and he knew that he knew. He was not alone. Yeah, put that on my tombstone. Well, he rode every road, he rode down the river, sang every song that he sung to the lovers who leapt from the ledge and hung up in the night. He took it and he shook it as he looked for the light that couldn't be shown. Yeah, put that on my tombstone. If somebody laughed, he'd second the motion. Though he defied it, he believed deep in the notion that to ride the line where the sky meets the ocean, you gotta breathe in the air like it's some kind of potion. Each breath a wild wind blown. Yeah, put that on my tombstone. In small-minded rooms, he said, I believe I'll be leaving. He hung his hat with a woman he loved, knew how to take it, enough is enough. Ooh. Yes, he was not unknown. Yeah, put that on my tombstone. Oh 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 yeah, put that on my tombstone.
Golden Gate Wingman. Golden Gate Wingman. Yeah, this computer is crawling. This computer is crawling across the floor, trying to make it to the bathroom. Holy moly, this poor computer. What's wrong? What? We're just trying to do 1,000 million things at once. It's 2020. We should be able to do this stuff. Whoa. Hi ho, hi ho, hi ho, hi ho. Well, the commercials have been pretty good this election.
All right. Well, Chris, thank you so much.
I gotta mute this for a second. Crank it up.
Uber and Lyft and other gig economy companies to continue classifying their employees as independent contractors. This is going to be some good news for those.
I think it's funny how the left side unclogs when you cut the volume up loud enough. It unclogs. Like there's actually something in the electrical path that volume shakes. It's weird.
And I want to get to our first guest with us here. We have Carolyn Said, Chronicle reporter. Carolyn, you've been covering this now, this contentious debate. Are you surprised by these resuls?
Well,
hey, Andrew, good to see you. How you holding in there?
Showed voters pretty closely split. Neither side had 50%. However,
I'll never understand it. No matter what, 50-50. What is that? Taos home. Hear that low rumble? Oh, it's got to be over here. Ah, my footboard. Let's see what these guys are saying.
From the Detroit area, famously been quite pessimistic about her party's chances in Michigan. Just a few days ago, declared she thinks they'll be able to pull it off. Texted her a little while ago. You still feel that way? She writes back, close, but okay. So that's a signal Democrats feel they'll be able to hold on in Michigan.
Got
We'll
it.
see.
All right, let's take a look now at some of the exit polls with Major Garrett. Major?
So, Nora and team, one of the things that's most fascinating about the so-called Trump effect on politics, and trust me, I saw in the 2016 campaign, covered the Trump White House, is things that we thought we understood either are no longer true or not as true as they used to be. So I'm going to talk to you about approval ratings, national exit polls, and I'm going to get to some battleground states and show you what I'm talking about. All right, national approval, President Trump. 47 approve, 51 disapprove. This historically would be a danger zone for an incumbent president seeking re-election. George W. Bush narrowly won re-election in 2004 when his approval rating was 53%. Barack Obama won re-election 54%. So we would assume at 47%, Donald Trump would be in real jeopardy. Well, let's go to the numbers at battleground states, and let me show you that the national number doesn't speak to where it matters the most, or potentially matters the most. Florida, approval rating 54, disapprove 45. Ohio, 54-44. North Carolina, 50-48. North Carolina remains close, but this is part of the dynamic. The national mood and the battleground mood sometimes do not align. And in these 3 states, the president is net approval positive, even though nationally he trails in a way that we would ordinarily assume an incumbent must be in danger.
It's so interesting. I think those numbers are so interesting about what people look for.
I just received an incoming file. My computer is really crawling, but I just managed to download a file that Brad sent. He said, you guys should check this out if you want to take a break from the coverage for a second. That's all we want to do. Just take a break from that's what the show is. It's coverage as a break away from it. It's complicated, but definitely in the spirit of the thing.
Here in my jungle, I'm the fire chief. Up on 'cause I can't get no relief. I've come 600 miles. I've got 600 miles to go. To see Saint Cecilia, I think of anyone she ought to know.
Oh man, that's sounding good. Woo-hoo! Listen to that. What a deep pocket too.
Don't tell Saint Cecilia she's the only one who really cares.
Wow. That was just what the doctor ordered. Now we're talking. That's some hippie fiasco election coverage. That helped. That was nice. My goodness. Wow, that sounds amazing. Love that song so much. That was a nice little special treat. Just for us. Whoo-wee. I'm leaving that one in rotation. We might need to play that a couple more times before this is all said and done. Let's see here.
Streaming 24/7.
Here we go.
CBSN Pittsburgh. Your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on kdka.com and on all your favorite devices.
Man, that was nice. That music sounded good. Ooh, we should do this. Just do that again.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still.
All right, we're getting some incoming information here in the Discord.
The restaurant industry right now.
Ooh,
is
look
one
at
of
that.
The largest and fastest-growing industries in America, and yet it continues to be the absolute lowest-paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get.
dry read. Oh, I forget how this song goes. I gotta remember it. There it is. I should have known. I should have practiced. I should have known. Knowing Georgia on my mind would come in handy. I rusty on that one. It's so fun though. I want to just dip this reed in a glass of water. Minnesota just got, all right, breaking news, we're back, folks. All right, this breaking news, according to the chat, Minnesota just got called for Biden. Hey, Sam Chase, love you back. Oh, man. I just heard, Siri thinks I'm talking to her. Hang on, kitty. Oh, it's good to see everybody. Oh, Ohio, did it go red? Where are we seeing all this stuff? Where should I look? Oh, those are a lot of red dots right there. I just noticed that. Are those leans? So weird. Fox still has Arizona called for Biden. Fox Live blog team. Are you seeing that on TV or 53 minutes ago? Biden wins Arizona. Kelly unseats. All kinds of different information coming in. Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania are all counting tons of mail-in ballots tomorrow. Why didn't they count them yesterday? Ugh. Should swing to blue, hopefully. I would have counted all those forever ago. It's so weird. I guess, even if the mail, I don't know. It's all so mysterious to me. What's this link? Oh, my bad eyes. I need my magnifying glass for this one. Oh, I see. Fox News breaking: Biden wins Arizona. I mean, they're just saying it. Honey Hive says, what's wrong with the middle of the country? Well, they live in their own world, their own world view. Middle America, is that what they call it? It's in a lot of those areas, it's a lot harder to have empathy for other realities. Let's see what they're saying here.
They're saying that this was not the result of malicious activity. This is the president's Homeland Security Department. So it is interesting to have that on the record, given what you were just pointing out.
It's a supply and demand issue, basically.
Didn't Georgia have a problem with the vote count recently?
They did during the primary.
They did. Brand new voting systems. This is the first time they're using them in this election, which kind of stunned other election officials that they would go out in this election with new technology.
But yes, they did have significant issues before that they were trying to correct.
Got it.
Which is
So
why they
learning to
pushed
have-
the early vote so much in that state, and it seems to have paid off.
We should update everyone. We are expecting to hear soon from former Vice President Joe Biden and his wife live from Wilmington, Delaware. That's coming up, and we'll bring that to you straight ahead.
Oh,
We're going to take a
what does that mean? What does that mean? Why would they talk? Why are they going to talk? In the tradition that there's, one of two speeches that you make on election night. It's too late to rally anybody. Oh my goodness. Post-election map. You can do it. They're going to say hold tight. That's that. But of course people are going to hold tight. But why would they say that? Because I guess the third reason why they would give a speech is to announce that we won't know tonight or something. Oh, it's Weirdville.
Time, anywhere. Find it on.
You're still commercialing. I don't want him to say anything yet. Hawaii called for Biden, apparently. All right, let's do that on the map. Bam. There's probably quite a few things on this map that I'm missing. Let's see. Bam. Oh, those are a lot of red dots they have over here in this other map. Hang on, Kermit. Oh wait, that's what I did. I was wondering. Nope, sorry. That was I was just thinking that was Hawaii because it was in the water. Just sort of thinking about a bunch of things at once. But yeah, that is Alaska, isn't it? I don't have Hawaii on here. I have to draw Hawaii. Let's get some blue paint. I don't really know what they look like, but we'll just let that be Hawaii. Is that pretty close? That's pretty close, right? Hey, Paul. Good to see you. Good to see you. I agree. Biden talking tonight is tradition to be radio. It's supposed to be. I even have an old radio that we bought just to hear this stuff tonight, but apparently it's not even going to be played on it. Only reason they can do do it is people just talk to each other on Zoom now, and things aren't really okay, seem okay now. Patrick says Biden is expected to cede to Pickle in a live speech a few minutes. Congratulations, Pickle. You know what? Doesn't surprise me at all. Does not surprise me at all. In fact, of course, those two words just flew through my mind, just danced through my mind, of following course leading the way. All right, so I'll make Alaska purple. I should make all the other ones purple. There we go. That's better. Oh, Andrew's bursting forth with a little bit of enthusiasm. I like it. Hold on to that for a second. Enjoy it. I don't think we're out yet. We're not out yet. The Democrat. I can't show my bias. I'm a real journalist here, really trying to maintain objectivity and just report the facts. That's my job, and I want to do really good at my job. Biden should not try to gaffe. Should try not to gaffe. It's late for him. Just in hours of the day, of course. Yeah, well, always. Hawaii is blue for Biden. We called that. That's what we have Hawaii at. Just clearly see Hawaii is blue there. Alaska is purple, of course, as Alaska is, because it's just really, really cold up there. Very, very cold. All right, you guys are doing a really good job reporting. I'm your anchor man. Just feed me the script. Oh my gosh, look how long that request list is. Holy moly. Okay, so we can officially call Montana now. I had a feeling that would happen. Are you going to bed, Dark Czar? Thanks for hanging out with us. Northeast is all blue. Maine is blue now. We still don't know about Pennsylvania. Did Ohio get called? Yeah, we have Iowa already as red. So Pennsylvania still hasn't been called, right? And we got... Boy, sorry, Alaska and Hawaii. I really janked you up there. Maine's still undecided. That's what I thought. All right. We'll take it to purple. Someday, I can't wait till we actually win this map with purple. Purple, the purple party. The purple people party. The purple people party. Purple people party. That could happen. I just feel like there's this huge missed opportunity just because of the tribal nature of humanity. Such a golden opportunity when I was, from my distance, I spend a lot of time on Mars, and I was looking at Occupy Wall Street and the Tea Party, and I was like, Occupy, Tea Party, Occupy. You guys would really get along. You got to hang out. I really think you guys are going to be besties. This is a match made in heaven. Together, you guys could do what you're talking about. Never happened. Purple people I know eater. I'm leaving that. You got to leave. No one wants to be in a people eating party. Well, maybe I underestimate us. Maybe eat the eggplant party. I don't know. I'm starting to feel this. I feel like I'm already in. Look at us. All right. 213 to 145. We need to change our numbers. I'll change them to that. Let's see. Trump 215. Oh, wait. I got confused. 213 for Biden. Okay. And for Trump, 145. All right, we got our numbers updated. Maestro. It's good to see you, Paul. Glad you're here. AP has Joe at 225. All right, I'll change that number. 225. Bam. Rosie says, we need to rebuild this entire organization of a country legit. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And unfortunately, we're going to have to do a lot of it in baby steps still, but that's been the progress of history. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I worked hard on it last night. Sort of one of my ways of coping with stressful situations, too, is just sort of give myself a job, a little puzzle to solve. Stay the course. That's the word. Stay the course. Let's hear what they're saying here.
This is going to turn out. So all is going according to plan, John.
Well, it seems like two things are happening. One, President Trump is doing better than a lot of the pre-election polling showed, and then you've got these hiccups like whatever's happening in
I hear
Georgia,
you, Rosie.
adding another flavor to why it may take a little
Yep,
while.
It's just been a staple of the Trump campaign.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. We got to figure that out, but I mean, some things aren't figure outable.
The advantages that some of the gains that they've made tonight.
It's worth noting that, I mean, we always expect to have an indication of the direction, but technically, you don't really have to have a certified election until well into December.
Right.
So gear up.
Oh, really?
For some litigation here.
Oh,
Yeah, but
God.
I'm still sitting here the
This is a
5 of us in
nightmare.
December, right?
Just be hanging chads all over the place again.
Not that we
It's just I hate this part.
I bathed.
You know, we should, because we are expecting any moment now to hear from the Bidens. Let's go to Joe Biden headquarters. Nicole Killian standing by there in Wilmington, Delaware. And Nicole, tell me what you're hearing.
Well, you have seen more supporters start to file in, and there is a mix of confidence but also nervousness here. And as you mentioned, we do expect the former vice president to urge patience tonight with the vote count. And I do want to emphasize that this is a scenario that the campaign has put out there. You know, I talked to one top campaign official who cautioned that this could be election week, not necessarily election night. The campaign has also stressed that they know states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania could take longer to count, and they were prepared for that. A top Democratic official in Michigan telling me tonight they're still confident that Joe Biden can win Michigan. It may not be decisive, but they do expect him to pull out that win. It's just a matter of waiting for the vote count, according to this official. And so keep in mind that with all that being said, certainly, as you have referenced, the campaign ideally wanted to set the the tone tonight if states like North Carolina, Florida, Georgia possibly broke their way. Obviously, there's still some uncertainty there with some of those races, but by and large, I also want to point out that the campaign had this strategy of 17 battleground states that they were targeting, states they wanted to protect, states they wanted to win back, and states they wanted to expand. And for that reason, that was a way that they could kind of play around and carve out a
I see where
variety
Carl wants to jump on the trampoline. I don't even really notice that. You're right. It is. I do have a giant trampoline behind me. Who wants to jump on the giant trampoline? I think we all do. Maybe we should send in a surrogate so we can vicariously get on that thing.
Hear from the president, Donald Trump, at some point tonight, or now I guess we're in the morning. No word yet from the White House on that, but certainly we would bring you any remarks live.
There we go. I got a volunteer.
Want to check in with Major Garrett, who has some new information for us.
Yeah, we might need some
Well, not exit polls, Nora. We're going to talk about the vote
some music.
count, why it will take a little bit of time, and I want to quote both campaigns, Trump and Biden. What is their attitude about voting? Every vote counts, every vote count in a verified and accurate way. Well, to do that, in a pandemic, you have to respond to a much larger percentage of votes by mail, absentee ballots, which we have a lot of. I want to show you a map of our battleground states that we've identified for this election. And then from that, I'm going to show you that, oh, okay, we're going to look back at the camera, okay. So, 13 battleground states.
Disclose, and if Mother Nature wanted it, she put an apple in a tree and a snake on the ground for me. Papa came rolling home Sunday morning, he kept it home. Mama hung a note on the wall, another blues kicking in your style. I'm halfway to Baltimore, and you won't be seeing me no more. Came rolling home Sunday morning, he kept it home. Mama hung a note on the wall, another news kicking in your style. I'm halfway to Baltimore, and you won't be seeing me no more. Papa came rolling home Sunday morning, he kept it home. Mama hung a note on the wall, just a little note on the wall. said I'm halfway to Baltimore. Another mule's kicking in your stall. Oh, Papa, we're the capital.
Thousands across the country, at least on a volunteer basis, ready to file if necessary. A smaller core of hundreds that were ready in some of the biggest states.
Good idea there, Carl.
already had 40 lawsuits in different states. There were something like 400 almost total with different interest groups in the state level. But some of these things were anticipated. There was arguing in each state, because it is a 50-state race, about how long the window could be during which ballots could be received. Exactly what
No
we
on
talked about
Pennsylvania. What
earlier,
does that
Nora, with
mean?
drop boxes and the like. State by state, how you vote has changed this year in many places due to the pandemic.
No
and in other
on
places,
Pennsylvania.
There were virtually no accommodations made due to the pandemic, 5 in particular.
I still go back, guys, to the question that I asked earlier, why there can't be, with the technology that we have today, why
Kendi
there can't
says,
be some
hands
kind
down
of
the best
automated
election
system
coverage
that
to
no matter where
date
you
ever.
live,
Thank you.
You fill out the same kind of form. You know, sure, the timing may be different depending on the state that you're in. I don't understand why, as we sit here in 2020, and no one I know can answer that question tonight, but I don't know why we sit here in 2020 that there isn't some automated, simple way for us all to
Gail,
vote.
I've had
because of
US
federalism.
Because of the federalist system, because it's state by state that they administer it. But I've had U.S. intelligence officials, current and former, raise this, saying we need to have a real conversation about how we administer these things in our country, not saying the federal government takes everything over. But after 2000, when they had the big problems in Florida, there was a major infusion of federal dollars in helping the states.
Did they call
upgrade.
Florida?
A lot of these states, as we know, are pretty cash-strapped.
Heather!
Right now.
Right.
They've been having a lot of budget problems. Not everyone is prioritizing investing in their systems.
AP just called Florida. Oh, goodness.
$4 billion to help modernize these election systems to avoid some of the problems we're seeing tonight. Nobody has $4 billion right now for that kind of
Well,
thing.
at least we don't have to worry about anybody going blind looking at Chads, but I think that there's so much at stake that they would figure this out.
And it's been a long time since that money was infused.
Exactly.
Not now, guys.
Good point.
And as you can see, we're taking live
Not cool, not
pictures
cool.
from Wilmington, Delaware.
Sorry,
where there
sorry about
is
that.
a drive-in as a standard for the Biden campaign. And Joe Biden's motorcade arrived just a short time ago. Nicole Killian is there and witnessed the reaction from the crowd. Nicole, give us a flavor.
God, I wonder if we'll
what it's
ever
like
again have the good old traditional election where someone gives their victory speech and someone, you have two speeches that one for whichever occasion on the night. Each candidate should have one of two speeches in their pocket. Oh, goodness.
I hear his voice.
Here they come.
Why?
Perfect.
Here we go.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we were going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon me? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it." Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
There you go. Well, I don't know what I think of that. It doesn't matter what I think of that. Who cares what I think of that?
Another network has called that race for Arizona, but CBS News at this hour is saying that it is likely Biden. We've not made a full projection on that race. Also noting that the Biden team feels like they're doing well still in Georgia, with so much of the vote outstanding in key Democratic counties that are voter-rich in Democratic votes.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, he says.
Yeah.
He also suggested, Nora, that Minnesota has been called. That's another one that we have not, at CBS at least, called for him, although it's likely to be one of his.
Well, maybe it is just because, you know, he's got to go to bed. He's like, he can't stay up any longer. It's just like, just can't.
This seems to be designed to allow everyone to go home and clear that parking lot.
This is like when Bush, Patrick says, this is like when Bush said mission accomplished in Iraq. Birds, yeah, yeah. Holy mackerel. Pickle, another candidate in this race, has made his public declaration. This just in, Pickle King has made his official statement as well. Holy mackerel, darn tootin'. All right, that's from candidate Pickle King, who has done surprisingly well. He is, of course, purple. He's the Purple People Party. And so far, they've taken Maine and Alaska. They're coming in from both sides. Their plan is to squeeze the middle eventually. It's a good strategy. Until he's read a lot of military strategy books for his political campaigns. Well, I feel like, I mean, if Joe's gone to bed, is that it? Is that? I guess we could go to bed too.
Well, you want to give your supporters a shot in the arm. You want to suggest also that, I mean, there's both the counting competition and then there's the public shaping of the debate competition. And, you know, preemptively get in front of the president to say this is all natural and normal before the president who has that
And it's
penchant.
not over.
All right. We've still got lots to talk about, a lot ahead. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBS News app to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. CBS News 2020, America Decides. More information straight ahead. We'll be right back.
Yep. Well, there you go. I'm watching CBSN, and you're watching me, and you're telling me what to say. This is Hippie Fiasco Election 2020 news coverage. I don't know. Maybe it's it might be.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of
Do we
thousands of
call it
Americans.
till tomorrow?
Rural areas like this here in Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
You were crazy's child, raised in a different kind of wild. When the whirlwind came, you rode it out in style. But it took your smile and it dropped you on a crooked mile. It's alright, I understand. Nothing can be easy when you're dealt that hand. Nothing's ever easy for a fighting man. You were the hardest one. You had the hardest time. When your body broke down, you kept it running on wine. You got hard to find as it eased your haunted mind. It's alright, I understand. Nothing can be easy when you're dealt that hand. Nothing's ever easy for a fighting man. You're so far away, sitting in your chair at home, just hoping that those thoughts don't come. Well, this fight's not done, and you know you're not the only one. It's alright, I understand. Nothing can be easy when you're dealt that hand. Nothing's ever easy for a fighting man. And I understand. Nothing's ever easy when you're dealt that hand. Nothing's ever easy for a fighting man.
Hippie Fiasco.
Extra, read all about it. Watch Hippie Fiasco. Towels hum, make it stop. Hot, soft, towels hum, make it stop.
Hot sauce.
Hippie fiasco.
He's also saying he's going to
Starting to show.
and I imagine he'll say very much the same
Getting
thing
a
when he
little
comes out and
foggy.
speak. But look, the votes have not been counted yet. Nobody is stealing anything. As I mentioned, in the state of Wisconsin,
Is Trump
they haven't
gonna
even
speak?
begun counting the mail-in vote. In the state of Michigan, they've only counted about 16% of the early vote. In the state of Pennsylvania, they've only counted 24% of the mail-in.
Why weren't they counting the early vote the whole time?
In Georgia and in Michigan and in Pennsylvania, where only a small fraction of the vote is in. So the vote has not been counted. Nobody is stealing anything. But this has been a theme for Donald Trump. He has been invoking the idea that the election would be stolen for months and months. And
rigged
months.
election was something we heard consistently
Rigged
on the
election.
campaign
I mean, really, it was something.
Yeah,
he
we
said
still
in
got
2016
Pennsylvania
as well.
blank on our
it's
map.
usually not something that you hear a candidate who thinks they're going to win say, by the way. And I think this is an election, when you look at where the states are right now, I think this is an election that can go either way. I mean, when you look, Donald Trump could knock down that blue wall yet again. He could not. Georgia is still in play. Arizona, we didn't call Arizona, Rom, until November 10th. 4 years ago. It was 2 days after the election.
What year?
2016.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, exactly. So it takes time, and this is a really close election, and it's really close in so many of those key states, and it's an election that took place during a pandemic where we have had a massive increase in mail-in voting, which takes longer to process.
Chris Christie, what's the end game here?
Listen, I think the president, this is a guess now, I haven't spoken to him. My guess is that the president felt like he was being restrained tonight by not going out and speaking. His instinct would be to want to go out earlier. He sees Biden go out there and lean in. We think we're going to win this thing.
Feel good about where we are, on track to win the election.
Right. So he's saying, I'm going to win. Not that I have one, but I believe I'm going to win. I think that probably really angered the president.
You know this. There's a big difference then between sending out a tweet or going out and speaking and saying, no, I think I'm going to win. Here's what looks good in Florida and Michigan and Wisconsin, and saying the other side is trying to steal the election.
George, my job here, as I see it, is not to either argue with you about that or to rationalize it.
Okay.
Part of my job here is to help people here and on TV understand what I think, knowing the president for 20 years, what motivated him. I think he heard that. I think he got angry
what
and
did
said,
he do?
listen, I'm being restrained. This election is completely in doubt, as John Carl just said, and I'm not going to say anything. Then he sees Vice President Biden go out there, and Rom liked it because Rom knew that gave Biden an advantage. He comes out there and says, we think we're going to
Trump
win.
tweet?
So the president's ticked about it. Right. And when this president gets angry, he goes to Twitter.
I'll give you one example. In 2006, Joe Donnelly in the upper South Bend area was up 100 votes, and I was chair of the
Senator candidate, right?
And well, no, for the congressional, it's 06. I said, go out and declare victory. He says, they haven't declared. I said, you declare it. You go out and declare, then they have to prove you wrong. And so Joe going out there, keeps his base energized, keeps people focused for the long term, and makes sure, and actually, I like the fact that he got Trump under Trump's skin.
Well, and by the way, to be fair, if Donald Trump had gone out there and done that, there would have been people who would have been reacting differently than they reacted to Joe Biden. They would have said, look at Trump, he's trying to heist the election. And so that, he knows that too.
Language he used. That's
different messages. They're different messages.
To understand, wait a second though, they're the same message with different language.
Right, we're gonna have
same message, different language.
We got to take a break. We'll be right back.
So what did
Good Morning America.
What did he tweet? What's the tweet? All right, reporters, you on this task? Here it is. Look at this. I will be making a statement tonight. A big win. Good reporting. Solid. This is my new pipe that Willie gave me for my first ever tobacco pipe. I just got it yesterday, but I think the timing's perfect. You know how things come to you just at the right time in your life. It's like magic how that always happens. Every time you do pick up a book and start reading it, you're like, oh my God, this is the perfect time to read this. The great serendipitous. Willie's tapped into that kind of stuff. And now I have a pipe. It's interesting. I think I like it more now than I ever would have before. And apparently, according to the packaging, it just gets more pleasurable. You do it once a day, it says, and it gets more and more pleasurable each time you do it. And it cures the pipe. So Trump is making a statement. That's the breaking news here. Biden came out and he said, "What a mess! Why it's all just scripted to make it all a mess." Everybody knew it was going. You should have counted all those votes. Oh, we got more than ever. Well, count them. Get people to count them. Everybody knew. There's such a crisis of competence in our world today. It's staggering. And now they're both going to come out. Neither of them should have said a word. Neither of them should have said a word. You have 2 speeches in your pocket on election night. If it's weird, I mean, if it's just going to be this weird for the rest of time too, then we need to change our whole notions of those traditions. Can't just pull the rug out from under us like this all the time. We're not equipped for this kind of tension.
And as we fill in some of those battleground states, you can see the ones that are still in white are the battleground states that are still toss-ups or still too close to call at this hour because not all of the vote has been counted.
That's right. Remnants from Chapter 1, Georgia and North Carolina, and then Chapter 2 is going to be a long one, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
How's our puzzle looking, John, that we started out with at 7 o'clock?
Well, it's
yesterday.
As we said at the beginning, sometimes we're going to look at it. The picture's going to look this way, and then it's going to change.
Yeah.
And so we've had a lot of interesting conversations about the way the country sorts these 2 different candidates, what their fears are, what their hopes are, and how they have totally different coalitions who have, you were saying earlier about COVID-19, you were saying that, shouldn't a candidate be penalized if they don't follow the rules? I think you can make a case that Donald Trump is benefiting from not following the rules because of the way in which that reasserts that kind of anti-political correctness that is so much a part of the kind of cultural connection he makes with his voters. So in fact, in his case, it would have been the opposite of good politically for him if he had sort of been where his public health officials were.
Well, especially since he got COVID-19, and I think many people thought, well, maybe since he's been through it, he'll understand, how serious it is. He at least, we know it, he was on oxygen for at least 2 times that we know about. So people thought, well, maybe he'll have a different attitude when he came out. In fact, he came out and doubled down, really ignoring all of his own experts, really.
Well, remember that the president had access to health care that no other American
That is absolutely
has.
right.
He had the nation's top military doctors at Walter
All right,
Reed.
that's a good
caring for
idea.
him. This is the
24/7.
greatest,
I'm
the
game.
greatest doctors in the world, the greatest facility in the world to treat the president of the United
As he
States
should.
and other
As he
United
should.
States
They
senators
should
and
raise
military
it up
officials who get
an
treated there.
and
He was
key.
also given experimental drug that cost over $100,000 a year.
Each time I
the
raise it up,
Regeneron
a key.
monoclonal antibody, which again is not available to the general public. So he was given what is the very best of America, as should the president of the United States. And so his outcome was remarkably different, certainly than almost every other senior that is the age of 74 and slightly obese as the president of the United States is. So he had a different outcome because he had the best of America. Now,
you ever been to the shit show? Better stay the way that the wind blows. Trick is not to get too close. Stay away from the open windows when you're alone. Don't forget to roll your eyes. Go along, just go along for the ride. News coming down from the wire is not looking like we're getting any higher. Hey, that's not what it said on the flyer. Well, there's naked people dancing around the fire and the moon's out, way out now, sippy shine. Go along, just go along for the ride. Have you ever been to the shit show? Hey, I wouldn't sit in the front row, just in case powder keg does blow and you don't want any of your own nose when you're alone. Don't forget to roll your eyes. Go along, just go along for the ride. Go along, just go along.
Yet there have been shifts in the electorate. And even though this is a very close race tonight, so have most of the other recent presidential elections. Really, Barack Obama was an outlier. I mean, he was one of the only 3 presidents in the 21st century that essentially won over 52% of the vote. That was considered a blowout, what Barack Obama did, that wide of a margin. Most other of these recent elections have been very narrow in scope. Certainly in 2016, the race was decided by 77,000 votes in 3 states. We have a deeply divided country. It existed before the pandemic. It exists again tonight. And yet that's why I think, while these exit polls offer us a glimpse, not a definitive answer into what, we have seen some shifts. We've seen some shifts among independents back towards the Democratic side. We've seen college-educated women shift. We've also seen Latinos in Florida shift towards President Trump in Miami-Dade County. So those are all part of this puzzle piece that we're putting together, just what our country believes, what our country wants. All of that incredibly important, what we're sifting through tonight.
And Nora, what I want to know is, who are we as a country? You know, some of the answers that I hear, what I see, are just very troubling to me. I want to know, who are we?
But we're not monolithic.
What do we represent?
We're 50 states that are able to choose who we want to be, and that's, that's the uncomfortable part of democracy. It really is the uncomfortable part of democracy, that there may be people that you so strongly disagree with and think are completely, totally wrong, but everybody gets a vote.
Exactly.
As long as there's more of them.
Which is 100% true in the campaign and the election, where, of course, and you already talked about this,
the Achilles heel.
Where it gets tricky, of course, is when you have a public health issue where your own individual liberty is not the whole part of the equation, because how you behave affects how other people behave. And we've seen where there have been super spreader events from people who are making an individual liberty choice, but they are not the only ones who feel the repercussions of this.
Because they go to events at the White House, you know?
Yeah. And that when for somebody exercising their individual liberty, you're also getting into a don't tread on me. You're treading on somebody else's liberty. And that's, of course, another way in which this cuts across.
We can't emphasize enough at this hour, if people are waiting for different results in the states, that we are likely not going to have a projection tonight about who will be the next president of the United States. They have already paused some of the voting in Georgia, a key state there where President Trump currently, according to the current vote count, holds a lead, but there's still a large number of votes that are outstanding in key Democratic counties there. Pennsylvania has already said they're not going to be able to count much of the vote there. They'll start again tomorrow morning. And we're still waiting for more information out of Wisconsin and Michigan.
And Georgia, where they had the broken pipe.
That. Let's bring in Major Garrett, who has some more information for us. Major?
Exit poll data As we've discussed all night, the vote tabulation tells you who won and lost. Exit polls answer the question why. So let's talk about the states we've just most recently called, Florida and Iowa. I'm going to walk you through a lot of data, so bear with me. It's an interesting story. Let's go to Florida first and break down why it was that President Trump won, and we have to acknowledge, won somewhat comfortably based on the historical way that Florida typically has razor-thin margins. It wasn't that razor-thin. Look at the Trump coalition. White voters, 61-38. Men, 53-44. Seniors, 52-47. Those who thought the economy was most important in Florida broke 84-15 for the president. I also want to tell you about Latino voters in Florida. Joe Biden carried Latino voters 52-47. Hillary Clinton carried Latino voters in Florida in 2016 by 27 percentage points. So there was an enormous shift there. I want to now take you to Iowa. Not so much about who, but some areas within Iowa. Urban voters in Iowa, Biden carries them 61-37. Suburban voters in Iowa, Biden carries them 51-47. The rural vote in Iowa, this is the tale of the tape. Donald Trump wins 60-38, and of those three regions in Iowa, the rural vote was slightly larger in percentage than the urban vote or the suburban vote. Donald Trump did not win Iowa by as much as he won in 2016. He won it by 9.5 points then. But guess what? He still won it.
He still won it, yes.
Win is a win.
I think that Latino vote is incredibly interesting in Miami-Dade. And of course, the Latino population there is different in Miami-Dade than perhaps in Texas or in Arizona or what you may traditionally know. But this is having a huge impact on other races in that state, right, Ed?
It is. In fact, I don't know that we've called it, but there were Joe Biden essentially dragged down two Democratic members of Congress, two women, two freshmen tonight in the Miami area. Donna Shalala was trailing at one point tonight, the former Health and Human Services Secretary, and Debbie Merkersell Powell losing to the city's former Republican mayor there in Miami. Just a complete, utter failure by Democrats tonight to turn out the vote in Miami-Dade. And we have to look at the Latino vote in Florida at this point. From now on, probably needs to be set aside and discussed separately from the Latino vote just about everywhere else in this country. And Republicans have done a masterful job since Jeb Bush won the governorship in that state of wooing and cultivating Hispanic support and doing and saying just enough and spending time talking to them in ways that Democrats, for whatever reason, just haven't sorted out.
Isn't the Hispanic population in Miami-Dade 2/3 of the population?
Roughly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would defer to Ed O'Keefe on that.
And it is predominantly Cuban. And the president running around the country for the past 4 years talking about the dangers of socialism wasn't only designed to, use the Billy Club on the government. It was designed to win elections in Florida.
Right. And President Obama's Cuba policy wasn't a favorite there either.
Right.
One other thing I would say
we've got so much more to talk about, but we're going to get to some business here. Need to take a short break.
And you can
take a break and do whatever you want with it if you need to.
I understand.
Be sure to download the CBSN app to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. CBS News 2020.
Whole time for exactly what clip I wanted to play next, and I can't find it anywhere. It's got so many clips. There's so much stuff here. All right, well, here, we're still here. Apparently, Trump's going to speak. He tweeted. Might have Chris Christie's thought as he got upset when Joe Biden came out and announced that he thought he was going to win. It's a mess. You're watching a mess, yet another mess. How could we not have known?
At first I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong, and I grew strong.
That is cool news. Oregon decriminalized shrooms tonight.
Back on the flag. Don't look surprised that I'm still singing, cause you know I have the knack. Can you believe what you see? That you can't believe it's me. Did you think for just 1 second you'd be back to look at me? survive. I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Where was it? Big Dirty Farms, they got to be fighting with Trump to try to convince him not to come out and say he won. I mean, it was, in this day and age, is like who's going to do it first was more the question than why would they do it at all? Because that's what happens when it all starts to fall apart. Because you're just like, well, I don't really agree with this thing I'm about to do, but that's just what you got to do these days. But it's probably true too. It's like who's going to do it first, and you both got to do it. Because if one does it and the other doesn't do it, then one said, I think we won, and the other one didn't say anything. That's where we are. That's why, I mean, if, back when they used to have a duel where you would take 10 steps and then turn around and fire, I mean, that's a hell of a lot of trust for someone who's about to try to kill you in 10 seconds, but it was a gentleman's agreement. 10 steps, turn, and fire. Okay, 10, and if you did 7 steps and turned and fire, well, that was a disgrace. You might have killed him, but nobody would ever talk to you again. That just is not right. Everybody knows. But, in this day and age, we can't have gentlemanly duels. We can't just kill each other with honor anymore. Nope. And once you're no longer willing to kill each other with honor, well, then that's when it all starts to fall apart. Ever since armies just didn't charge each other in walking rows of people to slaughter, whoever had the most people won the war. Just march in rows. Honor. You can't kill with honor. So now, okay, 10 steps. 2020, it's like, okay, 10 steps, right? And then turn and fire. All right, yeah, right. 10 steps. Yeah, whatever. All right. And we know that might be how the meeting goes, so we don't even go to the meeting. It's like, oh, no. Nope. Yeah, 10 steps. They're going to do their 10 steps backwards, never taking an eye off each other. No trust. No trust. I no longer trust my enemy will kill me like a gentleman. There it is. Zookeeper says, I don't know. It seems like we keep playing rocks, rocks, rocks. Okay, you want to play rocks, rocks, rocks? What is rocks, rocks, rocks? Well, it's like 52 card pickup, but you might actually get hurt. That's cool that Oregon will no longer be unnecessarily punishing people for discovering nature, for being with nature. I don't know if I said that right. That's probably what Trump's going to think tonight after he's done talking.
It's still a toss-up technically, but we've got about 94% of the vote in, and at this point, Tom Tillis has 48.7. He's got about a 2-point lead there. So that's not looking great for Democrats. Then you go to Maine,
paper beats rock, right?
50% of the vote is.
I was always skeptical of that. Paper, rock, scissors. Paper beats rock, which as a writer, I was always a fan of that concept. But there was always a little bit of, I was cynical about that. I thought it was, I thought they were taking some liberties there with the explanation of just how paper beats rock. I mean, I was like willing to play along because I like the idea, but I always suspected. Yeah, but does it? Does it really?
The Republican there, Steve Bullock, of course, the governor, former governor, and very well known in this state, probably the only Democrat who could be giving a Republican a run for their money in Montana.
Oh, yeah.
Chuck Schumer and other Democratic officials begged him to
It
get into
covers
this
it.
race after he decided to pack it up in the presidential primary. And so that is a close race right
I mean,
now.
you got
with about
you got The Rock crushing the scissors, just obliterating them. You got the scissors cutting the paper, tearing it in two. Oh, but the paper wraps around the rock, makes it a gift for someone to kill you with. Yeah.
Jamie Harrison.
Paper
and
wins.
Lindsey Graham, that Jamie came in the end. It wasn't so close, but
Paper wins because The Rock lets the paper win. Because it likes to be wrapped up like that, likes to be held, it likes to have a purpose. But
like North Carolina, where deep-pocketed Republican groups came charging into the rescue. They poured tens of millions of dollars into the race. You had Lindsey Graham himself going on Fox News
Did they
every
spend
day
any money on
begging
a
for
ground
money.
game, or was it just an air war? Because it seems like Democrats did very poorly at turning out their voters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How could that be?
In South Carolina, it's always difficult for Democrats to get over that hump.
you
but-
can't even
but
blame.
All right.
I mean, I guess to a certain extent, I can
right now
see
that
why you
President
would
Trump
blame
has won
leadership.
The Lone Star State of Texas. That
No,
will slide
I mean,
into
objectivity.
those 38 electoral
Trump
votes
has
will
won
slide into
Texas.
Donald Trump's
Trump
column in
has
the race
taken
for
Texas. We now have to
270 votes. I've
color
gotta
that
take a
on
short
the map.
break, but John has a huge thought on his mind. I literally
That's a
see
tease.
it starting
And
to come
there
out.
it
So
is.
you're going to have to stay with us.
I spent a-
Can't wait.
And it's so brilliant, and I know the point he's going to make.
Spent some wonderful years of my life living in the great state of Texas. I have a lot of love for Texas. And there they go. They now red on the map. And there you are. So what are my numbers all wrong now? What do they got? This says 224 to 212. 224 to 212 on the Apple. $224, $212.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans.
Honey Hive shows 223 to 174. Hey, Reed. He says the mail-in vote count will take a week. These aren't election results. I wish that wasn't the case. But of course, every vote must be counted. No matter what, Kendi says, no matter what, I think I'll commit to battling voter suppression and advocating on behalf of those disenfranchised the most. You mean in terms of how you guide yourself henceforth? Forthwith? Oh, Reed, you want to see the video I made you? Have you seen it yet? I don't think you've seen this. I have to find it. Yep, I got it. All right, here you go. Let me get this queued up here. Check it out. It's your Improv Seattle track. And I put it to some found footage. President's Week 3.5 maybe, the Slip Tour, 2002, something like that. And we're playing with the Jacob Fred Jazz Odyssey.
Those shades are fine.
I've listened to both of you guys where you all have mustaches. Oh yeah. You guys just like do things threes. We're tall boxers on the outside of our pants. What's up? I'm Reed. Nathan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Right on. Are you on tour with these guys or
Yes.
are you right on?
Yay! So glad I got to show that to you. Yeah, check it out. It's November. I'll be right back. Hopefully Trump doesn't speak before I get back. I gotta run to the kitchen real quick. Be right back.
Oh, well, I loved a girl from Tennessee, and lo, she thought the world of me. She said that the love, it would be true, and she said I expect the same thing out of you. She called me out one Saturday night, holding a beautiful young thing too tight. But I cried and I plead, but this is what she said to me. She said, the more you cry, the less you bleed. It's sad but true, but look at me. They said, what will be, will be. But the more you cry, the less you bleed. Well, I went to see my old friend Joe. He said, son, you're a fool. I said, I know. A tear in my eye, he said, see. But this is what he said to me. Said, the more you cry, the less you bleed. It's sad but true, but look at me. They said, what will be, will be. But the more you cry, the less you bleed. Well, I went to see the preacher man. He said, you know he'll understand. He opened up the book and read to me Thessalonians chapter 1, verse 2 and 3. It said, the more thou criest, the less thy peace. It's sadly true, look at me. But they say, what will be, will be. But the more you cry, the less you bleed. Yes, the more you cry, the less you bleed. Kids, don't try this at home.
I do believe those no filming signs got hung up in there because of the Hippie Fiasco live webcast when it came through. All right. Where are we at?
And the president's smaller rural counties that he's done really well in have reported a lot more. But even in those counties, Joe Biden's been shaving off some numbers by getting more of a vote because you're not getting as much of a third-party vote. So the raw vote for Joe Biden's better in a lot of counties than it was in 16. And then the suburban Philadelphia vote is going to be monumental. And I think Allegheny County is going to be a lot better than 16. So it'll be close, and it might take a while to get to the final number, but maybe by sometime in the morning we'll know more about those bigger population counties.
Well, we want to. This is the hour of the morning,
if
and we
that's
get a little
true, I
nerdy
guess
here. So let's get to Erie County, which can be a bellwether.
If they're really going to be counting for a week, then our work here is probably done, except for the fact that Trump is probably still going to speak, right? Should make sure that we're actually on a current live feed, which I think that was. What's the news hour saying?
Right. I mean, it's different in that
what they had.
Right. Donald Trump did not get as close in some of these states. He got really close last time, but Democrats not picking off those Sunbelt states they thought they could.
All right, Amy Walter. And now we turn to those with some personal experience in campaigns. Katie Walsh is a senior advisor to the Republican National Committee. She's also a former deputy chief of staff at the Trump White House. And Joel Benenson is a Democratic strategist. He led the polling operation for the Obama-Biden campaigns in 2008 and 2012. Joel Benenson, we've talked about this all night long to the extent Joe Biden hoped for some sort of blowout or mini blowout. Not happening. We are waiting for results. We are trying to be patient. Joe Biden has spoken for a few minutes. He's expressed great optimism that he's going to carry enough states to land him in the White House. President Trump has tweeted that he feels good about the results. And by the way, he thinks the Democrats are trying to steal the election. So where are we?
Well, I think I may have said this a couple hours ago, but, we are fundamentally about a 50-50 country. We don't have presidents who get elected with a lot of landslides. If Donald Trump prevails in this election, he will be, I believe, the first president to be elected and reelected with the Electoral College without winning the popular vote in our history. It's unfortunate. It's the system we have. We have only one chance to have a national election every 4 years. And at some point, we ought to really rethink the Electoral College and think about whether or not the American people ought to just decide instead of this arcane system that our founders settled on, more than 250 years ago. I think we're looking tomorrow at a map and a lot of counting left to be done. It looks like Joe Biden will win the popular vote, and I think it's coming down to the same three upper Midwestern states, and whoever prevails there is going to prevail. The only thing we're seeing change here looks like Joe Biden likely to win Arizona.
And
not really sure, Beans.
Katie Walsh, is that what it looks like to you, that we are these candidates are fighting over the same states that slipped into Donald Trump's column in 2016, with the exception of Biden and Arizona?
Well, I think we still feel good about Arizona. I think we're not going to know about Arizona for at least another 24 hours. And so, outside of Arizona, we're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, which are states that, obviously were contested hotly in 2016. The president won all three of them. And I think we feel very good about where we are right now with them. But one of the points Joel made about the president, losing the popular vote but winning the Electoral College in 16 and in 20, if he ends up winning this year, is that if you take the state of California out of the popular vote, the president actually wins the popular vote in the United States. And so,
I was
California is
filling
obviously an
Tether in,
incredibly
and she
left-leaning
woke
state.
up to find out
It's got
more.
a huge population in it. And so if you kind of take California out, it comes back to one of the things you said earlier, which is we are kind of a 50-50 country. And the popular vote's actually very close. If you take the state of California and kind of remove it, it shows you a different picture.
But it is part of the United States.
what did I miss in this conversation?
I mean, let's not color this in one way or the other. There are both have big population states. Florida's a big population state. This isn't just about removing one state or the other. The fact of the matter is, this is a national election, and you got to play by the rules. We win by them. We lose by them. I don't think we're going to take any state out and talk about somebody winning the popular vote any more than you would say, let's take Texas out, and Democrats will always win.
I definitely missed the setup of this one.
And Katie Walsh, the president introducing the allegation that the Democrats are trying to steal the election. Do you know what he's basing that on?
I think the president's been seeing news reports for a couple of weeks now about ballots being lost in Pennsylvania, about finding, kind of groups of ballots in rivers and things of such. And Joel's talked about this. I think the president ultimately wants a fair and free election, and he just wants to make sure all the votes are counted. And I think ultimately that's what you'll see him fight for the next few days.
But we know that there is no significant, in fact, no, we've talked.
I think that's pretty well said.
Election security experts.
Reed says cable news is 90% guessing the future. It's true.
Isolated incidences, but nothing that amounts to.
It's the cornerstone of journalism.
I hope that's right, Ferdinand. I'm sure.
In my romantic liberal youth, it was always explained to me that it was objectivity was the Hippocratic oath of journalism, basically. And then there was like the 5 W's. Is that what are they all W? Who, what, when, where, and why is a little tricky. That could be subjective. Who, what, where, when. I don't know. But you see what I'm saying. The fundamentals of journalism was always just supposed to be the facts objectively stated. That's your purpose. And sometimes those facts are, unfortunate for some people, but they just must be objectively stated. And but now you're right. 90% of the news that people consume is people saying what they think about something or trying to predict the future or speculation of what. And it's always the worst. The speculation is always problematic. It's entertainment to a certain extent. It's not the news. We all know that. We've all known that for decades and decades.
You've been with us all this night. The New York Times columnist David Brooks, Washington Post columnist Jonathan Capehart, and the editor-in-chief of the Washington Free Beacon, Eliana Johnson. And Amy Walter is, of course, here at the table with me. David Brooks, make some sense of all this.
Well, about 3 weeks ago, we thought we'd be exactly where we are, which is that a long, drawn-out night. It would look pretty good for Republicans, and then probably over the next 24, 36, 48 hours, it'll begin to look better and better for Democrats. Then I think in the last couple weeks, we had a bunch of polls showing like a 10-point Biden lead nationally, and it seemed to be a sign that maybe there would be a blowout, but we're back where we were 2 weeks ago. And to me, the crucial question is, you're a Republican, you see a 14, 15-point Biden lead or Trump lead in Pennsylvania, you see smaller but significant leads in Michigan and Wisconsin, Georgia, and suddenly those leads start to go away. And the question to me is, do those voters think, well, the urban senators were outstanding, the absentee ballots were going to lean Biden, so this seems legit to me? Or do they say, oh, something nefarious is going on? Why were all these votes in the urban centers not counted until the end? What are they doing to us? And so it's really a question of our social trust and social cohesion, or whether we as a country hang through the next 36 hours together. I really don't know the answer to that, whether we will have some sort of rhetorical civil war, or will people say, oh, this is sort of a legit process? I just don't know the answer to that.
And we should point out to the audience that we are told President Trump is going to speak at some point in the wee hours of the morning. We don't know yet what time that will be, but of course we'll go there as soon as that happens. Jonathan Capehart, are we capable as a country of waiting until the votes are counted and being civilized about this, as David describes?
Yeah, Trump's
I
making
actually
his
think
announcement
I
late.
think we are capable. That's not
It's
to
like
say
going on
that
2 in
we
the
won't be
morning out here on the
anxious, we
East
won't be
Coast. That's
biting our
where he
nails.
is, too.
As I said the last time, we won't be chugging wine. That we do want an answer, but I do think that we are capable of making it through the process. I think the fact that there were court challenges and federal courts coming back and
Oh, goodness.
consistently coming back and saying that votes must be counted if they are legally cast. Court decisions that a lot of people had given up hope that the judiciary would find in favor. And so I think the fact that we had a robust,
I hear you, because
but brief discussion
feels about
talk
right.
by Joe Biden. We're going to hear
This
from the
election
president
feels
of
more
the
like
United
the
States, and we
byproduct
pretty
of an
much know what he's
algorithm
going to
than
say,
any
given
other.
what he's already tweeted. And then I think we will tomorrow morning.
Birds
People will wake
speculates
up, and
that Trump will
process
declare
of
victory at
counting the
midnight.
votes and certifying an election and doing it properly will continue.
Eliana Johnson, what does it mean for the country that we are going through this another moment of uncertainty here?
I have to say, I don't think it means all that much, given the way 2020 has unfolded. I almost think, despite the polling, that it's to be expected that we have an arduous and drawn-out election, given that we're grappling with a pandemic and have, in many cases, struggled to vote. Do we go in person? Do we vote by mail? How exactly do we vote by mail? I think the one thing we can say definitively coming out of this night is that trust in polling and
Magpie just
pollsters
shared
is going to go
something
down.
from
My understanding,
Facebook. We already know
my
that
reading
he
was
won't
slightly different
concede,
than David's,
nor
and
will
that
his followers, and law enforcement protects those who support this administration, so danger is expected to increase. Doing errands for those will be affected the most is critical right now. I guess that probably maybe depends on where you live. I'm not sure if it seems necessary. I mean, there's at the moment I think this lady is sort of making an okay point in that
This is a story of
we're
American
pretty
society right
used to the mess at this point. Like, I don't think anybody's going to be freaking out tomorrow that it's all a mess. Of course, we all knew deep down we were heading into a mess, and so there's nothing really. This isn't a spark that is like that. That's
when it comes to trust,
that explosive. I don't think it doesn't seem like it to me. I mean, you always got to be ready. Things can turn on a dime. You just never really know what could be the catalyst for what. But it would surprise me if this was a real explosive catalyst. This is just the mess we expect. But it could absolutely. I mean, it's gonna. We'll just have to see where the mess unfolds.
With the difficulty in the economy, and now to have this very hard-fought, angry election, and then to have it unclear, it's a greater source of stress, I think, for many Americans.
It is, although I have to say I am very heartened. Maybe I'm being premature here, but by the fact that it seems as if Americans are saying, oh, okay, we'll wait. Now, I don't know if that's going to last. Obviously, my worry is that there are going to be various forces, especially on social media, that are going to push people to question results that come out in the days that follow and the hours that follow. But I do think that at this moment in time, the fact that, again, it seems like these predictions that it was going to be melting down and people would be taken to the streets to demand that the Electoral College be called by tonight have not come to pass.
And just quickly to Jonathan Capehart and Eliana Johnson, it looks like Amy's right. I mean, that right now we don't have a massive revolt, thank God, in the streets, even though this election is hanging in the balance.
Right, and I'm glad Amy said that, because that's actually the point I was trying to get to, that for all of the anxiety and anxiousness that's been out there, particularly today, that the American people are they're willing to wait. They're willing to let the process go forward. And it is my sincere hope that despite the nefarious actions that Amy rightly pointed to that could happen, it is my hope that the leadership of this country, Democratic and Republican, will stand shoulder to shoulder, as we've seen in some jurisdictions where you've had candidates on either side, secretaries of state on either side, standing together to say it is, it is an American duty, civic responsibility to vote, and that talking about their duty to make sure that those votes are counted. And I hope that if nefarious things do happen, that we will see Republicans and
Kazoo
Democrats come
is
together.
saying, does anyone know of trouble today? Seem very quiet out there for all the talk and posturing. I completely agree. I was nervous. I had trouble sleeping last night, woke up and really expected there'd at least have been, a few things that really scared me, just in the sense of that could have casted so much doubt over the whole process. If something really bad happened in one place, just the fear that could spark in other places would be devastating. And I was so grateful that nothing like that happened. So that's a beautiful thing.
To see unrest, and I think it's painful for all of us who live in DC. We've seen businesses and restaurants and essentially the city boarded up in anticipation of this, that continues once all the votes are counted.
All right, we are going to leave it there at 1:49 in the morning. David Brooks, Eliana Johnson, Jonathan Capehart, thank you all. We may well be coming back to you very shortly, but right now, I am told that there is a race to call. It's in the state of Nebraska, and that is that the AP is prepared to call 4 of Nebraska's 5 electoral votes for President Trump. Not a surprise.
4 of 5?
How
does that work?
That 5th electoral vote is one that Joe Biden
Not
contested
yet.
in the city of Omaha, but I want to let Amna, who's been looking at this really
Trump has not spoken yet.
closely, explain what this
That's
means.
sort of what we're waiting on.
Part of our transparency. This is how
That is
people
what we're waiting
understand
on.
why the votes are going where
Just
they
for
are.
complete
Judy,
coverage.
as you mentioned, 5 electoral votes there in Nebraska, and when you look at the map, obviously it's a very red map. It's a very conservative state, but Nebraska and Maine are 2 of the only states in the entire country that have this congressional district method where it's not a winner-take-all for the electoral votes. So as you mentioned, 2 of the electoral votes in Nebraska went to Mr. Trump for winning the state, then 1 each for 2 of the congressional districts that he won, the 1st and the 3rd congressional district. However, Vice President Joe Biden does get 1 electoral vote out of Nebraska. That is
Made
for
me
winning
want my
the
pipe.
NE2, the 2nd congressional district there, and you see those numbers on your screen. Why does this matter? Well, because if this does, in fact, come down to the wire, depending on where all these other states come in and where the electoral vote count ends up, that 1 electoral vote could make a difference. And on top of that, I believe I'm correct in that, is this the, Amy can correct me, is this the first pickup for the Democratic candidate in this race?
Yes, it is. Well done, Amna.
Thank you so much.
Here's what else is important about Nebraska, too. If the lead for Joe Biden holds up in Arizona, and he wins
That's
Wisconsin, right, and he holds Wisconsin and Michigan.
That's 10 and 16.
Then he doesn't need Pennsylvania to hit 270. So that's 270 electoral votes without Pennsylvania, without Georgia, without North Carolina. So Nebraska 2, little Omaha,
that
is a very critical. Now, the president hoping to hold on to Maine 2, which is the northern and western Maine, basically the big geographic part of Maine. Unclear where that sits right now. Maine is taking a long time to count their votes, but if Biden can win that, that's taking even 1 more vote away from Trump's total, which, if it's in a really close race, that matters.
So it's 1 vote, but this is
Willie
a race
gave
where
it to
every
me.
single, literally
My first
every
pipe.
single electoral.
Every single vote counts, and we have to remember there are
My
tens
birthday
of
present.
thousands of votes that are still out there uncounted in several of those key states.
Right.
And Amy, under your scenario, that's Arizona. Biden would take Arizona as well.
Right,
Nebraska's
Arizona,
first.
Wisconsin, Michigan.
Michigan.
Right.
and not Pennsylvania.
And
Correct.
this is
And
if he
that's
loses
270.
if he does not win Pennsylvania. Now, it's one of those other paths that Joe Biden has to victory.
You know, I think a lot of people at home, the people who are still awake, still with us, thank you for being with us, are probably playing
Yeah,
the
no
same
problem,
game we
no
all
problem.
are, and my sources are there. I think what we have now is the paths are narrowing for both of these candidates, right? You know, which is just what happened in 2016. We're waiting to see who flips. But at the same time, I think we're seeing in a bigger picture, historians will look at this night and see what all of your panelists have talked about, this cementing of this real shift. It's not just a divide. I think there's a real shift in how Americans have oriented themselves. And I think we talk about so many things. We talk about race, but I think I'm seeing this economic and rural and education shift, you know, where Democrats have tried so hard to pivot to these groups, to white working class voters. This is a rejection in rural areas of that. I think the suburbs are a little bit different, but we're seeing a real different orientation. I think history will look back and look at this night and say what was happening, and I think they might say the same thing that we say. It's complicated, and this country is changing within itself.
Yeah, the Democrats struggled with those groups in 2016.
And on our panel, meanwhile, on Hippie Fiasco's panel,
these groups, rural and those folks without a college education, white education. John Yang in Wilmington, Delaware. Have they all turned out the lights in Wilmington? What's going on?
you know, there's, you know, in just in terms of like in doing the old like the Revolution radio days and stuff like that, doing radio and fishing for vintage sound clips and stuff like this, you stumble on all these things. Like the left and right divide in this country is pretty much par for the course. I mean, it's been going on forever. You hear people talk about it in the 60s and 50s and stuff, and it's pretty much the same thing. I mean, it's all different, and this is a new version. It's like, you know, history doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes or something like that. But I don't necessarily think it behooves us to be completely mystified or think that, I mean, it's some, you know, definitely I understand the take of how unique what's going on is. It's insane, but it's also really familiar. I feel like in some ways we have to know what those arguments have been for so long so we can get better at winning those arguments, because some of these arguments are sort of ancient, and sometimes the tension has helped us progress, and a lot of times it's kept us from progressing. At the same time, you know, the conservative versus the individualistic versus the collective, the spirit of some of these debates have been raging in America for a long time. I mean, 100 years ago, you know, when there's anarchist bombings and socialists running around, and there's the McCarthy hearings, and everybody was being questioned, are you a communist? And, you know, like there's, you know, all these, there's a million different things that are going on right now, and many of them have been going on for a long time, and we're still 50-50. And I know it just seems like, but how could it just still be 50-50, especially now? Like, isn't that more disturbing because of everything that's happening now? I mean, in some ways it is, but strategically, if we really, you know, if we just, that's sort of just like a throw your hands up and moan or whatever. As far as like moving forth, I don't know if it necessarily behooves us to pretend that all this stuff is inexplicable or shocking. I don't know. I'm rambling. I've lost my way a little bit. It's all right. I'll find my way back.
Telling me that the reason they have hopes in Georgia is that a lot of the outstanding votes are from Fulton County, which, Judy, as you know well, is Atlanta, and they feel that that is good territory for Biden. They have seen that Trump lead narrow as the night's gone on. I don't know
Even
what
if the bee could explain to the fly
And we've
why
been
pollen
getting
is
regular
better
reports from our Miles
than
O'Brien,
shit,
who's
then
there in the
the
counting
fly would
place
not
in Fulton
understand.
County, exactly where you described, and he said they've had some difficulties there. All right, we have a race to call. Let's see what we're going to do. All right, this is the much-watched Senate race in the state of Montana. It's a hold for the Republican Steve Daines. He was challenged by the sitting. I'm sorry, I'm told there's some. Okay.
What's going on?
I'll keep on. Steve Daines holds this seat in the state of Montana. He was challenged by the very popular Governor Steve Bullock, who ran for president of the United States for a while.
What have been sort of
the battle of the
I've been having to keep up with so many things. Did it turn out to be like sort of an even split in the Senate? Is that what happened?
To Washington. We're still watching. I think
We're still at it, Andrew, waiting for Trump's statement and rambling around, strategizing about moving forth.
And he has lost to Congressman Greg Gianforte, who will now be.
But yes, we just did, Andrew. That's for sure. It is going to be a mess, and
80% of the vote. Greg Gianforte winning.
It's really going to be a mess. It's really. I just don't know what to say. But hopefully, I mean, it shouldn't be. And it's not some insurmountable mess. Come on, just do it. Just do what has to be done. Count the votes. It's just simple. It's not going to be that simple, is it? Exactly. Wait, this is. Here I am.
This is a big blow to Democrats in their hopes of taking control of the Senate. This was
You're looking into my soul there.
Thanks to the fact that they had a popular governor as their
This pedal does absolutely nothing. The nothingizer.
In 2016, which is thus far there has not been.
Oh man.
That a Senate candidate
might need a song. What kind of song?
The presidential candidate has not also carried. So in other words, the states that Trump has been declared the winner.
What kind of
the Republican
paper beats this rock?
Close contests like Iowa. We don't have North Carolina yet, but we do have Texas. We do have Montana. And those.
This just in, Nathan Moore has officially won the best late night cosmic troubadour position. Oh goodness! Wow, what an honor!
We did see John James.
Very cool. Thank you. That's really sweet. Well, Kendi, you better pace your pacing. I highly recommend pacing your pacing.
It's 1 minute after 2.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. That's what they're saying.
We're waiting for President Trump to speak.
Yep, we are.
I want to come to you because you've been taking a look.
I'm afraid he's going to start talking right in the middle of a song. We have to do a quick one.
Concerns expressed by people who are either in the administration or formerly in the administration about what happens in the days to come after this election. Tell us about that.
Well, what we found, Judy, is collected 2 dozen or so sources, some outside the administration.
Try a different version of that song. I've been overwhelmed by the task at hand. It's impossible to the silent stars. Travel far and wide across our sacred land. sharing the wine in the churches and bars. And I'd say, wipe the tears you shed from fear they've won. I've come to tell you the revolution marches on. Go ahead and give your heart back to the rising sun. What's right is right, it's never wrong. And as long as there's one of us standing, 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 yeah, we may always be needed more than ever. For those who seek to punish all they fear, may always be growing in number in a world that gets more frightening every year. But we fight for that day not because it comes, but because it is upon us as we speak. And I swear, white doves fly from off your tongue when you lift your voice for the weak. As long as there's one of us standing, as long as there's one of us standing, as long as there's one of us standing, as long as there's one of us standing. Is not some fragile flower, it's one that breaks the sidewalk just to bloom. Even God said there is no higher power than the lily or the love inside of you. So if you're out there looking for answers, then you should know that you are the light in someone's dark. Same way we're swept away by dances sung by the morning lark. As long as there's one of us standing, 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 as long as there's one of us standing.
And I think that's why we're moving now into a new phase that is
We're still at it here. You're tuning in. Here's how the map is looking at the moment. There's the numbers where we last left them, and yeah, look at that. That screen is perfectly framed there on the podium, waiting for Trump to let us go for the night. I appreciate you guys helping me do this show tonight. I really wouldn't have been able to do everything if you guys weren't feeding me the updates of information and stuff. It's been a group effort, and I think we did a pretty good job providing election coverage. I applaud you. And now we're just waiting to be put out of our misery.
who likes to do it his own way, and they're very comfortable with that.
Yeah, it's interesting, Judy. When you look at the Trump support,
he's definitely showing who can stay up later. He probably heard me joking Joe about having to go to bed and decided to push it an hour later than he was going to. It is. If I was doing my regular show, we'd just be getting warmed up. But I'm pretty sure that I've been live now straight for, let's see, 7 hours straight. Is that right, or is it more? No, more. 9 hours straight. 9 hours straight. Yep.
Well, I mean, the president has many, many times talked about folks who speak of defying the law, and he speaks to them often in a glowing fashion, won't repudiate them. That gives people great concern, and it has for several years now. You know, I mean, what's interesting is there is a quote in the story that I think stopped readers, where somebody knows the president well and also grew up in Red America, said in some ways what he's doing on that night at Walter Reed of taking off the mask, saluting to no one, having that moment, is one in which he is in a way having his supporters say, I will take a risk of danger to show my loyalty to you, to him. That's the quality of it. I think that's really quite accurate. You know, it's a very deep bond. And I think what's going to be interesting now is whether or not that core community that really is directed by the president, in some cases they will act in a self-activated way based on what they think he wants, what they will do to affect the next several months. Again, these are...
I've been waiting at the station, losing my patience. I ain't seen my train, no engineer, no hobo signs showing where I'm going. Starting to rain. If I die, Lord, you can take my words, but please give my song to the songbirds. If I must die, I'm grateful that I heard such things as songbirds. With her walking the sunny, making some money, oh filthy and hungry, turning on a dime. We do it for glory, we do it for nothing, we do it forever in the blink of an eye. If I die, Lord, you can take my words, but please give my song to the songbirds. Oh, if I must die, I'm just grateful that I heard such a thing as a songbird. before music. There were people everywhere, just walking around looking for food. Then one night by the fire, they discovered they were a choir. You might imagine how that changed the mood. If I die, Lord, you can take my words, but please give my song to the songbirds. Oh, if I must die, I'm just grateful that I heard such a thing as a song to the songbirds.
Have to see whether or not that's what he does tonight at the White House. And one other thing, I know, Judy, you've covered so many more presidents than me. This, of course, is a president who has floated all sorts of norms. We remember that the president had that big gathering during the Republican National Convention where he had people over to the White House, essentially transforming the White House into a campaign rally. We also have now the White House press secretary, the sitting White House press secretary. She is doing double duty. She is also a Trump campaign advisor. We've also seen this White House really blur the lines when it comes to the Trump campaign and the White House. So over and over again, they have done that. And again, tonight we're seeing the president in some ways turning the East Room of the White House into a campaign event.
Exactly, and as I at risk of repeating myself, we believe this is the first time in modern history that a president has spoken from the White House on the occasion of his reelection. Every other president since
thanks,
Ronald
Birds.
Reagan,
Thanks, Swaber.
has done this.
I've written a
has
few
spoken,
lately.
but they've done it from their hometown or in the case
Gotten on a little roll
presidents
lately. It's been nice to be writing again.
In Washington, D.C. But you're right, Yamiche, and we await the president's words because so much of what happens in the coming hours and days will depend on the frame that these candidates set. As we wait for these final votes to come in, will there be challenges? We heard Katie Walsh, who's formerly at the White House, then at the RNC, now at the RNC, saying, well, she thinks when the president uses the term steal, accuses the Democrats of stealing, that he's referring to stories about assorted ballots that were found here and there. These are very scattered incidents involving very few ballots and so small as if to be completely dismissed by election security experts. So nothing that amounts to fraud or theft of an election. So we will see what evidence, if any, the president cites, if he brings that up. But I will say again that what the president is following, and I'm looking at my notes here from what Joe Biden said in Delaware. This was about, actually a little more than an hour ago. He came out, said to his supporters in Wilmington, he said, we feel good about where we are. We really do. He said, I believe we're on track to win this election. We knew there would be, because a number of votes were coming in so early at an unprecedented rate, we knew the vote would take a while. He said, quote, it ain't over till it's over, until every vote is counted. And I'm reading this because we're going to be, in a moment, hearing from the president. He said, we feel confident about Arizona. He said, we're still in the game in Georgia. He said, we still are feeling good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And he said, we are going to win in Pennsylvania. I think he said in Philly, but meant Pennsylvania. So that's an optimistic, and he went on to say, I feel optimistic about the outcome. So that's the table that Joe Biden has set as we wait to hear what the president will say. It's interesting, Amy Walter, who's here with me at the table, that the White House said he would speak at 2 o'clock. Maybe they're waiting for another call. It's now 2:18 a.m. in the East.
Maybe, or something else coming in, unclear. What's going on there?
Waiting for something else. I'm thinking back to the 2000 election, which is a kind of a nightmare in the back of my head. I try not to think about it very often. But where we had called the Florida race, I happened to be working for CNN at the time, but the race had been called one way for Florida, and then it was pulled back. The national race was called, and that was pulled back. There was a concession call by Al Gore.
And then that was called back, and then he uncalled his concession speech.
And we were carrying it all and reporting moment by moment by moment, a little bit like what we're doing now, although it's a very different scenario and a very different set of circumstances.
That's right.
And
20
again, years
so
later.
much of it is driven by this early vote. That we really, and again, 3 states that don't normally have early vote: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. And so this is all brand new for them.
Yeah, well, while we are waiting for the president, we're going to bring in our friends at the other side of the studio, Amna Nawaz and Lisa Desjardins. I'm going to ask you both to bring us sort of up to speed on what we know at this point while we wait for President Trump.
Yeah, Judy, I just want to underscore something that Amy just mentioned as well about the fact that we are undergoing an enormous shift in how Americans vote right now. Obviously, we spoke to Sally Busby, the executive editor of the AP, upon whom we are relying tonight for those races being called. And some of those experts say we have undergone basically a 20-year shift in one cycle in terms of Americans shifting to mail-in voting and early voting, unprecedented numbers in a number of states, including Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. And as everyone out there remembers, those were won on the margins back in 2016 by a few thousand votes here and there. That's something that I'm tracking and we're keeping an eye on over the hours, and certainly according to officials there on the ground over the next couple of days.
Let me get to some results, guys. Come on, let's pep it up. I know we're waiting for the president, but we actually do have more results that are important coming in House races. The Democrats have had more incumbents fall in the last hour, called by the Associated Press. In Minnesota's 7th District, Colin Peterson, the House Agriculture Chairman, has lost his
Ladies
race.
and gentlemen,
and I'm going to send it back to you, Judy.
Here we go.
All right, the president's family has come into the East Room, and here is the president.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes.
Not a mask in the mix.
We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461,000. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us.
Oh, my God.
And Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please.
Oh, no.
Please.
You don't have to. It's okay. Really. All right. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
In a remarkable news conference with a number of important states, votes still not counted, President Trump
Worst case scenario,
said
both
that fraud has been committed on the American people.
Both candidates claiming victory and the sitting president claiming fraud.
In the election, he threatened, more than threatened, he said, we will go to the Supreme Court. He said words to the effect, we want no more ballots counted. We want the voting to stop because we don't want them to find a ballot in the wee hours in the morning. In fact, the voting is not complete in a number of states, 8 or 9 or 10 states. We are still waiting for those states to finish the count. That has not happened yet. So this election count is still in process. You heard that reflected in what Vice President Pence said.
Both candidates declaring victory.
Continue to be counted.
I can't believe I didn't foresee that. I mean, I feel like I did, but I didn't realize what that really was going to feel like. Oh, ugh. I mean, of course that's what's going to happen. How could it have been any different? I knew that. Was not ready. Still was not ready for it. Ugh. Yuck. Oh, man. Holy moly. How do we process that? Son of a... I usually don't cuss on this show, but I don't know. I feel like pouring a glass of whiskey and breaking some rules. Oh, man. I heard Jay Cobb was out there. He texted me, said he'd noticed that I've been on for 9.5 hours straight, and said that he'd be willing to sing us a leaving song, which is very, very sweet of him. I could use that. Yeah, toss me a rope. I'm in a hole here. Not a good old comedic hole either. Should we raise shit show another octave and another key? Up 2 more steps, I think is what it is officially. Up 2 more steps. That's where that still is from the first one. All right, up 2 more steps would be. I don't think I have a harmonica for that though. You just keep going up. Wilbur didn't get much action tonight. Have you ever been to the shit show? Better study the way that the wind blows. Trick is not to get too close. Stay away from the open windows when you're alone. Don't forget to roll your eyes. Go along. Just go along for the ride. Well, the news coming down from the wire is not looking like we're getting any higher. Hey, that's not what it said on the flyer. Well, there's naked people dancing around the fire and the moon's out. Way out now, sip, sip, shine. Go along. Just go along for a ride. Sit in the front row, just in case the powder keg does blow and you don't want any of your own nose when you're alone. Don't forget to roll your eyes. Go along. Just go along for the ride. Go along. Just go along for the ride. Wow, that was a fun key. Any way we can work ourselves up to will something else happen before we were out of here to make us go up another key? Wow. That did help a little bit. That was a good request. But then I love you too, Chad. I just remembered where we are. Forgot there for a few seconds. Oh yeah, right. Both declared victory in a world in this day and age, in this world. Worst case scenario, that's what happened. Oh God, oh man. Ouch. Holy moly. Wait, what? What? Yeah, Wilbur does want to have a voice in this. So now, like, even the optimistic, like, well, you know, this is cool. They just have to count these votes. And if they say that Biden has won, if they legitimately do, if it's a just by the books, official count, But then there's going to be all the fake news stuff too. Everybody making this claim and that claim. It's going to be a complete nightmare with no reliable, no universal source for the truth of the matter. Oh my God. This is far from over. This will never... When will this be over? Holy moly. He said that this is up to the American people. Hey, Jacob, are you coming into the to the Discord? You gonna come sing us a leaving song? Oh my goodness! What? Oh, it's the worst. It's funny. I really think it's true that I knew that was going to happen, but I didn't really know what it meant or how it would feel. I assumed it. I didn't know it. There's a part of me that was just like, I don't think I even thought it. I think I just knew it. That's why I know is a better word, because I never really thought it. I just knew it. But still, I was not prepared for this feeling. Oh, you bit a hole in your lid. Go easy now. This is the only problem is that that other camera was not working right. But I guess we could let's see here. Wait a second. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Uh-huh. Hold on. Oh, wait. Well, all right. Election 2020 coverage here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. Wait. All right. I'm reading the teleprompter, but what? Wait. What? Okay, apparently both can't wait. What? Are you freaking kidding me right now? What? Wait. All right, wait. Let me start over. All right, tonight in election coverage, I'm reading the teleprompter. It says both candidates have declared... Wait. What? What? Wait, what? Oh, okay. All right, wait. Let me try again. Hold on. Try that again, all right? Try it again. Okay, all right, here we go. Tonight, both candidates have... Wait, what? What? Oh, I can do it. Tonight, in America, election 2020 coverage, both candidates have declared them... Wait. So weird, right?
Stop that count. Every vote should be counted, but every vote needs to be cast legally. The lawyers will get
Mailman.
and this will be fought
There's a
out,
good
no
name.
doubt, in court. Whoever wins, the other side will fight hard to.
Oh, congratulations,
to overturn it.
Chad
But our
Galactic,
legal
our new
system will
president.
work. Our system will work. And, you know what some people hear the president saying, and they're alarmed at what he's
Hey,
saying.
Wilbur
I
did
just
his
feel
best. I understand. Wilbur, don't take it too hard. He just couldn't read what was on the teleprompter. It was too much to take. I completely understand. I felt that way the whole night. Somebody took a picture of my soul earlier. It might be pretty far back now to find it again. But where was that? Shot of my insides. Right there. Yeah. But then I hit this awesome new effects pedal that I just got in the mail today, the Nothingizer. It as advertised, does absolutely nothing. It's sweet, man. So I'm imagining that Jay might be lost on his way to the Discord. You know, he texted me. Not sure how to get in, but if you're done, you're done. Well, we should get him in just so he knows how to find his way back next time. Not sure how to get in. All right, let me send him an invite. Create invite. I think I might have done that right. We shall see. Oh, he's in. I see. He's hanging out in the election hang. Oh, Siri just looked up election hang for me. That's don't X-nay on the looking up the election hang nay. All right, it looks like he is in the election hang room. Get him to cut on his oh wait. All right, you're unmuted on this end. Can you hear me?
Sadly, they don't.
Hello? There he is.
Hello. Most of the people.
Hold on a second. Let me.
Program. That's what's so difficult about this moment. About a
Oh, there
moment
it
in
is.
which trust and truth have been.
Oh goodness. Hey, can you cut your camera on?
I don't know how to do that. How do I do that?
Just click on it on your phone.
Okay, let me see.
Are you using your phone?
Yeah, I'm using my phone.
What's the button he hits on the?
It's down at the bottom, Jay.
Down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to the bottom. Hold on.
And maybe like tap on the screen. Just like start clicking around. You can't really do anything wrong, and eventually you'll find.
Camera.
Bam.
That's still probably the most likely scenario.
Is that working? What? Enable settings. Microphone and camera, they're both enabled.
One button should say video, the other should say screen, and
Okay.
there should be sort of like secondary buttons that pop out when you scroll to the bottom of the app.
Okay, hold on.
We can hear you. That's good. First step.
Because wait, I'm live. I'm in the chat. So if I scroll to the bottom of the
Oh yeah,
chat,
click on the election hang room where you're at, and go in there.
Okay, let me see.
Down under voice channels.
Under voice channels, election. Okay, I got text channels. Election hang. Okay, go into the. Oh, here we go. Hold on.
Yeah, you're close. Oh, I see you. Yeah,
Am I
bam.
there?
Just like that.
Boom.
Just like that. That's how you do it.
Boom.
That's how it's done.
Welcome to our fort on the World Wide Web. This is our little hiding place.
Oh my God.
Our
dude.
getaway.
I can't believe this. Well, I can.
It's worst case scenario.
Yeah, it really is. It's
Here, I'll cut
I
on.
don't see
I'll
you,
cut on my.
though.
I'll cut on. I'll give you me.
There you are.
It's not a
Yeah.
great. It's not a great shot for the show, but
That's how you do that, huh? You got green screens. Look at you.
yeah, big time.
Fancy, bro. That is the big time.
I'm showing the strings now. My magic trick.
Nice. I won't tell.
Yeah, don't tell anybody.
Yeah, wow. They all said that Trump would say some shit like that, but actually hearing it was a whole nother world.
Yeah, it's right.
And Biden never declared victory. Are you just trying to shake up the world?
No, he came out and gave a statement. And we were like, why is he giving a statement? He didn't declare
gave a
victory,
statement.
but he said he was optimistic.
He said he was optimistic. He didn't declare victory.
No, I was being hyperbolic there for the puppets.
Nice. That's good. That's fun.
But but to a certain extent, for all intents and purposes or whatever, that's basically one thing that did happen tonight is both candidates came out and said it looks like we won.
Yeah, but Trump said that the whole thing's a fraud.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
literally
Trump
said
definitely
that
took it to the next Trumpville level.
He took it to the next level. And
As
said
he
that
does.
It was all bullshit, as he does. Yeah. But he's so good at just saying the vaguest shit, like being so vague, and like also he always says things like, "You're seeing things that you've never seen before. We've never seen these guys. This is unprecedented. No one's ever seen anything like that." He says that catchphrase. He's such a catchphrase.
Right. Yeah, he's a
That's like the
mafioso
one that he says.
character.
He says that one more than anything. Like, we've never seen anything like this before. Like, no. Well, you could say that about anything.
Right.
Like, I've never been at this exact moment in my life.
I just took a dump
ever
on your
before.
I just took a dump on your kitchen table. And you've never seen anything like that before.
Never seen anything like that before. No, but he says shit like that all the time, and it's like he just his dedicated followers will just believe anything he says. And the thing is since he never really says anything, that it's easy to just kind of go along with, or to be completely, or to like look at, if like you're a logical person, you can look at what he's saying and realize that he's not actually saying anything.
Right.
You know?
Right.
He's like, the guy doesn't ever say anything. Ever. It's fucking amazing.
Right.
How much he can talk and not say anything.
Not say anything.
It's mind blowing how much he talks and doesn't say a fucking thing. Like, wow.
Yeah.
If only I could do that, man. Maybe I do that. Maybe that's what we kind of do.
God, I hope that's not the case.
I hope
I
that's
know
not what
I've
we
been
do.
guilty of it once or twice, but regularly, that would be too alarming.
Not like that.
I've definitely
yeah.
done it.
That's,
I've definitely done it.
I've definitely said a lot of nothing in my time.
Mm-hmm.
And I plan on doing more of that. But
look forward to getting back
not
to
to
doing
that
that.
extent.
Right.
Everything he says is nothing. Like, the guy never says anything. It's mind blowing.
One thing that's scary about Trump to me in that regard is that the things he does say, to me, he's like the ultimate. He's definitely an ultimate troll, but he's also an ultimate follower. He just follows the lead of his base. He
does.
He just says whatever he just reads their tweets or whatever, and like, oh, that rings that bell, and then he says it.
Yeah.
And he's like, but that's like an interesting conundrum because he's not a leader whatsoever. He's following his base because it keeps him in power, and that's all he really cares about. So it's this terrible loop.
Right.
It's not even that he's leading them to a dark place. It's like he's volunteered to lead them to the dark place they want to go.
Right. It's totally true.
That's scary.
Wow. It is scary, man. Although I gotta say, it was nice watching. I was like watching your whole election coverage, like half and half, and watching the news too. We were watching NBC. It was interesting to watch what you were watching. What were you watching? Like CBS or ABC?
It was like whatever was free on YouTube, like CNBC,
Right.
whatever that is. And,
we were watching something else, and it's funny, like the discrepancies in between the two news sources. Like, you were getting, like, they were announcing wins way faster on your channel than they were, and some of the wins aren't even announced on the one that we were watching, which is, I think, NBC.
Fox has announced a few
I'm
for
sure,
no, but for Biden, Fox
really?
Fox announced, and different than any other sources. Fox was calling. There was like 2 states for Biden that no one else had called yet.
Oh, I'm sure.
Which will, which
that's
that way they can claim to have been fair and balanced later, just to be completely cynical.
Yeah.
Well, let's cover our tracks.
that
Let's
way
let's make it look like we were favoring Biden all night.
That way they can claim that, that the whole election was a sham, That's what they'll do. They'll go, oh, they said that Biden won these states, but he didn't. We just reported that because that's the news that we got. Anyways, madness. Look, we got balloons on our ceiling.
Oh, that's good. Thank goodness.
Say hi to Megan.
Thank goodness. Hey there. How you holding up? You all right?
I'm okay.
Okay, good.
I'm trying, yeah.
You got balloons
I'm
on your
okay.
ceiling, so
That is cool.
it helps.
I'll take that.
It can't hurt.
Yeah. I'm just not drinking right now. It's just a really bad time to not be drinking.
Yeah, we're not drinking until Thanksgiving.
Well, no, I'm not drinking.
Until tonight, I started drinking. So
I almost did too.
Well, we talked about how tonight would be probably the exception.
Right.
Yeah, I was thinking more like I got a tiny bottle of champagne.
We said if the champagne, if fucking Biden wins, but
I mean, I knew
bets are off if Trump
knew
wins.
that I I knew it wasn't going to be a call tonight. I've been doing enough phone banking and postcarding and staying all up on my shit to know that it wasn't.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, totally. I felt I had to do. I was going. I don't know. I'm a busy bee. I can't even like watch a TV show without also like doing something.
Right.
So,
she's constantly doing stuff.
I'm a busy bee. But I just read The Tao of Pooh, and that has helped me not be as much of a busy bee. Super recommend that book.
Why does the Tao of Pooh think he shouldn't be a busy bee?
Oh, it's so good. It just
I read it. I just don't remember why that
it
would.
talks about there's one chapter where it talks about Bitsy Baxon is the name of the character, but it's basically someone miswriting busy back soon. And just like that kind of like the rabbit character in Pooh, and how he's always looking for something to do, and it just talks about how a lot of times those Bitsy Baxons are always looking for something to occupy the space that just exists. And I'm definitely a Bitsy Baxon.
Yeah, I am too.
And I'm trying to not.
Are you not, Jay?
No, I'm way more of a Pooh, man. I need to.
Yeah.
I'm way more like, yeah, like when it comes to the whole like mantra of Pooh is kind of just like nothing is just as much. That's as much as you need to do, or something like that. It's very Zen.
It's very Taoist.
Yeah, he's pretty Zen about his stuff, though.
You should read that.
He kind of lets the flow go. I've read that book before.
I thought you said you hadn't.
I did. I did. I remember I said I read like most of it.
When it lived on my toilet.
Yeah.
Right.
But I should read it the whole way through. You're right. I will at some point.
So
anyway.
I hear you might be able to get us out of here with a leaving song.
Yeah, maybe, man. I don't know. After that,
Did you have the wind sucked out of your sails?
That I just got like terrified. I was like, "What's it?" I don't know.
We
I do have. It's a good leaving song though, because it's not that. Doesn't have that much. It's right in the middle, like like a good leaving song should be.
I mean, we can't just sit here and say what a mess over and over again. Commiserate. Just
The song is called "This Goddamn Day," and it's about being over the day.
Have you been singing it every day for the last 7 months?
That's where it came from.
It came from Megan just saying, "I'm so done with today," and I just like wrote a song about that.
Oh man.
So it'd be.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
Yeah, it'd be a good leaving song for today, especially. So I could do that. Are we live right now? Is that what's going on?
We're live. I want to thank everybody out there for watching. It's nice to see you two.
I gotta
at
get a
the
cable.
end. It's definitely soothing my heart. It's good to see Jacob and Megan.
Yeah,
And the balloons on their ceiling.
It was a nice relief in between our NBC to then hear you being like, what the fuck's going on? Like, what's happening? It was a nice little comic relief that was needed.
Yeah, that was some genuine comedy there.
Oh my lord.
Oh, Miles is even making an appearance.
Yeah, get Miles on there.
I'm gonna cut my camera off so you can go full screen with this.
Am I good to go?
I think you are.
All right. Let's see. Hold on, that's not quite in tune, is it? Close though. think I did it in this other key anyway. Let's see. Yeah. Hold on. I got news, I'm leaving you today. Well, tomorrow's gonna pick me up, she just a tick away. I gave you all I had, even all the bits that I say. Now just leave me alone, 'cause I'm done with this goddamn day. Take one last good look at this face. Ah, but don't try to stop me, let me just walk away. If there's one thing I know, it's that I never want to see you again. No, I don't. So just leave me alone, 'cause I'm done with this goddamn day. Leave me alone, 'cause I'm done with this goddamn day. Something like that. Woo! That's the end.
That was perfect. That was perfect. Thank you for that, Jay.
Thank you, sir.
We're gonna
Love you.
we will persevere.
We love you.
Love you back.
We will persevere. Persevere.
That's what Percy always says, anyways. And he says it funny.
But you get it.
Yeah, I get it. I see what I see what he did there.
Next time I'll play in tune, but not this
Man,
time.
I love that chord progression. It's so fun.
Thanks, bro. It was
I should play some
fun.
I should play some clarinet on that one. You're lucky.
That's
lucky I
perfect.
didn't.
Ooh, you should have. No, you should have. Next time, I'm gonna send you that track when I record it, so you can put some clarinet on it, please.
I was trying to play Georgia on My Mind on clarinet earlier on the show.
Oh, I know. I heard you.
I was squawking all over the place.
I was creeping, man. We creeped on like pretty much most of your whole thing. I got to see the video of like when you met Reed. You have.
How about that? Isn't that crazy?
Cool. That was amazing.
I was rolling as I met him for the first time. It's so crazy.
And he's like, "Hey, man, you with these guys?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "What's your name?" He's like, "You're like, I'm Nathan." He's like, "I'm Reed." I was like, "Holy fuck, you have that recorded?"
Yeah. How often does that happen? The moment you meet a lifelong friend. The moment you meet a lifelong friend. It's so cool.
That's so fucking awesome, dude.
So cool.
But that's the kind of magic you've been dealing with.
I got that movie in my mind. Oh, well, I almost had the moment I met you on tape too. I bet I do. I bet I was holding the webcast the moment I met you for the first time.
That's probably true.
It's probably true.
Someone was holding it.
Yep.
You guys were streaming the whole time.
We were streaming 24/7.
Streaming.
Well, that was perfect.
Excellent. I'm so glad.
I've now been live for 10 hours straight.
Jesus, you are the fucking captain, man. I'm saluting you right now.
Somebody had to do it. Oh my goodness. Well, now you know how to get into Discord too, so stop by anytime I'm live. Always happy to see you.
I will. I'll knock on
Just
the
like
door.
Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood up in here.
I know, dude. I'm Mr. McFeely, man.
Exactly. Just stopping by. Speedy delivery.
That's right. All right, bro. I will. Love you.
Good night. Love you back. Thank you all out there for watching.
Peace.
And that, I think, is going to pretty much do it. Wrap up our election coverage. 2020 election coverage. Well, what a mess. What a mess. It's official. What a mess. My goodness. Well, I guess I don't need that map anymore. Probably don't need the numbers anymore. We don't need any of this stuff anymore, I reckon. Okay, I'm game. Let's see here. Arizona Magpies calling Arizona and Maine for Biden. Which way did Nevada go? Still out. There you go. You all are amazing. Couldn't have done it without you. Good coverage, team. I feel like we did some good work tonight, and so the adventure begins into what a serious mess. Well, we will see what happens. Keep the faith. Be silly. Be honest. Always trust your cape. Keep a clear eye out on the world around you. And be strong, be gentle, and here we go. Stepping forward, onward. I don't know what else there's to say. What's the right poem? Holy moly.
One ring to rule them all.
Not one ring to rule them all.
One ring to rule them all.
No, that's a terrible idea.
The truth the dead know. And it was written after my father's funeral, which was just 3 months after my mother's. The truth the dead know. Gone, I say, and walked from church, refusing the stiff procession to the grave, letting the dead ride alone in the hearse. It is June. I am tired of being brave. We drive to the Cape. I cultivate myself, a blushing hermit in the sun, where the sea swings in like an iron gate, and I turn to you and am bright and young. My love, the wind falls in like stones from a white mountain, and where we touch we are twice marked and twice alone. Men kill for this, or for as much. And what would the dead say? What defiles their calm eyes and their loose brows? Not this. For through their tiny smiles they mutter, live now, live now.